The Perfect Match. Kissing the Enemy, Book 2. Written by Maggie Dolan. Narrated by Liz Crane. Chapter 1. Levi. The cafeteria was loud and crowded, but it still looked pathetically small compared to my old school. I made my way through the line, trying not to notice the stares and the whispers, which were all saying basically the same thing. Check out the new kid. Starting a new school senior year of high school sucked. And starting over at a school that was about a quarter the size of my old one in a rinky-dink town in upstate New York was just beyond lame. I mean, no town could compare to New York City, but Fairfield? This was the end of the earth. My mom literally dragged me to the outer limits of civilization, and all so she could marry Bob, aka Robert Arnold Sr., not to be confused with his annoying 7-year-old son, Robert Arnold Jr., aka Bobby, aka pain in my butt. Bob and Bobby were the reason I was stuck here in my own personal hell, while the rest of my friends were back in New York enjoying good pizza and perfect bagels and cafeteria food that didn't look eerily similar to the gross mush my old neighbor's dog enjoyed so much. I frowned down at the food on my plate as I headed into the depths of the cafeteria, pointedly not making eye contact with any of these losers who were way too excited at the sight of a new kid in their midst. I just needed to find one table that wasn't packed so I could sit alone, or at least with a few empty chairs around me. I needed a buffer between me and this sea of strangers. Well, they were almost all strangers. All but 3. In a fit of boredom, I joined a local charity softball tournament over the summer when we'd first moved here. 3 other Fairfield seniors had been on the team, and one of them was waving enthusiastically in my direction. Maddie. Sweet girl, but way too cheery for my liking. She was the ultimate joiner, the kind of girl who thought everyone should have 1,000,000 friends and belong to every club. I played soccer. That was it. I'd been playing since before I could walk, my mom liked to say. I had no dreams of going pro or anything, I just liked it. I liked to be moving. If I didn't keep moving, I got bored. Hence the softball team this past summer, and my new soccer team would start up in about a week. Levi! Maddie called out from my right as I drew closer. Levi, over here! The girl was persistent. You had to give her that. Wasn't it obvious that I was ignoring her? I didn't need any new friends. I had plenty back home, and I'd be back there as soon as humanly possible. There was no point getting close to any of these people. Not when I was 1 foot out the door, and even if I did want a friend, I definitely couldn't deal with one who was so friendly. Maddie was still beaming and waving in my direction. I looked to my left, but all the tables were full. I spotted Ox, one of the other teammates from the summer. Big and brooding, the giant mute was surrounded by his football team, although, true to form, he kept his mouth shut and his eyes on the food in front of him. Friendly he was not. In fact, I don't think I'd heard him say more than a handful of words the whole time we played together. For that alone, I sort of liked the guy, but not enough to go join him and the other meatheads for lunch. Levi Hevish, I know you can hear me. I could hear her. Maddie's voice was louder than the rest of the chattering voices combined. I finally looked straight at her and was rewarded by a giant grin and a big wave. Come join us. I went up to her table and looked to see who us referred to. There were girls I didn't recognize sitting on either side of her, but it was the brunette sitting across from her who caught my eye. Kate. She was the other Fairfield High girl on the softball team, and she drove me nuts. Not necessarily in a bad way. Actually, not at all in a bad way. She was just intriguing. Kate glanced up at me from beneath a thick curtain of dark hair and looked away quickly, her cheeks turning a pretty shade of pink from just that little interaction. Like she was embarrassed she'd been caught looking in my direction. She'd been like that the whole time we'd practiced together, and during the tournament, and even afterwards when we'd all go out for pizza or back to the coach's place to celebrate. She avoided me like the plague. She wasn't outgoing with anyone on the team, but she outright avoided me. In fact, I was pretty sure she hated me. The feeling was not mutual. Unlike Maddie, Kate was shy. Unlike Ox, Kate was sweet. Unlike me, Kate was nice. I wanted to get to know her, but every time I tried to talk to her, she found some way to avoid me. Which was fine. I mean, I wasn't heartbroken or anything. Sure, she was cute, but I didn't have a thing for her. I just wanted to get to know her. Like I said, she intrigued me. I'd honestly never met anyone who held their cards so close to their chest, or any girl who acted so weird around me. Every time I said anything to her, she blushed or ducked her head or ran away. Sometimes all three. I was one big walking, talking personal affront to this girl. And that intrigued the hell out of me. Maybe that made me a masochist. I didn't know. All I knew was that I was dying to know what went on behind those big green eyes of hers. Every thought and emotion was locked up tight, and she gave nothing away. She had the overall demeanor of a scared kitten, but when she got out on the field, she was all business. In fact, on the field, she was kind of a badass. She was like no girl I'd ever met before. Maybe it was a location thing. A girl like Kate would have been eaten alive in my old public school. To me, Kate was an enigma, a riddle, a mystery. And she was ignoring me, again. "Have a seat," Maddie said, gesturing to the empty seat beside Kate. I saw her stiffen as I sat down beside her. Seriously, did I smell? Most girls liked me. That was not me being cocky, just stating a fact. Girls tended to like me. I wasn't unattractive, and I was easy to be around. That's what I'd been told, at least. I cracked jokes, I hung out, I wasn't like that brick wall Ox, or our intense and way too serious softball coach, Noah. I was normal, or at least I was close to it. "This is Tracy," Maddie said, pointing to a pretty redhead to her right. She turned to the blonde beside her. "And this is Kelly." Both girls smiled and greeted me like normal people, unlike Kate. "And of course you know Kate," Maddie finished. Kate was not normal. That was the only explanation I had for the way she bobbed her head and shot me a smile that was quick and more like a wince than a grin. Her reaction to me was like a cattle prod to my sarcastic reflexes. It was like a jolt to some part of me, that part of me that hated to be ignored. I wanted to make her smile. I wanted to make her look at me, to acknowledge me at the very least. "What's up, Kate?" I leaned over so I was in her space, and I dropped my voice to a mock sexy tone. "Did you miss me?" She stared down at her sandwich like it might have the answer. She was too nice to say no, and not confident enough to tease me back. For the first time in this whole miserable day, my smile felt genuine. I leaned down slightly to try and see past her hair, but she tucked her chin further until she resembled an armadillo curling in on itself. Maddie intervened. "How's your first day going?" I arched a brow in response and shoved a fry into my mouth. They were the only food item I recognized on my plate, so it looked like I'd be carb loading it today. Note to self: tomorrow, follow Kate's example and bring a lunch. "That good, huh?" the redhead teased. See, now she got it. She understood how to interact at a lunch table like a normal human being. What the hell was her name again? "Let's just say I'm underwhelmed," I said as I chewed. "Levi just moved here from New York," Maddie explained to the others. Yeah, we know," the blonde said. She gave me a cute little smile. "You're all anyone is talking about." I returned her smile, and there was definitely a moment. A meshing of gazes, a certain understanding. The blonde was totally flirting with me. I looked away from her, smug as all hell in my first but not last conquest, but not eager to take that flirtation to the next level. 2 reasons. 1, I had less than 1 year at this school and in this town. Then I was on the first train back to New York, and back to my real life. 2. This school was small, but I'd caught sight of at least a dozen hotties this morning alone. It wouldn't do to choose one before I had a chance to browse. I was an equal opportunity flirt like that. With that in mind, I moved my gaze to the redhead and was rewarded with an equally flirty smile. "So, what brought you to Fairfield?" she asked. Ugh, wrong question, redhead. What can I say? I just couldn't resist the epic apple orchard scene you guys have got going on. My tone dripped sarcasm, and the blonde and the redhead giggled in response. "Yeah, it's pretty boring here," the blonde said. "I'd kill to move to New York one day," the redhead added with a sigh. Yeah, no kidding. Who wouldn't prefer the big city to this podunk town? I managed to keep my mouth shut so I didn't offend... Tiffany? Carla? Crap, what were their names? I made a mental note to ask Maddie later. Maddie was most definitely not making eyes at me or giving me flirty grins. And thank God. I liked the girl. It was impossible not to. She was so damned friendly. But after all of 5 seconds in her company, it had become clear that she and I had a totally platonic vibe between us. We'd gotten along great on the team, but in that brother-sister way that made it hard to think about her as an actual girl, despite the fact that she did little but talk about boys. But despite her obvious love of the male species and my corresponding love of all things female, we would never be more than friends. Now Kate, on the other hand, she was definitely not my friend, for better or worse. Though I noted with satisfaction that she seemed to have relaxed beside me as I'd made small talk with her friend. She'd even tucked some of her hair back behind her ear so I could see her profile. Yup, still pretty. Hot, even. Or she would be if she ever looked a guy in the eyes. One of our teammates had said that about her, and I'd realized it was true. Honestly, up until that point, I thought she was cute. But I'd been more focused on the fact that she played soccer. Have I mentioned that I love soccer? Of course, every attempt I'd made to talk to her about it had ended with her blushing or finding an excuse to run away. But then Neil had made that comment, and I'd looked at her. Really looked at her. Holy hell, had he been right. It was easy to overlook her beauty because she was always hiding, behind her hair, averting her eyes, or tucking her chin. But the looks were there. It was undeniable. The girl wasn't just cute, she was a freaking 10. "What about you, Kate?" I asked. She stiffened, her eyes darting up to meet mine and then back down again. "What?" Her voice was little more than a whisper as her shoulders curled in. Geez, did she think I was going to hit her or something? "You ever been to New York?" She shook her head, simultaneously saying no and shaking loose her hair so it once more fell in front of her face. I felt a now familiar surge of irritation. What would it take to get her to talk to me? Hell, I'd settle for her making eye contact, just acknowledging I'm alive. "How do you guys know each other?" the redhead asked. Her gaze was going back and forth between me and Kate. Maddie started to explain. "The 3 of us were on the same—" I interrupted, throwing an arm over Kate's shoulders and ignoring the fact that she shrank into herself like I was a human carrier of the plague. "Kate and I go way back, don't we, Kate?" I'd imbued the words with all sorts of double meanings. Dirty innuendos filled the air, and Kate turned a crimson red. Maddie rolled her eyes. "Don't be an idiot." To the other girls, she finished explaining. "The 3 of us were on the same softball team this summer." "Oh, that's right." The blonde looked to Kate. "I forgot Maddie said you signed up for that charity thing, too." The blonde's voice was super nice when she talked to Kate. Almost like Kate was Maddie's little sister or something. Or a friend who had some sort of mental handicap. I waited for Kate to respond, but she just dipped her head, her face still flushed. She hated being the center of attention. I knew that. Anyone who had known her for more than a heartbeat knew that. "She was surprisingly good," I said, mainly so someone would say something. Kate shot me a look, but I missed it. She turned her head back down before I could see. "Don't get me wrong," I said to Kate. "You were good. Just not as good as Maddie." Maddie beamed and tossed her hair back. "Yes, well, I am Fairfield's star player, you know." I think I did hear that somewhere, I said. It had become something of a joke between us because, unlike Kate, Maddie knew how to take a joke. Rumor has it Kate here plays soccer, I said. I felt her stiffen beside me. Maddie says she's good. She's amazing, Maddie gushed. But then again, Maddie was a gusher. Her friends were the funniest, smartest, most talented people in the whole wide world. At least that's how Maddie saw it. Kate didn't say anything, but when I peeked over, I saw her small smile of thanks aimed at Maddie. The need to be the recipient of one of those smiles was nearly overwhelming. It didn't make sense, but it was a challenge. She was a challenge, and I never had been able to walk away from a challenge. I would see this girl smile. I would make her smile. But for now, I'd settle for a look in my direction. I'll believe it when I see it. Her smile faded fast. When I glanced over at her profile, she was oddly grim, her jaw set and her lips pressed together. She is good. The blonde flipped her hair like Maddie had done, but I didn't think the blonde was doing it as a joke. I mean, I don't know much about soccer, but everyone says she's great. I made a non-committal noise as I shoved another fry into my mouth. No offense, but good and great are all relative. I mean, I was considered great in my high school, and there were hundreds of other kids in my class alone. I shot Kate a look out of the side of my eye. She'd stopped eating but was still staring at her sandwich. I knew she was listening to every word. So, what are you saying? The redhead said, ignoring Maddie, who muttered, Don't encourage him. I'm just saying that while Kate might be good, it's hard to judge based solely on the fact that she's the best that Fairfield has to offer. For all I know, she's mediocre, but her competition sucks. Now, I didn't actually believe this. I'd never seen Kate play soccer, but I had watched her on the softball field, and the girl could move. She was thin but strong, her limbs all long, lean, and beautiful. She had stamina when we ran laps, and she had speed when we did sprints. The girl was an athlete, but her skills on the soccer field were still TBD. At the moment, though, none of that mattered. All that mattered was getting a response out of her. I figured attacking her soccer skills was the best bet. The blonde looked outraged on Kate's behalf, or maybe just on behalf of her school. Something told me she had school spirit, even if she didn't play sports. And the thought that I might be bad-mouthing her perfect little high school in her idyllic little town drove her nuts. The redhead didn't look all too pleased either. Maddie knew me well enough to settle for rolling her eyes as she sipped her club soda. I gave the other two an exaggerated shrug. I'm not trying to diss your friend here, I'm just saying. I shot Kate a look. I'll believe it when I see it. Anytime. Her voice was so soft I almost missed it. And even though I heard it, I thought maybe I'd imagined it. The others, even Maddie, were staring at Kate with open mouths until Maddie broke the silence with a loud laugh. Yes, you show him, girl. What did you say? I asked. Not to be a prick, but because I honestly doubted what I'd heard. I'd teased Kate for weeks about her soccer skills, or lack thereof, and she'd never risen to the challenge. Never. Kate turned to me, her cheeks pink, but her bright green eyes lit up with something fierce and vivid that turned my chest cavity into vacuum-sealed shrink wrap. I said anytime. She cleared her throat and took a deep breath. Anytime, any place. After a heartbeat of shocked silence on my part, I grinned, my smile spreading so wide it hurt my cheek muscles. You're on, hotshot. I nudged her elbow with mine and saw an answering smile that was there and gone so fast I wasn't sure if I'd hallucinated. Soccer starts up next week, right? Maddie said. Kate and I both nodded. The guys and girls teams both started at the same time. Maddie turned to me with a triumphant grin. Then I guess you'd better prepare to have your socks blown off, Levi. Out of sheer habit, I muttered something about how it wasn't my socks I wanted blown. While that made Maddie's sidekicks burst out in high-pitched laughter, it had Kate staring down at the table, her face once more a scarlet red as she wadded up her napkin and other garbage and scrambled out of her seat. I'd better get to class. At least that's what I thought Kate said. Her voice was so quiet and she turned her face away from me again. I watched her walk away, all inconspicuous hotness shrouded in shyness and baggy jeans. When I turned back to the others, the blonde and the redhead were talking to one another, but Maddie was giving me a judgy look. "Way to go, Romeo." I gave her a smirk I knew would make her roll her eyes and went back to eating my soggy, lukewarm fries. So maybe that hadn't ended well. At least I'd gotten a response out of her, right? That was a start. Chapter 2. Kate. It was official. From here on out, I was eating lunch in the library. That thought helped me get through the rest of the day without succumbing to horror at the thought of all the Levi interactions to come. For the love of all that was holy, why couldn't that guy just leave me alone? Miracle of miracles, I made it through the remainder of the school day without seeing him again. I don't know what I'd do if I did. I didn't know what he'd do. That was the real problem. That was why he put me on edge. I never knew what he was going to say or do when I saw him. But no matter what, it almost always involved teasing me or putting me on the spot. It was like he'd come to this town straight out of my nightmares, a demon sent to torment me with public scrutiny and unceasing attention. And why? I'd never given him any reason to hate me or even pay attention to me. Maddie and her friend Callie had said it was because he liked me, but that wasn't it. No guys saw me like that. No guys saw me, period. I lived in the shadows. I kept to myself. I liked it that way. I survived that way. I stewed over Levi the whole walk home. It was too far to walk, according to my mom and just about everyone else in the school. But some days I just needed the air to clear my head. Today, I needed it more than ever. Hours had passed since lunch, but my head was still spinning, even after a long walk home. "How was your day, hon?" my mom called out to me as I headed up to my room. I had to stop on the stairs to answer, "Fine." I started walking again, saying a silent prayer that the conversation had ended. My prayers were in vain. "Come on down here and tell us all about it." Us. Ugh. These days, us always meant her and Ricky, my mom's new boyfriend. It wasn't like Ricky was a bad guy, but he tried too hard. I hated guys who tried so hard. I hated when anyone tried too hard to make me talk or laugh or give them a hug. It was a very particular type of person who did that, and I'd had enough of that type for one day. "Honey?" When my mom called out again, her tone plaintive and borderline pathetic, I caved. With a sigh, I headed back down the stairs and into the living room. Sure enough, there was Ricky, cuddled up beside my mom as they watched a rerun of some HGTV show. As far as addictions went, theirs could be worse. They could be drug addicts or alcoholics or something. That was what I told myself when forced to sit beside them for another marathon of cheerful people building houses we could never afford. "So," my mom asked, "tell us about school." "Senior year is a big deal," Ricky added. "Thanks, Ricky. That's super insightful." I bit my lip to keep from saying something snide. My mom loved him and I loved my mom. That was all that mattered. "Did you meet anyone new?" I forced a small smile. "Nope." Aside from Levi, it was the same group of kids I'd been seeing every day for most of my life. And while Levi might have been new to everyone else around me, I already knew him. Unfortunately. "How were your teachers?" Mom asked. "Fine." "Any soccer practice today?" Ricky the eternally oblivious asked. I glanced down at my jeans and t-shirt. Did it look like I'd had soccer practice? Didn't the fact that I'd come straight home from school seem to indicate that I hadn't had soccer practice? "Nope," I said. "Ricky and I are going out to dinner," my mom said. She knew me well enough to know that this conversation was over. "I'll order you a pizza before we leave." I smiled. "Great, thanks." I turned back to the staircase to the safe haven that was my room, but my mom stopped me one more time. "Oh, I almost forgot." I turned back so she didn't have to shout. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I headed back to the living room when all I wanted was to leave all people behind for a while and sit in silence. Well, relative silence. I wanted to lie on my bed with my earbuds and listen to music. I wanted silence from other people, other voices, other thoughts. My mom called me an introvert, and maybe that's what it was. But I was always drained after a school day, and the first couple weeks back after any sort of break were always the worst. It was like my body had to physically adjust to being surrounded by other bodies. My mind had to make the shift back to interacting and processing other people's expressions and body language and tone of voice. It was hard. Not for most, maybe, but for me, it was hard. People like Levi, they made it harder. Scratch that. There were no people like Levi. Levi Havish was one of a kind, thank God. I thought my days of being tortured by him were over after the soccer tournament ended. But now Maddie had gone and befriended him. Of course she had, I thought with a sigh. That was what Maddie did. She made friends. With everyone. That's the kind of person she was. Outgoing, kind, friendly, accepting. Basically the exact opposite of me. I should have known she wouldn't be able to stop herself from welcoming Levi into her fold. He was new, and she couldn't bear to see anyone without friends. Which explained why she was friends with me, and why she was trying so hard to be friends with Ox, a guy who was all forbidding frowns and growls next to Maddie's easy smiles and laughter. I'd watched her try and befriend him during the softball tournament, and while he hadn't caved to her friend charms yet, he would. Poor Ox. Sometimes I wondered if he knew that he didn't stand a chance against her. It was useless to resist Maddie. I knew that for a fact because I'd tried. When I reached the living room, I hitched my brows and gave them a small smile. I tried to express polite interest when all I felt was impatient frustration. "I almost forgot to tell you," my mother said again, this time in a normal volume. "I met the new family that moved in on Goliath Street." I shifted to lean against the doorframe, my interest officially piqued. We'd seen them moving in last year and heard rumors that it was just a single father and his young son. Fairfield was a small town with little by way of employment opportunities, especially for high school students. All the good minimum wage gigs were taken by the college kids who lived on the campus nearby. "Do they need a babysitter?" I asked. I was pretty much always desperate to find new families to work for, and this was the only new family to move to our neighborhood in ages. My mother nodded, looking smug and extremely proud of herself. "The Arnolds have a 6-year-old son. They moved from the other end of town." She kept talking about the nice chat she had with Mr. Arnold's new wife and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I didn't really care about the new family, just the kid. I liked kids, especially young ones. The younger, the better. I also liked elderly people. The older, the better. It was really all the people in the age range in between little kids and old geezers who freaked me out. "They need you to start as soon as possible," she said. "Great, but I can't—" "I already told them about your soccer practice schedule," my mom said. "And I won't be able to do weekends when—" "Yup, they know that you help out at the soccer clinic on campus on weekends, too." I clamped my mouth shut and then grinned. "You thought of everything." My mom laughed. "That's what I'm here for." "When do I start?" "Tomorrow after school." "The next day." Perfect. Aside from the gnawing anxiety that came with meeting a new set of parents, I couldn't wait. One of my longtime families had gotten too old for a regular babysitter. Sammy had informed me kindly but proudly that she could watch herself after school now, thank you very much. Another regular family had moved away. But now things were looking up. I'd have money to save for school next year and to pay for gas and stuff when I went out with friends. And by friends, I meant Maddie. Soccer would start up soon enough, so my favorite routine would be back on track. School, work, soccer, alone time in my room. Exciting? Perhaps not. But I loved a routine, and I loved familiarity, so getting back to a busy schedule was exactly what I needed to keep my focus on priorities and forget about the everyday anxieties. Aside from the disastrous run-in with my least favorite New Yorker, this school year was looking up. The mother was home when I got there, and aside from a few cursory, awkward questions about school and my schedule, she was happy to leave me alone with her son. Her stepson, I soon found out. Bobby liked to talk, and he had a lot to say. After 1 hour, I knew I had a new favorite babysitting charge. He was precocious, adorable, sweet, and he loved to chatter. I loved to listen, especially when there was no expectation of having to contribute to the conversation. He didn't need me to keep up my end. Little Bobby had it covered. "And then the monsters run away," he informed me. "I see." And I did. His reasoning was really quite advanced. I mean, I assumed there were no actual monsters under his bed, but if there were, his booby trap to scare them off would theoretically work. Color me impressed. "What about you?" he asked. "I don't have any booby traps," which was a shame, really. Maybe if I had younger siblings, or any siblings at all, I'd have felt the need to safeguard my meager belongings with some Goonies-style protection. It kind of sounded fun. The thought brought with it an age-old pang. Enough time had passed since my father had left, taking my half-brother with him. But the old heartache was always under the surface. For a little while there, I'd had a brother, and it took some effort not to wonder how our lives would have been different, how I would have been different, if I still had him around. "You can help me make some for under my bed," he said, with a sincerity that was touching. "Thank you. I would like that." "Are you coming back tomorrow?" he asked as we worked. "Yes." "And the day after that?" "Yes." "And the day after that?" This went on for a little while as I mentally went through the calendar. The 5th time he asked, I had to change up my answer. "Yes, but not until later in the day. I have soccer practice after school, but I'll still be coming over a few evenings a week and on the weekends." "I see." I fought a smile as he mimicked the way I'd said it earlier. If imitation was the highest form of praise, then my ego was going to be out of control around this kid. Even now, he was sitting across from me with his legs crossed just like mine were, his serious little eyes fixed on mine. "Do you want to see my Star Wars collection?" "I would love to." It wasn't until we'd counted, cataloged, and identified each and every action figure that he hit me with his next question. "Can you teach me to play soccer?" I didn't even have to think about it. Of course. His face lit up, and I felt like I'd just won a state championship. "I want to play, but my brother won't teach me." I blinked at him. "Your brother?" He'd already gotten up and run across the room to get a soccer ball, one of those little ones that are too soft to properly kick. "Your brother?" I repeated. He had a brother? A brother too old for a babysitter? A brother who played soccer? A little nagging feeling took hold, but I squashed it. Bobby rolled it in my direction and I hopped to my feet. "The first thing you're going to learn is how to control the ball." "Cool," he breathed, his eyes focused on my shoes as if I were performing some outrageous display of sportsmanship as I kicked the little toy back and forth between my feet. I started shuffling forward to keep the pliable little ball moving. "First things first, you're going to get a feel for the ball. A proper ball. I made a mental note to bring one next time I came. Then you're going to learn how to dribble, how to turn, how to pass." I consistently moved the flabby plastic thing towards the other end of his room, enjoying the wide-eyed marvel of my littlest fan. I spotted the trash can under his tiny desk and headed for it. "Once you've mastered that, we'll work on kicking." I paused just short of the desk and made a big production out of lining up my shot before kicking the flabby thing in. "She shoots! She scores!" I held my arms up in triumph as Bobby cheered wildly. But it was the sound of sarcastic, slow clapping coming from the doorway that had me spinning around so quickly I nearly toppled over a Lego castle. Legos underfoot would have been a catastrophe, but not nearly as bad as what faced me. My worst nightmare. The guy who made my insides curdle and sour with one sarcastic sneer. The guy who had made it his mission to torture me from the moment we'd met. I stared at him now in horror. Why, God? Why? God didn't answer. The silence in the room was killing me, but there was no way I could break it. I stood there mute and frozen, like always when I was in the presence of this guy. My own personal demon. Maddie said I shouldn't be so scared of him, but she wasn't like me. She didn't get it. He was the kind of guy who would put you on the spot. He would call attention and make jokes at your expense and make you interact when all you wanted to do was hide in a corner and watch. Wow, he said. That was... He shook his head as if words eluded him. Bobby and I stood there in silence, and when I dropped my head to try and avoid those cold, dark eyes, I saw that Bobby was staring at Levi with his mouth hanging open in reverence and awe. "Levi, Levi!" Bobby finally said, snapping out of his trance to hop up and down frantically. "I have a new babysitter." "I see that, champ." He somehow managed to sound snarky even when talking to a child. I glanced up and saw that Levi wasn't looking at his brother. His gaze had never wavered from me. I'd known it hadn't. I could feel it. Other people stared, but Levi, his stare was so intense it deserved another word. I'd have said glared, but it wasn't like he was angry at me. At least, I didn't think he was. So what was with the intensity? Did he stare at everyone this way? I thought not, but I also thought I wouldn't know. One had to be directly in the line of fire to understand just how nerve-wracking his gaze could be. "So," Levi said, leaning against the doorframe like he had all the time in the world. "You're the new babysitter." I stared down at my feet. The answer was obvious, wasn't it? I mean, Bobby had literally just told him I'm the new babysitter. Also, my throat was too dry to speak. I would have choked on words if I'd made any attempt to reply. "I guess you really showed me," he said. That had my head snapping up. He gestured to the ball, which was currently sitting atop some garbage in the trash can. His lips curled up at one corner, and I found myself holding my breath in the face of one of his signature lopsided smiles. Not to be confused with his sneer, or his smirk, or his breathtaking full-on grin. It wasn't like I made a habit of cataloging smiles, but this guy was different. He was terrifying. Not in a Freddy Krueger way. That I could handle. No, he pushed every anxious button I had. He didn't look at me. He saw me. He didn't talk to me. He called me out. Everything with this guy was a challenge. Just existing around him was a sport. As if to prove my point, he arched one brow and spelled it out for my still stunned brain. "You said you'd show me your mad skills, and wow!" He eyed the toy ball again with a shake of his head. "Consider me impressed." I drew in an inhale so sharply it was audible. My nostrils flared and my hands clenched at my side. It was one thing to pick on me, but my soccer skills? This guy had no idea what he was up against. Words. I needed words. I needed something to say that would wipe that smirk off his face. None came. "Levi, you home?" His mother interrupted, and I found myself sighing with relief as Mrs. Arnold joined Levi in the doorway. I fought a laugh when she pulled the much taller Levi down to plant a kiss on his cheek. Somehow it had never occurred to me that my nightmare had a mother, or that he'd let her kiss him in public. Mind blown. "Honey, I'm so glad you're home," his mother said. "You're just in time to give Kate a ride home." Wait, what? That got my mind moving again. Scrambling, actually. "Oh no, that's all right, I can walk, it's nonsense." But I tried again. "Don't be silly." Levi's mother clearly shared his unnatural confidence. She ran roughshod over my few attempts to interject, waving her hand like my protests were gnats to be swatted away. "It's getting dark out there, and if I know Levi, he's itching for an excuse to get out of setting the table." I looked to Levi, and he held his hands up with a funny little grimace. "Guilty." Unbelievable. With his mother there and that tension gone, he seemed normal. Almost. Besides, I've got to give Kate pointers, he said, presumably to his mother, but he was looking at me. I frowned. Pointers? His mother said it. Pointers? He drew in a deep breath and slung an arm over his mother's shoulders. Kate here fancies herself a soccer player. Oh no, he didn't. Rage rose up so quick and fierce, I wouldn't have been surprised to see flames shooting out of my nose when I exhaled. No flames, just a pathetic huff of air to show that I was not pleased by the way he was acting like I couldn't play. There weren't many areas in life where I excelled. Definitely not in social settings or in the arts. Obviously not in any romantic realm, and not so much in academics. But soccer? That I was good at. No one was going to take that away from me, especially not this jerk. His mother seemingly missed the fact that I was annoyed and that her son was a spawn of Satan. She smiled at me. Oh, how nice. You two will have a lot to talk about. She leaned in toward me slightly. Levi is a senior at Fairfield High too, you know. Forcing a smile nearly killed me. I know. How could I not? Levi freaking Havish was all anyone talked about at school. Kelly and Tracy were obsessed, along with every other girl in our class. Even Maddie had brought his name up when she and I were supposed to be working on a calculus problem together. Did you see the way he was looking at you at lunch? No. Yes. He was flirting with you. That had been enough to make me look up at her with wide eyes. He was torturing me. She waved a hand. Same. I'd kept quiet. I didn't know how to explain it to her that boys being mean was not the same thing as boys flirting. Maddie was as boy crazy as they came, so much so that I wasn't sure if she knew the difference between pulling pigtails and being a prick. I just hoped she wouldn't learn the hard way. Bobby gave me a hug from the side that nearly knocked me over and brought me back to my current situation. Levi's mother ushered me toward the doorway, shoving a wad of cash into my hands as she thanked me for playing with Bobby. To get through the door, I had to go right past Levi, and the jerk didn't even try to move. It was like he was trying to be an obstacle. Levi, honey, go get Kate's coat in the living room. That at least gave me room to breathe as he moved down the stairs, and his mother led me more slowly behind him. She squeezed my shoulders in a sort of side hug that made me uncomfortable. What was it with this family and their hugging? Hadn't they ever heard of personal space? I'm so glad we found you, Kate, she said. I dipped my head down, that familiar heat suffusing my cheeks at the praise. I hated praise. I also hated criticism. Basically, I hated anything that put me in the spotlight in any way. Anything or anyone that called attention to me was not welcome in my world. This has to be hard for him, his mother said. I had no idea what to say to that. Was she talking about a divorce, a new family, a death of a parent, the move across town? He seems to be doing great, I finally said, giving her what I hoped was an encouraging smile. He seems really into the idea of learning soccer. She looked confused for half a second before bursting out in a laugh. I'm sure Bobby is excited, anything to make him more like his new stepbrother. She shook her head as her laugh faded. No, I was talking about Levi. I stumbled over my feet and had to pause before following her down the stairs. I had questions, lots of questions. Mainly, was she serious? She couldn't be serious. Also, why was she telling me this? But if I'd summoned up the courage to ask her any of those things, I wouldn't have had the chance. Levi was waiting at the bottom of the stairs with my worn soccer windbreaker dangling from one hand. He held it up for me with that smirk, as if he was going to help me into it. The arrogant ass would like making me feel like an incompetent child, I was sure of it. Instead of turning my back to slip my arms in, I snatched it out of his hands. I'm not cold. He shrugged. Come right home after you drop her off, his mom said. I need your help with the meatballs. I stared at his mother in open-mouthed fascination until Levi gently gripped my arm and gave me a tug. Come on, hotshot, let's get you home. I looked up at him as we walked to his car. "You make meatballs?" His brows shot up and he looked down at me with his eyes crinkled up in amusement. "You go for weeks without willingly talking to me, and that's what you say?" I dropped my head and stared at the ground. Meatballs? Meatballs? He was right. I never spoke to this guy. I rarely spoke to anyone. And this was why. When I opened my mouth, the stupidest things seemed to come out. Like that challenge I'd unwittingly issued just because he'd mocked my soccer skills. And now this. Meatballs. He nudged my elbow with his, just like he had in the cafeteria. I felt that simple, platonic touch all the way to the roots of my hair. "And yes," he said casually, "I make meatballs. I also make a mean chicken pot pie, a shepherd's pie that'll make you cry, and a chocolate soufflé to die for." I didn't look up, even when he reached out to open the passenger side door for me. I dropped into the bucket seat and kept my gaze on my hands as my mind tried to figure out if he was kidding or not. I wasn't sure why anyone would joke about chicken pot pie. I felt him hovering over me in the open door of the car. "Why?" he asked, his voice dripping with naughty undertones. "Do you want to taste my meatballs?" My cheeks were on fire, and I was so uncomfortable I wanted to jump out of my own skin. Or at least out of the car. I'd rather run home in the pouring rain than have to endure a car ride with this guy who made my stomach churn with anxiety. He was blocking my exit out of the car, otherwise I might have bolted. As it was, I clasped my hands together in my lap and tried not to fidget under the weight of his stare. I waited for him to shut the door and get in the driver's seat, but instead he let out a little sigh. "Sorry," he said. I blinked at my hands. Had he just apologized? I glanced up and saw him watching me with such intensity I couldn't take it. "Making dirty jokes is kind of a habit," he said, "but I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." Oh my God. Oh my God. Was this really happening? He sounded surprisingly, uncharacteristically sincere. But I still waited for him to laugh at me for being gullible enough to fall for his apology. When a heartbeat passed and he still hadn't laughed, I risked another glance up. My hair was kind of in my way, but I thought his expression had softened. His smirk had faded to a rueful smile, almost self-deprecating. His typical intensity had gone down about 12 notches, and for the second time that evening, he'd seemingly transformed from the big bad wolf to a normal teenage guy. He sighed again. "All right, hotshot, let's get you home." He shut the door, and that was that. The moment was over. By the time he slid into the driver's seat, he had a smirk in place, and his gaze was challenging once more. "So when am I going to see your mad skills?" The way he said mad skills made me fidget. He was mocking me. This time I managed to stay silent rather than say something stupid. He kept his eyes on the road, but he wasn't deterred. "Why are you babysitting for my brother?" I frowned over at him. Why did he think? Money, of course. But instead of giving him a straight answer, I asked the question I'd been wondering ever since I'd realized that Bobby had an older brother. "Why aren't you watching him?" He arched his brows in surprise and shot me a funny look. "Feisty. I like it." I turned to face the window, one hand moving over my belly to try and calm the sizzling pit of anxiety and nerves. He was just a guy. He put his pants on one leg at a time. I hadn't actually meant to call him out on not watching his stepbrother, but I did find it odd. I mean, unless he had some other part-time job I didn't know about, which was doubtful considering Maddie and her friends had made it their mission to know everything about this guy. But seriously, why would his mom pay some stranger to watch the kid when Levi lived there? I was technically an only child, so I had no way to know if this was strange or not. But Maddie watched her little sister, and I was pretty sure that was the norm. I snuck a peek in his direction and decided it was none of my business. "So, what do people do for fun around here on the weekends?" he asked. I turned to look at him because I couldn't help it. He looked over and saw me staring. "What?" "You're asking me?" His lips twitched upward in a little grin that made my heart pound faster. "Who else would I ask?" His eyes turned teasing, so it no longer felt like he was laughing at me, but with me. "You seem like the kind of girl who really has her finger on the pulse of the social scene around here." A laugh kind of tumbled out of me unwillingly. I clamped my lips together to smother it, and he looked back to the road, but this time he was outright grinning. "So she does have a sense of humor," he said. I rolled my eyes. "Of course I do." "No need to be defensive," he said. "I'm just kidding." And maybe it was because he didn't say anything else. Maybe because he was going to let it drop. I found myself explaining my irritation. It's just annoying when people think I can't take a joke or laugh at myself just because I'm backwards, antisocial, a loser. "Shy?" he suggested. I shrugged. "Sure, let's go with shy." He tapped his fingers against the steering wheel, and when he turned to me, that lopsided grin was filled with mischief. "You never laugh at my jokes." "Maybe they're not very funny," I said. He slapped a hand over his heart with a wince, but then he turned to me with a grin like my insult was the best thing he'd heard all day. "Touché." I bit my lip, trying not to smile, but he'd surprised me with being nice about my rude comment, and I felt the need to be fair. "Sometimes you're funny." He widened his eyes. Was that a compliment? "Kate, you're going to spoil me." I let out a quiet laugh, and he grinned just as he pulled up in front of my house. "If you don't watch yourself, I might start to think that you like me," he said. Maybe I did. This was a side of him I'd never seen, and for a moment there it seemed like maybe we could get along. Like maybe that anxious knot in my belly was unwarranted. He turned to me when the car came to a stop. "So, do you want to make out?" Chapter 3. Levi. Here was the thing about small schools. It was impossible to avoid seeing people you didn't want to see. Kate did her best, but she couldn't avoid me for long. Especially not when Maddie had apparently decided that I was her new bestie. Or maybe she was just trying to help out the blonde and the redhead because they were both making it very clear that there was an interest there. Too bad I didn't feel the same. That wasn't to say I wasn't interested in someone, but apparently I was just too masochistic to go for a girl who liked me back. Granted, this had never been the case before. But now? "Hey, Kate." She ignored me. I knew she would. She'd been ignoring me for nearly a week. She'd been hiding out in Bobby's room or taking him to the park even though we had a swing set in our backyard. And no matter how hard I tried to catch her, she kept disappearing from our house before I could give her a ride. She was avoiding me. Again. And sure, maybe I had it coming, but I'd been kidding. Sort of. Okay, maybe I'd been a little caught up in how beautiful she was when she was smiling. And maybe I really had wanted to lean over and kiss her, so that was why making out had been on my mind. But I wasn't going to really do it. Not when she'd only just started to warm up around me. In hindsight, it was clear that I shouldn't have even joked about it. I knew jokes like that made her nervous, but it had just sort of come out. There'd been a moment there. Her eyes had met mine, and she'd been so warm, so sweet. The kindness in her eyes had been my undoing. Making jokes when things got real was sort of my thing. A defense mechanism. That was what a psychiatrist had called it once. A way of creating distance. That's what he'd said. The quack. After the divorce, my mom had forced me to see a therapist. Lame, sure, but I'd gotten a free pass out of school to go sit and glare at an old dude with a gnarly beard, so I hadn't complained much. I honestly never thought too much about that guy or what he'd said until that moment in the car when my instincts had kicked in and I'd shoved my foot directly into my mouth. The moment the words were out, I knew they were a mistake, and I'd quickly said, "I'm just kidding." But it was too late. She turned beet red and pulled away from me, and the moment was gone. She'd turned tail and fled, and I had watched her go. I was an idiot. I was officially a moron, but I had no idea how to make things right. That wasn't totally true. Standing next to the lunch table, I had some idea of what would put her at ease. The nice thing for me to do would be to walk away. I could go find a nice table in the corner somewhere and leave Kate to her quiet little world, in which she didn't seem to interact with anyone but Maddie. And even then, it always seemed to be Maddie doing the talking. That was what I should do. I should leave her be. But I didn't. Instead, I sat down beside her and watched her flinch. No one else seemed to notice her discomfort, not even Maddie, who was leaning over the table toward me with an eager expression. "Are you coming this weekend?" I felt Kate still beside me. "Coming where?" I had to physically bite my tongue to hold back a dirty joke. Now was definitely not the time to push the envelope on crassness. Maddie's gaze moved from me to Kate. "You didn't tell him. I thought Tim asked you to recruit some more help." I looked between Maddie and Kate. "Tim? Who's Tim?" They both ignored me. "I thought you were going to ask Levi to join us," Maddie said. "I was going to," Kate mumbled. She was hiding behind her hair so I couldn't see her face, but just from her voice and what she'd said, from the way Maddie was so oblivious, I knew. Kate hadn't told Maddie that she was avoiding me. She hadn't told her about the stupid joke I'd made or how she was going to great lengths to avoid me at my own home. "There's a soccer camp up at the college this weekend," Maddie said. "They need volunteers to help with the little kids." She took a bite. "Kate and I go every year, but they could use another soccer pro." Normally, I would have made a joke about being the soccer pro at this school. I would have pretended to be all egotistical and made the girls who were not Kate laugh. But I was too busy watching Kate. No, not just watching her. I was worrying about her. Weird. That was a first. But now that I knew she hadn't talked to Maddie, I found myself wondering who she did talk to. Did she talk to anyone? Or was she all alone in that quiet, introverted world of hers? Also, why did I care? She wasn't my responsibility, and while I might have found her attractive, she made it very clear on a regular basis that the feeling was not mutual. So fine, good. I'd leave her alone and we could both go on with our lives. "So," Maddie asked, "do you think you can make it?" I shrugged. I had no desire to spend my weekend volunteering. Then, the craziest thing happened. Kate turned toward me, voluntarily, of her own free will. No one pushed her. She turned to me and she spoke. To me. "You should go." I blinked, too stunned to speak. A first for me. I had to clear my throat before I could manage a response. "I should?" Her eyes didn't quite meet mine as she nodded. I saw her bite her lip before she added, "You could bring Bobby." I didn't respond. I continued to stare. But apparently in Maddie's world, that was a yes. She sort of hopped in place in her seat as she clapped her hands. "Great, this is perfect. Maybe I can get Ox to go and then the whole gang will be there." Only then did Kate look up, and this time her eyes did meet mine, and she was clearly amused by Maddie's enthusiasm. Laughter sparkled in her eyes, lighting up her features. Her laughter was silent, but so freaking gorgeous it made me want to kiss her right then and there. I restrained myself. I even managed to keep myself from saying something rude or mocking because I wanted desperately to hang on to this moment. So I just mouthed, "The whole gang?" and was rewarded with an epic grin. Maddie missed our laughter because she was already off, heading toward Ox at his table where he sat eating in silence. Tracy and Kelly were talking amongst themselves because apparently they were not interested in soccer camps and were also not part of the gang. I took advantage of our semi-aloneness to lean over and drop my voice to a conspiratorial murmur. "What kind of gang are we in? Did I miss the initiation?" Kate laughed quietly and ducked her head. I thought she'd go back to ignoring me, but she peeked up through her hair. "I guess we're a part of one of those badass volunteer gangs you're always hearing about." I choked on laughter. Not that it was so hilarious, but because it was so unexpected. "We're basically the Hells Angels," I said. They do charity work, right?" She nodded, her expression serious even as her eyes danced with laughter. "We're exactly like the Hells Angels, just without motorcycles." "I wonder if Ox knows he's part of a gang." Kate's gaze moved away from mine at the mention of Ox, and I instantly regretted mentioning him. For a second there, it had just been the two of us, and there had been no sign of weirdness or tension. She sighed as she arched a brow, still looking toward the football table. "Poor Ox." Her murmur of pity for the giant grumpy football star had me looking over as well. Maddie looked like a munchkin beside him, all petite and cute compared to the big burly brute. She'd pulled a chair over to the football table and had wedged it between Ox and one of the other guys. She was talking, her hands flailing wildly, her eyes wide with enthusiasm. It wasn't clear if Ox even noticed her existence. "Poor Ox?" I repeated. If anything, my first thought was poor Maddie. Why was she even trying to befriend the behemoth? He clearly wanted nothing to do with her. I looked over to Kate and she blushed slightly, but whether that was because of what she'd said or solely because I looked directly at her was unclear. "Poor Ox?" I prompted one more time. She fidgeted in her seat as she lifted one shoulder in a little shrug. "He doesn't know what he's up against." She turned her attention to them with a mix of wry amusement and pity. "Once Maddie sets her sights on someone, she doesn't let up." I followed her gaze again, this time with something akin to horror. Maddie likes Ox? It wasn't that I wanted Maddie or that Ox was so awful, it was just I couldn't see it. No amount of squinting made it seem even remotely conceivable. Kate gave a cute little snort of amusement. "She doesn't like him, but she does want to be his friend." "Ah. Yes, ah," she repeated. The laughter in her voice had me looking over. She'd been looking at me, at my profile, but she turned away quickly when I caught her. "And Ox doesn't want to be her friend?" I asked. More because I didn't want this conversation to end. It was the first non-awkward conversation we'd had off the softball field, and I didn't want to mess it up. Again. She frowned, her expression undecided. "I doubt it's personal. I mean, it's almost impossible to not like Maddie. She's too sweet." "He just doesn't like people in general," I guessed. That was the vibe I'd gotten when we were on the same team. He seemed to have little interest in getting to know any of us. He was an equal opportunity hater. I could respect that. "I think he just prefers to be alone." Kate's lips curved up in a small smile. "He'll find out soon enough that Maddie doesn't give up. Not when she's decided she's going to befriend someone." I studied her as she studied Ox. "Something tells me you know this from first-hand experience." Her eyes widened a bit in surprise, and she turned a deeper shade of pink, dipping her head as she answered. "Yeah, well, I'm glad Maddie was persistent. She's a good friend." Warmth spread from my chest to my limbs, and I had the crazy urge to kiss her again. I gripped my soda and took a swig instead. I didn't even trust myself to talk. There was something so genuine and vulnerable about her right now in this moment, and one stupid comment from me would make her shut down. I tried to think of something equally serious to say, something honest and not sarcastic. "I'm glad you have her." Her eyes darted to mine, and I could see she was trying to tell if I was making fun of her. I wasn't. Hell, I'd been worried about who she talked to. For some unknown reason, I worried about this girl who I barely knew. So, yeah, I was glad she had someone. She opened her mouth to say something, but I'd never know what because her gaze was caught by something over my shoulder. I turned to see a triumphant-looking Maddie dragging a defeated Ox behind her. He was about 20 times her size, and that was all muscle. He could totally have tugged his arm out of hers and walked away without a second look. Whatever she'd said had worked. He sank into a seat on the other side of me, gave me a small nod of acknowledgement, which I returned. He and I had an understanding like that. I didn't try to make him talk, and he didn't beat the crap out of me when I made fun of him. All in good fun, of course. "See, the gang's all here," Maddie said. She ignored my snicker, but her eyes widened in surprise at Kate's smothered laugh. Ox leaned forward slightly to see who else was at the table. He ignored the two girls who seemed content to ignore us as they gossiped about people I didn't know. To Kate, Ox gave the old tip of the chin, but I was surprised to hear his low growling voice. "Hey, Kate." "Hi, Ox," she said, her voice just as quiet. "Welcome to the land of misfit toys." One could say it was more of a harumph than a guffaw, but there was no doubt about it. Even though he never cracked a smile, Ox laughed. Sort of. At the very least, he gave a huff of amusement. Close enough, especially when it came to Ox. I stared in amazement between my two former teammates. When had these two become friends? The bell rang and we all got up, filing out of the cafeteria and heading in the same direction down the hall. That was how small this school was. We all had classes in the same hallway. Kate and Ox walked ahead of me and Maddie. Maddie had apparently caught my stare of marvel because she leaned into me and lowered her voice. "They'd make a cute couple, right?" I turned to find her biting her lip, looking back and forth between Kate and Ox. She had to be kidding. I stared at her in horror. Kate and Ox? Maddie gave me a questioning look, waiting for me to respond. "Yeah, totally," I said, my sarcasm back in full force. "The two of them could sit in silence together until the end of time." I hadn't kept my voice down, and my comment earned me a quick glare of disgust from Ox and a stiffened spine from Kate. However, I did notice that she put a little more distance between herself and Ox, so mission accomplished. Maddie laughed. "You're right. We need to find someone who'll help Kate come out of her shell." Kate tossed Maddie an exasperated look over her shoulder. "What?" Maddie said. "It's true, and I know just the guy." Kate turned around again with another glare that was slightly ruined by the bright red cheeks. "Maddie," she hissed. "He'll be there this weekend," Maddie said. "This is your chance, girl." He? He who? I suddenly felt adrift at sea as I looked between the three of them for answers. Ox was useless, and Kate's mouth was clamped shut when we all reached the classroom where Maddie, Kate, and Ox had their next class. "He who?" I finally demanded. Maddie turned to me, ignoring Kate's furious stare. "His name is Tim, and he runs the soccer camp up at campus. Kate likes him." This news was the verbal equivalent of a sucker punch. My mouth opened, but I couldn't think of anything to say, not even a sarcastic jibe or some good old-fashioned mockery. "Kate is totally into him, and he would totally love her if he just got to know her. This weekend will definitely be... Maddie!" Kate hissed her name as she ducked her head. Maddie just sighed. "You deserve to be with a nice, cute guy like Tim who'll help you see that you are a serious hottie. Right, Levi?" "What? Huh?" My head was reeling. Was she asking if I thought that Kate was a hottie or if I thought she needed some nice, cute guy named Tim to show her that? I was thrown for a loop, my brain short-circuiting as an image of Kate with some goody-goody named Tim had me trying not to barf. I winced at the thought. Maddie sighed and threw me a look of disappointment. Kate looked like she was going to bolt. And then she bolted. There she went, running into the classroom like she was being chased. Maddie gave us a little grimace that was part apologetic, part amused, and then she followed behind Kate. Ox and I stood there for a second, watching them walk away. I still felt like I'd been hit with a stun gun. I repeated. Had I really just said that? Ox slapped a beefy hand on my shoulder and it hurt like hell. He repeated seriously. Very smooth. Chapter 4. Kate. Bobby looked like he might cry. "He doesn't want me to go." "Of course he wants you to go." I had no way of knowing if that was true, but I didn't want to see this cute little boy hurting because his older stepbrother was a jerk with a chip on his shoulder. Bobby kicked at the dirt while he was supposed to be learning how to pass the ball. I heard him talking to Mandy. Mandy was Levi's mom, Bobby's stepmom, and Mrs. Arnold to me. I clenched my fists at my side, but managed to keep from cursing out his new stepbrother in front of this impressionable youth. But seriously, what was his problem anyway? This kid was adorable and sweet, and his biggest fault, as far as I could tell, was that he wanted to be just like Levi. Other than that, he was normal and kind, cuddly and warm and cheerful. In short, he was everything that Levi was not. My assertion did nothing to cheer Bobby. He kicked his toe into the dirt with the same pout he'd been wearing ever since I'd arrived. Is that what she's teaching you? Levi's voice had Bobby and I spinning around to face the house. He was there, leaning against the door frame of the back door. You'll never score a goal with this chick teaching you. His tone was taunting, and his smirk was directed solely at me. Anger reared up in me at the sight of him standing there looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Looking like he hadn't crushed a little kid's feelings just for fun. And mine. No, I wasn't crushed, but my feelings were hurt, and I wasn't going to deny it. Not to myself, anyway. It wasn't like I thought I was a supermodel or anything, but the guy didn't have to look so disgusted when Maddie asked him if he thought I was a hottie. He could have lied. Overall, I didn't approve of lying, but little white ones to spare someone's feelings? I was all for it. But my own wounded pride was nothing to the rage I felt on Bobby's behalf. I stalked over toward Levi. Would you please tell your brother that you want him to come along to the camp this weekend? Bobby was too far away to hear us, and he was at least pretending to practice, though he still looked like he'd rather be moping in front of cartoons. Levi looked like I just suggested that he invite Ox to be his BFF. Why would I do that? Because he's your brother, I said. For the first time in forever, I had no problem making eye contact. I didn't even feel that nervous churning sensation I normally got around all cute guys, but this one in particular. I forgot to be afraid that he would say something nasty or embarrass me. All that mattered was that his obnoxious attitude had hurt a little boy who deserved better. Levi studied me like he'd never seen me before. To be fair, he never had seen this side of me. Some of his swagger seemed to melt away as he shoved his hands into his pockets. He's not. What? His shrug aimed for casual and unconcerned, but it fell short. He's not my brother, just like Bob Sr. isn't my father. He looked at the white picket fence surrounding. Just like this isn't my life. I blinked a few times at the unusual sincerity in his tone. Then whose life is it? He let out an exasperated sigh and rolled his eyes. You know what I mean. I don't, actually. I crossed my arms and met his stare. Explain it to me. Explain to me why a senior in high school can't suck it up and be man enough to embrace his stepbrother who clearly adores him. He stared back at me for so long, I started to lose some of my nerve. His eyes were intense, like always, and that smirk hovered over his lips. Some of my ever-present anxiety around this guy started to rear up, but I held on to the image of Bobby's barely repressed tears. I was about to look away. One more second and I would have dropped my gaze. I would have run away and probably burst into tears as the reality of what I'd just done hit me with full force. I'd confronted someone. I'd confronted him. But miracle of miracles, Levi caved first. He let out a soft laugh that wasn't mean or antagonistic. It was warm and seemed to melt my rising anxiety into a puddle at my feet. Okay, I give up, he said with a shake of his head. Who are you, and what have you done with that skittish wannabe soccer player who runs away from me every chance she gets? I blushed because he was right. I did run away from him. I'd been running away from him nonstop these past few days, ever since he'd said, with a look of disgust rather than just being nice. But today I hadn't run. It might not have been a big thing for most people, but this was a big win for me. I wasn't about to let it go just because my stupid face decided to catch on fire. Instead of ducking my head, I kept his gaze as I shrugged, aping his nonchalant gesture. I don't like to see little kids get hurt. He nodded, a warm smile still hovering over his lips, softening his normal intensity. Fair enough. He turned slightly to watch Bobby, and I followed his gaze. We both watched him take aim and miss. We stood like that for a while, just watching Bobby as he concentrated on the ball, his tongue sticking out with the effort. Levi's voice was quiet, but startling in the silence. Theoretically, I know it's not his fault, but... I could feel his shrug as he trailed off. He didn't need to finish because I knew what he meant. No one could blame this kid for making Levi uproot his life and leave everyone and everything he cared about far behind. And for his last year of high school, no less. I not only experienced a pang of sympathy, I actually felt a surge of anger on his behalf. Why hadn't he been allowed to stay behind? Couldn't he have stayed with a friend or family member or something? Shouldn't they have at least tried to work out a way to be a long-distance family? I had a million questions that were so none of my business, so I kept my mouth shut. But I did feel anger on his behalf. Worse than that, I felt sorry for him. I snuck a peek out of the corner of my eye and watched him watching Bobby. His expression was unbearably serious. I wasn't used to seeing Levi serious, and it made me want to reach out to him. But I didn't have that right. I mean, who was I to him? Some girl he liked to tease? Some neighbor who was watching his stepbrother? Some friend of a mutual friend? I thought back to the way he'd laughed with me when Maddie had walked away. For a second there, I'd thought maybe we could actually be friends. Maybe he could feel my eyes on him because he turned to face me and that lopsided smile was in full effect, making my lungs inflate and my heart pound furiously. Stupid hormones, ridiculous automatic reflexes. There was no reason to get all bent out of shape just because he was smiling. At me. What do you say, hotshot? He said, holding my gaze as he headed over to Bobby. Should we show him how it's done? I didn't respond, and apparently I didn't have to. Levi recovered one of the balls that Bobby had kicked astray and was dribbling the thing with mischief written all over his face. His eyes practically glowed with it, and the effect was overwhelming. I might have stood there catatonic forever if he hadn't jolted me out of my stupor with a ball to the face. I mean, he literally kicked a ball toward my head. I headbutted it reflexively, and that was it. Game on. The ball went flying back and forth between the two of us as Bobby cheered us on. I'd like to say that I only played along for Bobby's sake. It was the first smile and laugh I'd seen from him all afternoon. But I'd be lying. I initially scored a goal by sneaking a shot past Levi's outstretched arms, but I kept playing because it was fun. It reminded me of why I got into soccer in the first place. Also, kicking Levi's butt was pretty darn satisfying. We didn't stop until Bobby's dad came outside and told him it was time to start getting ready for bed. Bobby gave me a hug and Levi a high five, and I might have teared up just the tiniest bit when Levi casually told Bobby that he'd better keep practicing his skills before he came to camp with us that weekend. Bobby's excitement was so adorable, my heart literally hurt. I get to go? Levi made a psh noise. Of course. You're my little brother, aren't you? What kind of brother would I be if I didn't let you tag along? Yeah, I might have sniffled a bit. We didn't say anything to one another until Bobby ran into the house. And even then, we stood on the lawn beside one another and panted for a while. I was sweaty and gross, but I didn't care. It was always like this when I played. My body and my brain were so fixated on the game, I forgot to be an awkward spaz. That was one of the many things I loved about the game. So, I finally said, "You're bringing Bobby." Was I gloating? Maybe just a little. But I also wanted to be sure that he wasn't going to renege on his promise. We're bringing Bobby." He plopped down onto the grass and gestured to the ground beside him. I'm not going to lie. After starting up a new season and now an impromptu scrimmage, I was wiped. I sat down unceremoniously beside him and stretched out my quads. We? He laughed, and it made me warm in a way that had nothing to do with the running or even my chronic shyness. His laugh was natural and not even a little sarcastic, and it made my belly feel like it was filled with molten lava. Yes, we. If I've got to play nice with my new little brother, you're going to help. It's only fair. I almost protested, but then I thought better of it. Call it the runner's high I got when I played, but I had this clarity thing going on around the whole Levi and Bobby thing. Levi, like me, had been an only child, right up until he wasn't. If I hadn't had years and years of babysitting under my belt, I would have been freaked to be left alone with a little kid like Bobby, too. I had to imagine that in Levi's eyes, a little kid was as foreign to him as this whole white picket suburban life he'd been thrust into. I'll pick you up at 8, he said. I got the feeling he was giving me no room to back out, but I wasn't planning on it. I'd run from Levi during our time at the softball tournament. I'd run from him ever since school started. Quite frankly, I was tired of running. I was tired of being scared of him. I was tired of being scared, period. Or maybe I was just tired. I tilted my head to look up at the sky, which was rapidly getting dark. I'd better get home. I glanced over to see Levi watching me with eyes that were darkened by something I didn't quite understand. He was more serious than I'd ever seen him. Far too serious for his next question. How'd you get into soccer? Now it was my turn to smirk. To be fair, soccer was the only thing I felt smug about. If Levi could spend all his days being cocky, I was allowed to gloat over this one thing. Why? I teased. You want to know the secrets to my skills? He grinned, and my heart felt it. I'm serious, said the guy who I'd honestly believed was never serious about anything. How'd you get into soccer? I would have taken you for a cross-country girl or maybe a swimmer or something. A sport where I could be alone. I knew what he meant. If I'd been given a choice, I probably would have picked something where I could have put earbuds in or earplugs for swimming and tuned out the rest of the world. I sighed at the memory of my first day playing soccer. I've always been shy. I was so not used to talking about myself that I just kind of blurted out the first thing in my head. Levi widened his eyes in mock surprise. No. I fought a smile and lost. I know, it's a shocker, right? I turned my attention to stretching my calves because that was less nerve-wracking than his eyes. I cleared my throat and tried again. Like I said, I was a shy kid. Cripplingly so. I took a deep breath. It wasn't like I was revealing some deep, dark secret, but this was the most I'd ever talked about myself to someone who was not Maddie. My mom signed me up for soccer to help me make friends. I shrugged as if to say the rest was history. And? I glanced over to see him watching me intently. I puked. He stared at me for a second before bursting out in a laugh that was impossible not to share. You what? I puked, I said with a little head bob. Not exactly my finest moment, but that was back before I learned how to deal with being in a group setting. That made him stop laughing. You mean you used to be even worse than you are now? I arched my brows, and he had the good grace to give me an apologetic wince. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I rolled my eyes. Yes, he had. But he wasn't the first to comment on my lack of social skills. Yeah, well, I was. School was a nightmare, and I got physically sick every morning. I shook my head. Why was I telling him this? TMI, lady. Definitely TMI. Now the school's new celebrity hottie was envisioning me throwing up every morning. Way to go. But his murmured, that sucks, didn't sound so much disgusted as sympathetic. I cast him a quick sidelong glance before hurrying on. Anyway, my mom thought playing on a team might help, and it did. You made friends? He guessed. I gave a little snort. No. I smiled at the memory of those early days playing soccer. I didn't say more than 2 words to any of the other girls that entire first season, but I didn't have to. I'd still been on my own for the most part, but my teammates accepted me once they realized I had talent. So you were a part of something bigger, he said. Yeah. We were quiet for a moment before I added, on the soccer field, I don't have to say anything. I saw his nod out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, I get that. Did he? I snuck a peek and he looked lost in thought. When he caught me looking, he gave me that lopsided smile. On the soccer field, I don't have to think anything. I let out a little huff of laughter at the honesty in his response. Other than where to kick the ball, I mean, he added. It's all strategy and predicting plays, but there's no room for anything else. I blinked in awe as I realized he really did get it. Exactly. For one bizarre moment, we just sat. He didn't mock, and I didn't freak. It was just nice. A cold wind ruined the moment, and we both started to move at the same time. Come on, Levi said, tugging me to my feet. I'll give you a ride home. Chapter 5. Levi. This time I was on my best behavior when I drove Kate home. I didn't want to do anything to upset this new thing between us. I wouldn't call it friendship exactly, but it was something. Is she your girlfriend? Bobby asked from the back seat as we sat in the car outside Kate's house Saturday morning, waiting for her to come join us. Excuse me? I arched my brows and gave him a challenging look in the rearview mirror that would have warned off most people my age. It had zero effect on Bobby. Is Kate your girlfriend? He asked again. His big eyes were wider than wide and filled with so much excitement it looked painful. What? No, of course not. I might as well have slaughtered his favorite Elmo stuffed animal right in front of his eyes. That's how disappointed this kid was. Why not? I sputtered a few times because... Why not? What kind of stupid question was that? No words came out, and that put me on edge. I flipped on the radio, and we sat there listening to a country station that my mom had programmed in. Country. Don't ask me why a born-and-raised New Yorker like my mother liked country music. Her love of rural areas and men named Bob were a mystery, too. My mother, the mystery woman. Anyway, we listened to country for too long before I realized that I needed to change the station or lose my mind. I ducked my head for a better view of the front door and honked again. Why not? The little turd asked again. Why not? Why not? What a stupid question. I tapped my fingers against the steering wheel and flipped through the stations quickly, scanning for one that wasn't terrible. I wouldn't answer him. He was just a kid. A stupid kid. He didn't know anything about how the real world worked. I wasn't going to be the one to teach him. I looked up at the front door right as Kate stepped out, and I stopped fidgeting. Okay, fine. I stopped breathing. It was impossible to deny that this girl had an effect on me. She'd intrigued me from the first, and the more I got to know her, the more intriguing I found her. She walked toward the car, giving us a shy smile as she tucked her long brown hair behind one ear. Man, she was really pretty. Hot, even. I'd known that theoretically all along, but right now, I didn't just know it. I felt it. I experienced her hotness like a tidal wave of heat barreling toward me. Oh, hell. I gripped the wheel tighter as she headed toward us, all long legs and elegant lines. She could have been a ballerina with that innate grace of hers. Instead, she was a soccer player. For some reason, that made me grin, so when she opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat, I was giving her this ridiculous smile. Like her getting into the car with me made it cool that I was up at the crack of dawn on a Saturday. Like seeing her was the highlight of my day. Of my weekend, of my... Are you all right? She asked. She turned in her seat to say hi to Bobby and was spinning around now to face me head on. This was new, this whole facing me and looking me in the eye thing. I liked it. She frowned. You look pissed. Did I? I ran a hand through my hair and tried to shake off the stupid mooning thoughts that she'd interrupted to call me out on the fact that I was acting like a freak. We should probably get going, she added. She was apparently also calling me out on the fact that we'd been sitting here in front of her house for a full minute, while I'd been lost in thoughts of how pretty she was. Holy hell, I was losing my mind. I blamed Bobby. This was his fault. I glared at him in the rearview mirror as I started up the car, but he didn't notice. He was too busy chattering away to an ever-patient Kate. She didn't seem to care any longer if I was pissed because her focus was now on Bobby and his inane comments about soccer and this day camp and blah blah blah. She gave Bobby a sweet smile over her shoulder, and I was just about ready to kick him to the curb. I wanted her smiling at me, damn it. I gripped the steering wheel tightly and stared at the road intently. Oh God, I had problems. There was something so wrong with me. When exactly had my desire in Kate gone from intrigue to desire? And why did I have the nagging feeling that desire was an understatement? Oh crap. Crap. Bobby went silent and I realized that they were both watching me now. Are you sure you're okay? Kate asked. No. I glanced over quickly and gripped the wheel tighter. Yeah, I'm great. Just great. I love wasting my Saturday with a bunch of annoying kids. That earned me another frown from Kate. I turned back to the road. To be fair, my griping had more been out of habit, familiarity. Besides, Bobby didn't seem to mind. He was already off on another tangent about how the kids from his school would be so jealous. He was doing just fine. I was the one having the freak out over here. But what could I tell Kate? Sorry, my annoying little stepbrother just brought it to my attention that I might just have feelings for you. Yeah, I didn't think so. We drove the rest of the way in silence. And by that I mean we listened to Bobby talk. But I don't think either of us was really listening. I was trying to rationalize the crazy influx of feelings that were suddenly exposed to the light, and Kate? Well, Kate seemed to be stewing over some drama of her own. It wasn't until we'd all piled out of the car that I got a pretty good idea what she'd been clasping and unclasping her hands about in the passenger seat. He's here! Maddie hissed the words at us as she ran in our direction. She pulled into the campus parking lot near the soccer fields right after us and ignored me completely so she could squeal stuff about him. The guy. The nice guy who Kate had a thing for. I hated this guy. Who's here? Bobby asked. Kate's boyfriend, Maddie said, obviously teasing as she nudged a furiously blushing Kate. But Levi is Kate's boyfriend, he said, his eyes wide with sincerity. You're not supposed to have two boyfriends, Kate. Kate's eyes were equally wide, and they grew even wider as she looked past Bobby to whoever was coming up behind us. I assume it would be Ox, but I saw Ox's truck pull up beside Maddie's car. Which meant Kate was looking at... I turned around. Yup, that must have been the guy. He looked nice. Too nice. I hated him. He had the friendly, preppy look of a neutered Ken doll. He looked benign. Humorless, boring. He was the human equivalent of vanilla ice cream on a wafer cone. And Kate was eyeing him like she was going to eat him up. Have I mentioned how much I thoroughly disliked this guy? Okay, fine, so she wasn't leering. But I knew Kate now better than this guy did. So I knew by her blush, by the way she licked her lips and turned her gaze to her toes. I knew by the way she stammered a bit as she tried to get Bobby's head straight on our current status or lack thereof. Levi and I... She let out an agitated sigh as Mr. Nice Guy drew closer. Levi is not my boyfriend. The nice guy was almost upon us, and I blamed his proximity and the surge of possessiveness that came with it for the next series of events. Maddie snorted with amusement. Levi and Kate, can you imagine? She said it to Ox, who was likely perplexed by this topic since he'd only just joined us. I don't know, I said in a forced casual tone of voice, watching as Tim the nice guy drew close, his gaze fixing on Kate with obvious recognition. You are at my house an awful lot, and until all hours of the evening. I could see how Bobby might think you have a hidden agenda. I threw an arm around her shoulders and watched as Tim faltered a bit in his steady walk toward us. Ha! Sucker. Kate froze beneath my arm, but then she elbowed me. Hard. Cut it out, she hissed. I dropped my arm just as Tim approached. Katie, he said, all BFF-like, as if he and Kate talked on the phone every night or something. Hey, Tim, she said. Tim. I hated Tim. Kate's smile was shy, like usual, but it was warm and genuine. And yet again, it was aimed at the wrong person. I hated him so much more when he leaned over and gave her a hug. It was an awkward embrace, but the fact that he felt comfortable enough to hug my skittish new friend, it irritated the hell out of me. When Kate pulled back, she made introductions, reminding him of Maddie's name and introducing the rest of us. None of the rest of us except for Maddie had volunteered the year before, so he reached out and shook hands with Ox. He gave Maddie a hug. He even gave Bobby a sort of condescending little handshake, along with a smile that made me want to punch him all over again. Bobby didn't return the smile. He was eyeing Tim warily. Smart kid. And this, Kate said at last, this is Levi. Tim, the nice guy, reached his hand out, but I threw my arm back over Kate's shoulder. Her boyfriend. Time came to a stop. A record player somewhere screeched to a halt. I might have been as shocked as everyone around me at the words that had just slipped out of my mouth, prompted by some primal rage at the thought of this guy and Kate together, as a couple. Nope, no way. Tim's smile faltered just like his steps had a moment before. He recovered quickly. Right on, glad you could join us. We all watched him walk away, and then Kate pushed my arm off of her with more force than I knew she was capable of. I knew it! Bobby broke the shocked silence first. He turned to Ox, apparently not at all fazed that he was talking to a giant. But then again, maybe for a kid of his size, everyone seemed like a giant. He grinned up at Ox. I told Levi he was her boyfriend. Ox nodded, his expression serious, as if what Bobby told him was of the utmost importance. You jerk! What did you do that for? Maddie asked. She sounded grumpy as she swatted my shoulder, but laughter lit her eyes. Unlike Kate. Nothing about Kate was laughing. Not a single one of her body parts held amusement. Only anger. And something worse. Hurt. Crap! I hurried after her, the others falling in behind us as we all followed Tim toward the gear that was sprawled out along the side of the building. The campers would be arriving in a half hour, and we had a field to set up and drills to organize and delegate before they got here. Kate, wait! I started. Why did you tell him that? She asked. I opened my mouth. I had no good answer. Because I was jealous? Because you belong with me? No, none of those worked even if I could bring myself to say the words. So instead, I opted for an asinine excuse that came to me as I was talking. Relax, it was just a joke. It was also not a good answer, but far more in keeping with something I would typically say. That jerky answer was sadly in my wheelhouse. It was just a joke, was at the epicenter of my nomenclature. It was my catchphrase, if you will. Pathetic, probably, but there you had it. My sense of humor wasn't always a hit. Kate stopped so suddenly I bumped into her shoulder. You were kidding? Her eyes went wide with hurt again, and I actually winced in response. You were kidding? This time I winced because the punch to my shoulder hurt. Damn, this girl was strong. Forget what I'd said about how she could have been a ballerina. She could have been a pro boxer. Look, I said, scrambling to save the situation. I was doing you a favor. Her mouth parted, and all I could think of was kissing it. She was so close I could just lean over and get kicked in the balls, Let's face it, that's what would have happened, and it would have been what I deserved, no doubt. I might have discovered some weird, dormant, crush-like feelings for this girl, but she so did not share the sentiment. So I took a step back and shoved my hands into my pockets. I was doing you a favor, I said. Because my dad always said, in for a penny, in for a pound. And apparently that weird, outdated saying stuck in my subconscious for some reason. She widened her eyes as if I'd lost my mind, but I hadn't. It had just started working. I widened my own eyes in a way that clearly said, duh, without actually saying it. Now he's jealous. She blinked a few times. You think Tim's... She glanced over to where Tim was walking and the others joined us. You think he's jealous? Ooh, Maddie said approvingly. Not a bad idea, Havish. She swatted my arm again and I winced. I swear to God, if one more person hits me today. Apparently Ox took that to be his cue. His meaty paw hit me so hard I just knew I was going to be black and blue. Maddie burst out laughing, but Ox's expression was as unreadable as ever. Thanks, I said to him. Thanks so much. He shrugged. Kate looked torn between hitting me again and asking me more questions. I beat her to it. Look, you can tell him next weekend that we ended it, okay? But trust me, he's not the kind of guy who's going to make a move unless he's pushed in some way. I turned to Maddie, my only ally. Am I right? She gave a grudging nod. I think he might have a point, Kate. I leapt on my advantage as I turned back to Kate. You don't strike me as the type to make the first move even if you were pushed, I said. You're not the first move type. Kate's brows pulled together as she frowned, but she didn't argue. This was a stupid idea, she muttered. Of course it was stupid. I'd come up with it after the fact. He'd never believe it, she continued. Ouch! I slapped a hand over my heart. Is it so unbelievable that a hottie like you would date a schlub like me? She rolled her eyes, but she softened a bit. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Her cheeks were getting rosier by the second, and I didn't want to torture the girl. See? One light bulb moment and suddenly everything had changed. Now, I didn't want to see her blush. I wanted to make her comfortable. Though, to be fair, I'd never wanted to make her miserable. I'd always just wanted her to see me. Her gaze met mine and she pressed her lips together as if preparing herself for battle. Now she saw me all right, but I was pretty sure she hated what she saw. Come on, Kate, I'm doing you a favor here, I lied. I mean, it was either go big or go home. And I had to sell this idea that I'd made Tim jealous, even though the last thing I wanted was to watch Tim hit on my girl. Okay, fine. She might not technically be my girl yet, but she would be. And if I was close to her today, that meant that Tim wouldn't be. This might not have been such an idiotic idea after all. Kate seemed to be coming to the same conclusion, though most likely for entirely different reasons. The last of her anger seemed to melt away as she sighed. I guess. I mean, it's not like I can go tell him you were lying. How would I even explain that kind of idiocy? That's the spirit, I said. She narrowed her eyes. Someone like Tim wouldn't understand your immature sense of humor anyway. I grinned. You wound me, Kate. Chapter 6. Kate. I would wound him all night. I would hit him where it hurt. I glared across the field at him, but he was too busy showing a group of kids how to pass that he didn't even notice. Glare wasted. Hey, Katie, are you all right? Tim was smiling so sweetly, I tried not to wince at the nickname. It wasn't his fault I had issues with being called Katie. It was just that it reminded me of when I was little. I already had enough issues with confidence. I didn't like feeling like a child again on top of it. I'm fine, I said, forcing a smile to match his. He clapped a hand on my shoulder in a friendly gesture that made me rethink this whole plan. He already thought of me as his little sidekick, the former camper who helped him out. He didn't see me like that. Adding a fake boyfriend to the mix wouldn't make him like me if he didn't already. It would just make me pathetic if he ever found out that this was a lie. For the millionth time that day, I cursed Levi silently. I thought of all the ways I'd curse him out loud the moment we were back in the car. Tim looked over toward Levi where I'd just been glaring. "So, you and Levi, huh?" His smile turned weird. Not genuine, but not sarcastic. I couldn't gauge it. But then again, I didn't know this guy well enough to read into his tone or his smiles. He'd always been friendly to me, and I'd been content to harbor a little crush from a safe, platonic distance. I nodded, not quite able to lie to his face. Because here's the thing. Tim was a good guy. He was nice and easy to be around. He was comfortable and thoughtful and had a good head on his shoulders, as my dad would say. It wasn't like I'd fallen head over heels in love with him or anything. It wasn't like I'd been pining over him. I just liked him, that was all. But once Maddie had gotten wind of the fact that I had a little crush on the coach, he was all she talked about. I think she was just excited that one of her close friends had a crush. Her other best friend, Callie, lived in another town, so I didn't get to know her until the softball event. But from what Maddie had told me about her, she and I shared one very similar trait. We were decidedly not boy crazy. But Maddie was, so she was psyched that I had a crush. I kind of just went along with it, because I did like him. I still liked him. I looked at him now, as he clearly struggled with what to say to me. He was probably trying to think of a tactful way of saying, "Sorry, your boyfriend is a jerk." Trust me, dude, no one was more sorry than me. But that wasn't what he said. He faced me again, and his left eye got all twitchy. "Are you two serious?" I stared at him blankly for a moment as my brain tried to process the oddly personal question coming from a guy who'd never asked me anything more personal than my preference in jersey colors. Not really. Not at all. Actually, we're probably going to break up by next weekend. He was looking at me oddly. It was hard to tell if he liked what he saw. His gaze kept dropping to my lips and I froze. He could have been thinking about how I had spinach in my teeth, or he could have been imagining kissing me. It was impossible to say. "I was kind of hoping you and I could, He stopped speaking and I wondered frantically if it was my turn. Was I supposed to guess what he'd been about to say? Panic started to set in and my mind went blank except for frantic, silent pleas. Please continue. Please finish that sentence. He didn't. We were just standing there staring at one another and I was starting to sweat from nerves, and not in a good way. I'd never understood when people talked about butterflies in bellies. My stomach had no winged insects flying around. If they ever decided to take flight there, they'd die instantly, incinerated mercilessly by the molten pit of churning acidic lava that threatened to eat me alive. Someone needed to speak, and it sure as heck wouldn't be me. I was officially stunned stupid by the enormity of what was happening here. Was he saying, did he really mean? When Tim reached for my hand, I nearly jerked it away. Oh God, I hoped it wasn't a hot and clammy hand. No one wanted to hold a clammy hand. If it was, he didn't let on as he held my hand awkwardly between us. I felt like we were acting out a scene, but no one had handed me a script. Was I supposed to be talking? If things don't work out between you two, let me know, okay? His eyes got all warm and gooey. I opened my mouth and made a sort of squeaking noise. When he finally dropped my hand, I managed to speak. Okay. Super eloquent as usual. Well done, Kate. Tim gave me one last grin before turning back to work one-on-one with one of the kids in our group. I watched him for a moment before turning back to the field and taking a slow, deep breath to steady myself. Had that happened? Had that seriously just happened? The answer was yes, of course, but I immediately forgot the question. For the second time in as many minutes, my brain was wiped clean by an intense look. But this time, it wasn't Tim doing the serious gazing. It was Levi, from across the field. Even at this distance, I could feel the burn of it on my skin, like he was prying me open and taking a good hard look inside. That gaze, even from afar, felt invasive. I was left exposed and vulnerable by the time he turned away without a smile. Not even a smirk. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Thankfully, the groups changed up and I was paired with Ox. I'd always kind of liked Ox. His silence made me comfortable, and I got the feeling he felt the same way. Though, of course, neither of us would ever say so. That would require talking. But we worked well together side by side, and when Bobby was sent over to our group in the late afternoon, I had no problem keeping distracted from the dark looks being sent my way by my pseudo-boyfriend. God, by the looks he was giving, you'd think he really was my boyfriend. Which, of course, was a joke. He'd made it very clear he didn't see me that way. He might have teased me about being a hottie, but he'd made it clear from the beginning that I was a joke to him. The only reason he'd claimed to be my boyfriend was ultimately insulting. Like, I couldn't have gotten Tim's attention without his help. Which begged the question, would Tim have approached me and kinda sorta asked me out if Levi hadn't pushed the issue? Also, why had I spent the entire day obsessing over Levi and his fake boyfriendness and his weird looks when the guy I had a crush on finally made a move? I had issues, clearly, and questions. Lots and lots of questions. None of which I was keen on addressing anytime soon. Especially not while surrounded by a slew of kids, a way too excited friend named Maddie, a silent Ox, and a glaring Levi. Oh yeah, and Tim. He'd been making eyes at me all afternoon. I realized that making eyes was an old-fashioned term, but there was no other way to put it. He was mooning at me. Could one actively moon? If so, he did. It was like Levi's arm across my shoulder had activated Tim's love switch, and now he was making it known that he had a thing for me. Which was cool and sweet and, well, mainly it was just terrifying. No one noticed me, not like that, and now I had a guy mooning and a guy glaring and, oh man, someone get me out of here. When Tim sounded a whistle to end the camp day, I let out a sigh of relief. I focused on gathering the gear, but a little part of me was already starting to worry about next week's camp session. How was I going to tell Tim that Levi and I had broken up? And did I even want to? Of course I wanted to. A date with Tim was what I wanted. He was the only guy I'd ever had a crush on, big or small. Of course I wanted to go on a date with him. It was just that I'd never actually imagined going on a date with him, or with anyone. And now that it was an actual possibility, the thought of it made me nervous. But then again, what didn't make me nervous? I couldn't let nerves stop me. If I did, I'd never leave my house. I'd quit school and leave the team, and I'd sure as heck have to quit babysitting for Bobby since his brother was the worst trigger for my anxiety. Worse even than Tim with his moony eyes and his awkward hand-holding. I couldn't let nerves stop me from something I wanted, and what I wanted was to date like a normal person. What I wanted was a nice, normal boyfriend who was easy to be around, just like Tim. Which meant that what I wanted was a date with Tim. Right? My head spun with that question. It was hardly the first time that reason and emotion clashed, making me spiral into insanity. Internally, of course. To the outside world, I was just cleaning up soccer equipment. Maddie interrupted my internal crazy as I was heading back to the parking lot with Bobby. "So?" she asked, her voice a stage whisper that could have been heard 2 counties over. "What did Tim say when he got all handsy?" If by handsy she meant he literally just held my hand, then I knew what she was referring to. "You saw that?" I was stalling. I knew she'd seen that something had gone down between me and Tim. How? Every time she and I made eye contact, she'd widen her eyes and waggled her eyebrows. It was at once endearingly cute and obnoxiously obvious, particularly when she'd started darting meaningful looks between me and Tim. I was almost positive that Tim caught her antics, but he didn't let on, because that was the kind of guy he was. Nice. Sweet. Boring. Levi drawled the word out with a yawn as he joined us on our walk, Ox falling into step beside Maddie. Seriously, Kate, what do you see in that guy? He's so boring. He's sweet, Maddie said, instantly coming to Tim's defense. Levi did not look impressed by sweet. I pressed my lips together. I would not defend Tim to a guy like him. He wouldn't know nice if it smacked him in the face. Levi was right beside me, in my face as if he could sense how badly I needed some space and was just trying to screw with me. Okay, it was possible I was getting paranoid. Seriously, Kate, I can't imagine what you see in the guy. You don't even know him, I said. Not true. I was paired up with him for a full hour and I almost fell asleep standing up. Maddie let out a snicker and I gave her a look over my shoulder. She stopped laughing instantly. Sorry. Levi wasn't done. I mean, even Ox here is better company than Tim. He looked back too at Ox. No offense, man. Ox didn't respond. See? Levi jerked a thumb over his shoulder toward Ox. At least he's got the whole big bad mystery man thing going on. Now I could see girls being attracted to that. That's what I've been trying to tell him, Maddie piped in from behind us. I could totally find him a girlfriend if he'd just let me. I'm sure you could, Maddie, but you just can't reason with a meathead like that, Levi said, his voice filled with a feigned sadness that made me fight a laugh, even though I was still pissed at him. I'm right here, Ox growled from behind us. Levi ignored him, and I did too. I had my own issues to deal with without worrying about Ox and Levi getting into a fight. Besides, something told me that if Ox were really angry, he'd hit first and ask questions later. He's not boring, I said, defending Tim even though I'd sworn to myself that I wouldn't. He barely talked, Levi said. Maybe he had nothing to say, I shot back. Maybe some people don't feel the need to fill the world with hot air just to make themselves the center of attention. Levi squinted at me. Are you referring to moi? Geez, Kate, tell me how you really feel. I was having a hard time catching my breath. I wasn't used to getting this worked up around people. I didn't do confrontations in general, and definitely not with guys who lived to push my buttons. Tell me how you really feel, he'd say. Tell me how you really feel. I stopped and faced him. If you think quiet people are so boring, then why are you hanging out with me? He blinked. I didn't mean it like that. Like I said, Ox here is, yeah, the big bad mystery man. We both ignored Maddie's snort of amusement. But I'm not mysterious, I said, my throat clogging up with the inexplicable urge to cry. And I'm nice, like Tim, I said. And maybe that's what I want. A nice guy, one who won't... Challenge you? Levi prompted, his eyes filled with exactly that. Challenge. This guy would always challenge me. Always. One who won't put me on the spot or make me feel bad about myself or... He pulled me to him so quickly I didn't even see it coming. His lips crushed mine with a force that was fierce and unbearably tender all at once. His hands gripped my waist, holding me closer. Levi's kiss stunned me stupid for the second time that day. But this was different. I wasn't frozen. I was melting. I wasn't aware of all the eyes on me or that anyone else even existed on this planet. My brain was wiped clean, but it was replaced by sensations. Hot, thick, heavy sensations that I'd never experienced before. Something dormant inside me sprung to life as my lips clung to his. When he pulled back, I was panting for air, and I was dizzy with longing and emotions I couldn't name. Levi's eyes were dark and dangerous, and for a moment, he looked just as stunned as I felt. But then his gaze moved from mine, and the moment was over. I was thrust back into reality with a sickening thud. I turned to see Maddie watching us with her mouth hanging open. Even Ox looked stunned. as stunned as his unflappable demeanor could muster. But it was Tim's wide-eyed gawking that had me reeling. I looked back to Levi, and he was fully in control again, a little smirk hovering over his mouth. "Think he bought it?" A knife was thrust into my gut. That's what it felt like, at least. He might as well have used a butter knife to scoop out my insides. It took everything in me not to bend over and clutch my belly to keep my insides inside. My first kiss, and it had been a fake. A joke. Of course it had been a joke. Nothing with Levi was ever anything more. He'd made a fool of me again, and this time in front of my crush and in front of my friends. He was laughing at me, I knew it. Laughing at how passionately I'd responded, at how thrown I was by a stupid prank of a kiss. But it hadn't been stupid in the moment. I thought it was real, and oh God, I'd liked it. No, I couldn't lie to myself. I hadn't just liked it, I'd loved it. I'd felt alive and cherished and wanted. I'd felt a surge of emotions for the guy kissing me, something that made it feel like there was no distance between us, physically or emotionally. I turned away from his smirking now, unable to face him for a moment longer. He'd been doing it to show up Tim, because for some inexplicable reason he seemed to hate this guy who'd never done anything to him. "Hey, where are you going?" Levi asked. He put a hand on my arm, but I shook him off, stopping just long enough to say, "Leave me alone." I said it softly, but I knew he heard me because he didn't try to stop me again when I walked away from him. I didn't look back. I even ignored Maddie's, "Are you okay?" and stopped instead in front of Ox, who hovered on the edge of our little circle. "Can I have a ride?" He nodded, not commenting at all, thank God. This was why Ox was great to have around. He didn't talk, he didn't ask questions, he just acted. Right now, he drove me home so I didn't have to sit in the same car as the jerk who'd just messed up my heart. Chapter 7. Levi. I was the worst sort of bastard. I was going to hell, and that day couldn't come quickly enough. Bobby tugged at my hand. "Can we go home now?" I nodded, but I was still watching her walk away. Because I'd pushed her away. Because for the millionth time in my life, I'd pushed something good away. Why? I didn't know. Because I was a screw-up, maybe? Yeah, that was probably it. All I knew was I'd handled that just about as badly as anyone could. "What is wrong with you?" Maddie, sweet, lovable, forgiving Maddie, was scowling at me as I let Bobby drag me toward my car. She helped Bobby into the back seat before turning to me with her arms folded across her chest. "You know it's not going to work, right?" I matched her frown. I was in no mood for a lecture, least of all from Miss Mary Sunshine over here. "What's not going to work?" She arched one brow. "This whole pulling her pigtails routine you've got going on, it's not going to work." "I'm not pulling her pigtails." She clearly did not believe me. I threw my hands up. I didn't even touch her hair, and she's not wearing pigtails. That earned me pursed lips and a mean glare. "Playing dumb does not suit you." I threw my hands up. "I don't know what you're talking about, crazy lady." "I'm talking about Kate," Maddie said. "I'm talking about the fact that you like her." I don't... Oh, crap. I couldn't think of a good comeback. Maddie had caught me in a weak moment. My brain was still a scrambled mess after that kiss, and my gut was churning from the way she'd looked at me before she'd walked away. "You like her," Maddie said. It wasn't a question. Oh, hell. I liked her. I guess I'd known that all day, maybe longer than that, but I couldn't bring myself to admit it. I liked her. I honestly had a thing for the girl. That was so not part of the plan. What was the plan? Get the hell out of Fairfield as soon as possible. slide through this nightmare of a senior year, and then get back to my real life and my normal friends and a world that didn't involve a shy soccer phenom with a smile that made my chest ache. Maddie's scowl had faded into something worse. Pity. Dude, what's your problem? I gave her a sort of grimace as I shrugged. Because I knew what she meant. Why did I kiss the girl and then push her away? Why did I go out of my way to antagonize her and get her attention only to shove her into the arms of another guy? I let out a long exhale because she was waiting for an answer. I wish I knew. She tilted her head to the side and studied me, and I had the unnerving idea that she knew exactly what was wrong with me. The pity in her eyes wasn't going anywhere, but at least it was tempered with annoyance. That I could deal with. Annoyance and irritation I could handle. It's not going to work with Kate, you know, Maddie said. No, I didn't know. What are you talking about? It came out far crankier than intended. Maddie gave me a tolerant smile. I know your type, Havish. You pick on the people you like. You can't ignore her because you want to be around her, but one sign of reciprocation and you're pushing her away. I stared at her in horror. Not because she was wrong, but because she was right. Geez, I was messed up. I blamed my parents. That was usually who was to blame, right? Maddie's expression softened a bit and she put a hand on my shoulder. Look, I get it. I really do. I wouldn't have invited you into my circle of friends if I thought you were truly a jerk. I had no idea what to say to that. Thanks for not thinking I'm a complete and total douche even though I've just acted like one? Not exactly a Hallmark card moment. It's as your friend that I'm telling you this, she said. Get your head out of your ass. I jerked back. Excuse me? She shrugged as if it wasn't all that weird for this smiling, saintly little chick to be cursing. You heard me? I'm not... I started. I didn't... But we both knew I had nothing. No good excuse for the way I'd kissed her. In my defense, no reason had been involved in that one. It had been instinct, plain and simple. She'd looked hurt. She'd made it sound like I didn't like her, like I was insulting her, like I was hurting her. And so, rather than explain to her that she was too good for someone like Tim, that she wasn't even in the same category as that shallow prick, I'd kissed her. I guess I'd been hoping to show her how I felt. Show her how I saw her, as someone amazing who ought to be cherished and loved. Maddie sighed, and I gave up the effort to explain myself. Someone as normal as Maddie could never understand the feeling that came over me when Kate had kissed me back. Terrifying, isn't it? Maddie murmured. I met her gaze. Or maybe she could understand. Not that I would ever admit to being scared of a girl like Kate who was afraid of her own shadow. I mean, that was ridiculous. It didn't make sense. But I'd be lying to myself if I denied that it was fear, plain and simple, that had me pushing her away. I'd caught Tim staring and had latched onto it. She was too good for him, but he was who she wanted. He'd be good to her. He'd be good for her. I did the right thing, I said to Maddie. She arched one brow, but I got a grim sort of satisfaction out of the fact that she didn't argue with me. Maybe you're right, she said slowly. I inhaled swiftly at the stab of pain, but I nodded. Of course I'm right. Kate was too sweet for someone like me. She was all soft and vulnerable while I was sharp edges and caustic humor. Maybe you did do the right thing. If you're such a wuss that you can't man up and admit you like her, then she's probably better off with Tim. She turned and started walking to her car. Hey, I called after her. You can't just call me a wuss and walk away. She laughed at me over her shoulder. Watch me. I did the right thing, I said again. She likes Tim. That stopped her, and Maddie turned around to give me a condescending smile. I found myself holding my breath as I waited for her to speak. I didn't know what I wanted her to say, whether I wanted her to agree with me or to deny that Kate really liked that dope. I didn't know if I wanted her to tell me I should go after her because we belong together, or if I wanted her to warn me off so maybe, just maybe, I could get it through my head that Kate was not for me. Not like that. But when Maddie finally spoke, she was irritatingly cryptic. I can't speak for Kate. Yeah, but you know her, I said. Tell me I'd be bad for her. Tell me to leave her alone. Tell me Tim is a joke and I'm the one who could make her happy. Maddie looked as torn as I felt. I don't know what Kate needs or what she really wants. She's kind of hard to read like that. I shoved my hands into my pockets with a loud sigh. Maddie faced me and planted her hands on her hips. What I do know is this. If you really like her, what you're doing right now is never going to work. What am I doing? I asked for what felt like the millionth time because, yeah, I was playing dumb, but also I needed to hear more. I didn't know if I wanted to win over Kate or run away from this girl who was tying me up in knots. What I knew was that I was on edge as I waited to hear any sort of insight into Kate and her wants and needs. Maddie tilted her head to the side as she patiently repeated herself. Kate's not going to go for this whole jerk routine you've got going on. She's too smart for that. She's too tough. I let out a short laugh at that. Tough? Kate? Are you sure we're talking about the same girl? Maddie frowned. Beneath the shyness, Kate is as tough as they come. I arched my brows in disbelief. Who else do you know who has to battle an inner war every day just to go to school? She demanded. I opened my mouth and shut it again, my mind going back to Kate's story about how she used to puke before soccer practice. When she put it like that. Maddie sighed again, and I got the feeling she was losing her patience. If you want her to look at you, she needs to see you. I stared at Maddie as I tried to process that. What? What does that even mean, Yoda? She grinned at the Yoda comment, but she didn't explain. You're a smart guy, she said, reaching over to smack my arm. You'll figure it out. She started to walk away again. So, you think I should go after her? Say yes. Please say yes. She didn't stop this time, but she spoke loudly enough for me to hear. I'm saying try something different. Like what? Try being yourself, she called out. I was still standing there, staring after her when she reached her car and turned around. One look at me and she rolled her eyes. Try being nice. Nice. Me? She got into her car and slammed the door shut. Question time was over. I opened the door to mine and was instantly bombarded by Bobby's running commentary on his day at camp. I started the car and drove out of the lot, but I was still focused on what Maddie had said. Try being nice. Now, this was not exactly amazing advice, but it got me thinking. Kate deserved nice. If I liked her, and it was time to face the fact that I did, then maybe I ought to focus on what Kate deserved. My stomach sank with disappointment as I realized exactly what Kate deserved. She deserved to get everything she wanted. Are we coming back next week? Bobby asked. I met his hopeful gaze in the rearview mirror and forced a smile. You can come back with Kate next weekend. I can't make it. Well, I could, but I wouldn't. I knew what Kate wanted. It wasn't some mystery as much as I'd like to make it out to be. She wanted Tim. That much had been painfully obvious. And as for me, well, she'd told me plain and simple what she wanted from me. She wanted me to leave her alone. Chapter 8. Kate. It only took one solid week of avoiding Levi to realize that my evasive techniques were unnecessary. He was avoiding me. When I came over to babysit, he was somewhere else. Where? I didn't know. At school, I caught glimpses of him, but he left me alone. He didn't even join us at our lunch table in the cafeteria, but I had no idea where he spent his lunch hour. I supposed I should have figured out that he was avoiding me by the end of that week, but it wasn't until that next weekend that it was totally clear he was steering clear of me and my friends. When I showed up with Maddie for soccer camp the following weekend, I watched Bobby's dad drop him off, but Levi was nowhere to be seen. Tim was there, however, and he was determined. He wasted no time asking me about Levi, and I told him what Maddie and I had rehearsed. I spared him the gory details of my breakup with Levi because, quite frankly, I just wasn't that good of a liar. Tim didn't even pretend to be sad on my behalf. His handsome face broke into a pleased smile. "That's great," he said. I blinked at him. Was it? Was that the normal response when someone said they broke up with their boyfriend? "Maybe we could get some pizza tonight after camp," he asked. "Oh, I'd like to, but I can't." This was a lie. It was a lie born out of panic. I stared up at his pretty blue eyes and his warm smile and kicked myself mentally. What was wrong with me? I had no idea. This was the guy I had a crush on. He was nice and normal, and he loved soccer as much as I did. He was perfect for me. He is the guy who should have given me my first kiss. That thought had me thinking about Levi, again, for the millionth time that week. More specifically, it had me thinking about that kiss. That stupid, meaningless collision of mouths that had been occupying far too much of my brain space ever since it occurred. Probably because it was my first. I'd been ripped off. A girl's first kiss should be special, shouldn't it? Or maybe I was weird and old-fashioned. Maddie had made a comment to that effect more than once when I mentioned my thoughts on dating. She wouldn't understand why that kiss had left me so shaken, so I didn't even try to talk to her about it. Besides, she'd probably try to stick up for Levi. She liked him for some inexplicable reason. Well, maybe not that inexplicable. I suppose for a little while there, I'd been starting to think of him as a friend. My mind wandered to the night we'd played soccer together and had talked under the stars. "Next week, then." Tim's voice broke through my daydreaming. He was nothing if not persistent and confident. This guy had the sort of confidence that made his life seem easy. It made him seem so simple, not at all confusing or distracting. "Yeah, next week would be great," I said. I felt a surge of nerves right alongside the relief I felt at having put off my first real date for another day. Trust me, I knew I had problems. Relief at getting an extension was not the appropriate response to being asked out by the boy I liked. But at least I didn't puke. That was a win in my books. And the day only got better, because once that awkward encounter was over, Tim went back to being the easy-to-be-around guy I developed a crush on in the first place. His gaze, while sweet, was never intense. His conversations never, ever put me on the spot or challenged me. He didn't tease and mock, not ever. He was supportive and sweet to the kids, and he was attentive and understanding with me. He was, in short, perfect. The next week passed quickly and in much the same way. I went to school, to soccer practice, and I babysat Bobby. If Levi was ever around during those times, he hid out somewhere. Occasionally we saw each other in passing, but while he gave me a nod of acknowledgement and sometimes a wave and a smile, it was weird. He was polite, nice even, and it weirded me out. One would think this distance would make me forget about him and about that kiss, but the opposite happened. The less I saw of him, the more I wondered what he was thinking. Did he know I had a date on Saturday with Tim? Would he care even if he knew? And most importantly, why did I care about Levi's thoughts on my dating life? It was the kiss, obviously. It had messed with my head and made me think there was something there between us that had never been there at all. I mean, logically, I could think back on our time together and know that it had always been friendly at best, antagonistic and unfriendly at worst, but never romantic. Except for that kiss. In that ridiculously short little window of time, my twisted, neurotic brain had somehow become convinced that there were real emotions involved, and no amount of reason could undo the damage that was done. The closer I got to D-Day, which was how Maddie referred to my big date day with Tim, I knew there was only one thing to do to rid myself of any confusion about Levi and that stupid kiss. I had to kiss Tim. "Are you nervous?" Maddie asked as we headed toward the field. Today was the day. D-Day. The day I'd been waiting for all week. The day I'd been dreading. No, not dreading. Dreading. But not because I didn't want to go on a date with Tim, just because I didn't want to go on a date. Period. No, that wasn't right either. How to explain? I wanted to go on a date. Theoretically. Hypothetically. It was just that in reality, dates scared the crap out of me. "What are we going to talk about?" I asked Maddie. She looked over at me in concern, and I had a hunch it was because I'd whispered the question. My throat was closing up on me. The fear of speaking to Tim, alone, and without any distractions like kids or soccer, it was already making me choke up. Not to mention the thought of a kiss. At least Levi's kiss had caught me unprepared. If I'd known it was coming, I would have agonized over it. What was I supposed to do with my tongue? Did I necessarily have to use tongue? And the tongue thing would have just been the tip of the iceberg. "Tim will keep the conversation going," Maddie said with all the confidence in the world. I spotted Tim and he grinned, his smile warm and his face brightening at the sight of me. She was right. Of course she was right. This was one of the reasons I'd developed a crush on him in the first place. He was the first guy I'd met who made it easy for me to be silent. He had no problem keeping up the conversation, even when I grew deathly silent, and he never asked me pointed questions or made comments that put me on the spot. Unlike Levi. Of course, since meeting Tim last fall, I'd met Ox, and he made it easy too, but in a different way. He didn't mind silence. Unlike Levi. I stopped short, still yards away from the goal where Tim stood sorting the gear and laughing at something one of the other counselors had said. "Are you all right, Kate?" Maddie asked. I nodded. "I'm fine. Or rather, I would be fine if I could make it through one solid hour without thinking about Levi." On cue, a car pulled up behind us. "Kate!" I smiled even before I turned around, because I'd recognize that little voice anywhere. "Hey, Bobby." I stopped short when I realized that it was Levi in the driver's seat. The windows were open and Bobby was fidgeting in his seat trying to get out. I couldn't move because for a moment there I was trapped. I was a fly in a spider's web. I was prey in the eyes of a predator. I was overreacting. But still, I couldn't drag my gaze away from Levi's. His eyes were expressionless, and though he wore the smirk I knew well, the cocky confidence didn't spread to his eyes. In that moment, I wanted to know what he was thinking more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. His window was open. He'd be able to hear me if I said hello or asked how he'd been, but I couldn't quite unfreeze my lungs long enough to speak. And then I missed my chance. "Hey, Katie?" Tim's arms around my shoulders made me stiffen. "You still up for pizza afterward?" I glanced up at Tim, who was smiling down at me. My heart raced wildly, but not out of excitement. It was something far more like guilt. Like I was doing something wrong by going on a date with this guy. Like I was cheating on Levi. Which was stupid, of course. We weren't really dating, and we never had been. I owed him nothing. Yet, I hated the thought that he might have overheard Tim and his ridiculously loud question. I glanced back at the car warily. If there was any doubt if Levi had heard, it vanished at the sight of Levi's glare. Not at me. At Tim. For a second, I actually feared he'd get out of the car and confront him. "Come on," I said to Tim. "Let's go." We headed toward the field, and Levi didn't follow. I heard his car back away as Bobby ran up alongside me to catch up. Good. Thank God Levi hadn't caused a scene. It wasn't his right to, anyway.
"You all right, Katie?"
Tim asked, tightening his grip on my shoulders in a way that felt unnatural and constricting.
"You seem—"
He glanced meaningfully over his shoulder at Levi and his car, which was driving away.
"quieter than normal."
"Fine," I said. But I wasn't. I was not fine. By the time practice was over and I slid into the passenger seat of Tim's car to go on our date, I'd recovered. Sort of. I'd shoved thoughts of Levi and that kiss to the furthest reaches of my mind. Then, I buried them underneath all the other anxious thoughts that came with a first date. Ever. This wasn't just a first date with Tim, it was my first date ever. So what was I supposed to expect? According to Maddie, not much. No one expected much on a first date, she'd informed me. I was pretty sure she'd meant hooking up. So that was good. I mean, I didn't want to have an awkward, "we're moving too quickly" talk. But while he might not have been expecting to get laid, he likely expected conversation, particularly one of the two-sided variety. But I should have known he'd have that covered. As soon as we were seated at the pizza place, we both picked up our menus and studied them. I didn't actually read anything because I'd been to Casmo's a million times and could recite the menu by heart. It was a casual restaurant, but one that was close to campus and popular with the college crowd. It had become the go-to spot for our softball team over the summer, and I knew the pizza I liked without having to seek it out. But staring at the menu gave me something to do while my heart beat in my ears and a nervous sweat trickled down my back. Tim, meanwhile, he talked. Even as he read the menu, he talked. He talked about the first time he'd eaten at Casmo's, about his favorite pizza place back home, about different pizza styles across the country. He talked until I lowered my menu to stare at him in fascination. It was kind of like that scene in Forrest Gump where the guy keeps talking about shrimp. Except for Tim, it was pizza. Not that I minded, necessarily, I didn't. It put me at ease. Because unlike some people, Tim never talked out of nervousness. He didn't just spew hot air to make himself feel important. Nor did he only open his mouth to tease and make jokes, like a certain irritating New Yorker I knew. And just like that, Levi was back on my mind, front and center, like he'd never left. For a moment, I tuned Tim out accidentally. It was okay, though. By the time I brought my attention back to him, he was still talking about pizza. A waiter stopped beside our table.
"Thanks for waiting. What can I get started for—" "Oh, hey, Kate."
I gave my former softball coach a wave. "Hi, Noah." His normally serious expression gave way to a slow, easygoing smile that probably set most of the girls in this restaurant into the vapors. Not me. This was my coach, not to mention a friend's boyfriend.
"Who's your friend?"
He looked from me to Tim and then back again with a smug smile that would have made Levi proud as I made the introductions. My cheeks automatically burned with embarrassment at being caught on a date. Why? I didn't know. I felt like a fraud, I guess. Like everyone here could sense that I'd never been on a date before, and I had no idea what I was doing. Noah had the good grace to move on.
"Right then, what can I get for you two?"
We placed our orders and handed him the menus, but not before I got a wink from Noah, and then, even more embarrassingly, he turned to stare down Tim. The look he gave my date would have made any older brother proud. I didn't have any siblings, not anymore, but I'd witnessed this kind of thing enough that I couldn't even get annoyed. Yes, it was embarrassing to have a guy act like my dad, but it was also kind of nice to know that there was one person in this restaurant who had my back. It turned out his having my back wasn't a coincidence. When Tim stopped talking long enough to go to the bathroom, I sat alone at the table until Noah slid into the booth next to me.
"How's the first date going?"
he asked. I cringed a little. Is it that obvious that it's a first date? Noah's smile was reassuring, but his answer was not.
"Yeah, it looks like your standard first date, filled with all the forced small talk no one could ask for."
I sighed. Yeah, that just about summed it up.
Noah's grin turned mischievous. But even if I didn't smell the awkward tension a mile away, I got a heads up from our mutual friend.
I frowned up at him, my mind racing. Of course. Maddie? He shook his head. Maddie had probably told her BFF Callie, who was his girlfriend. Callie? His grin grew at the mere mention of his beautiful blonde girlfriend.
Nope, but she's going to be begging me for details when I go home to see her this weekend. I didn't know whether to vomit or swoon at the way his whole demeanor got all syrupy and gooey when he talked about Callie.
No, he said, seemingly pulling himself out of his lovesick trance.
I meant Levi.
I blinked at him. Levi, I repeated. Nope, it still did not compute. But my chest was doing something weird at the mention of his name. It got all tight, and for a second I thought I might be having a heart attack. I cleared my throat. What exactly did Levi say? Noah shrugged and thrust his phone toward me, his eyes studying my reaction.
He just texted me this afternoon saying I should keep an eye on you.
Sure enough, there it was on his phone. The guy who was a teammate and then a weird pseudo-friend, or friend adjacent. Whatever he'd been, he'd become a veritable stranger this past week. But now it seemed he was keeping tabs on me, via Noah of all people. Levi and Noah didn't even get along, as far as I recalled. Whatever Noah saw in my face, it seemed to make him concerned. He squinted a bit, and his tone got fatherly.
Kate, if this guy gets too aggressive or if he makes you uncomfortable...
No, I said quickly, shaking my head as my cheeks grew violently hot. He's fine. We're fine. I don't, Oh, hell, this was embarrassing. I was going to kill Levi for making Noah look out for me like I was some child. Thanks, but I don't need any help. He nodded and started to get out of the booth when we both spotted Tim coming back from the bathroom. Noah leaned over with a wicked grin.
I'll still keep an eye on you anyway. You're one of my players, after all. That means you're under my protection.
I laughed because he was doing a terrible mobster accent that wasn't even remotely serious, but I saw the curious glint in his eyes when he added,
Apparently, Levi feels protective of his old teammates too, huh?
I nodded because I had no idea what to say. If Noah thought I might know why Levi had decided to stick his nose in my business after going out of his way to ignore me all week, well, I had nothing. No explanation for why he'd butted into my private affairs, or why he even cared. Most of all, I had no idea why he'd think I need protecting. I mean, this was Tim. Harmless was his middle name. He was so harmless that the date ended without so much as a hand being held, let alone a kiss. There was one supremely awkward moment when he stopped the car in front of my house, and I was worried if he was going to try and kiss me or offer to walk me to the door. But he didn't, thank God. The fact that I was relieved was worrisome, but then again, maybe that was normal. That's what I told myself as I shut the front door behind me and leaned against it. "Honey?" my mom called out. "Heading upstairs." I ran away before she could invite me to join her and Ricky for another fun-filled night watching people flip houses. Instead, I had a fun-filled night lying on my bed, listening to music. I replayed the evening in my mind until I grew bored, which was pretty quick. So maybe it hadn't been the most exciting night. Excitement wasn't what I wanted. What I wanted was... My brain shut down for a moment, and all thoughts were replaced by images, sensations. I stopped breathing as the memory of that kiss swept over me with a crazy intensity. But that was just the beginning. For the life of me, I couldn't shake thoughts of Levi. He'd been on my mind all week, but now there was a mystery around him. He'd kissed me to make Tim take notice, hadn't he? He'd done it to mess with a perfectly nice guy and to make him jealous. Right? But if that was the case, why did he look so pissed that I'd said yes to a date with him? And why had he asked Noah to watch Tim? It didn't matter, I finally decided. What I'd wanted was some space from Levi, and that was what I'd gotten. I stared up at the ceiling as I tried to settle into sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. I'd gotten everything I'd been hoping for at the start of the year. A regular part-time job, a starting spot on the team, a date with a boy I liked, and distance from the one guy who made me so uncomfortable I wanted to crawl out of my own skin. Life was good. So, why couldn't I shake this feeling of disappointment?
Chapter 9. Levi. Being selfless sucked. No, seriously, it was highly overrated. I'd basically handed the girl I liked over to some other guy, and now they were dating. Awesome. But hey, she was happy. I was miserable, but she was happy. At least, I assumed she was happy. She'd gotten everything she wanted. I was leaving her alone, and Tim was kissing her goodnight. The thought had me clenching and unclenching the grass on either side of me. I was supposed to be warming up for practice, but instead I was sitting here stewing. Because seriously, who cared about the upcoming game? It wasn't like I was working toward a scholarship to college or anything. This was just a way to kill time and avoid my family. My new family. It was a way to avoid Bobby and his particularly attractive babysitter. It was a way to kill the days, so I was that much closer to getting the hell out of Podunk. One day at a time, and soon enough I'd be out of here, leaving everyone far behind. "Okay, ladies, gather round," the coach called out. I just had to make it through practice first. Easier said than done when I saw the girls' soccer team descending upon us. There she was, heading toward me, though she wasn't looking at me. She wasn't looking at anyone, which gave me time to watch her unnoticed. God, she really was beautiful. All graceful limbs and delicate features. She didn't belong here among the other girls. She definitely didn't belong in this group of awkward adolescent guys. She certainly didn't belong with me. So who did she belong with? Tim? I shoved that thought to the side. She was a grown-up. Sort of. She could choose whoever she wanted to date. Even if she did choose poorly. Jealousy sucked even worse than selflessness. I couldn't think about Kate going on a date with that brainless jackhole without a boiling rage making it hard to see or hear. Which was why I only caught the last part of the coach's little speech. "We'll be pairing you up, a member of the boys' team with a member of the girls' team." Wait, what? I tore my gaze away from Kate to see what the hell was going on. Sure enough, my teammates were already starting to line up, shouting out stupid jokes to the girls who were lining up across from them. "What's going on?" I asked the kid next to me. He rolled his eyes. "We do it every year. It's some sort of morale-boosting thing they insist we do." He shrugged. "They pair us up and we're supposed to share skills or whatever, and then we do this stupid exhibition game over Columbus Day weekend. 2 against 2. Each pair plays until there's a winner." "Huh," I said. "Sounds lame," the kid finished. "Trust me, it is. Like there's anything any of those girls could teach me." I stared at him until he turned to say something to the kid on the other side of him. A sick part of me couldn't wait to watch that kid go up against Kate. I was better than he was, but Kate? She was in a league of her own. "Kate, you're up," the coach called. Kate finally lifted her head and took a step forward, but she didn't seem to notice the lineup of guys staring her down. I knew the girl better than most of the guys here, of that I was certain, but even I couldn't tell what was going on in that head of hers. And I wanted to know. What used to be an intrigue had gone beyond that. I was pretty sure this desire to know what she was thinking had become an obsession. I needed to know what she was thinking, what she was feeling, what she wanted in life. Most people were simple to figure out. Hell, most people couldn't stop spouting off about their wants and their needs, including me. But not Kate. She was like this gorgeous riddle, a beautiful mystery. The more I got to know of her, the more I liked her, and the more I wanted to know. Too bad the more she got to know me, the less she wanted to have anything to do with me. Karma was a freaking jerk sometimes. "Kate, you'll team up with..." I couldn't look away from Kate long enough to watch her coach perusing the clipboard. Levi Havish. Kate's head snapped up and her gaze clashed with mine. Her nostrils flared and her eyes grew wide with alarm. I found myself smiling at her because, man alive, she was cute when she was shocked. And yeah, maybe I was just a tiny bit psyched. I'd been exhibiting the willpower of a saint this past week, keeping my distance. I was doing the right thing, that much I was sure of. I was giving her what she wanted. Apparently, she misconstrued my smile. After a heartbeat of staring at me in shock, she narrowed her eyes with suspicion. Oh, crap. I hadn't even done anything wrong this time. Okay, you two, her coach said as she gave Kate a little shove in my direction. Get to work. She headed toward me and I ignored the idiot player to my left who muttered, Good luck with that mute. At least she's hot. I might have punched him if Kate wasn't already walking past me, dipping her head rather than meeting my eyes. I fell into step with her, and without talking about it, we both headed to the far side of the field so we could speak in private. She swiped up a soccer ball that had been abandoned on the side of the field and tossed it up into the air before using her knee to knock it straight toward me. Or we wouldn't speak at all. I leapt into action on instinct, really, but also because I had no idea what to say. How'd your date with Tim go? Yeah, no. I so didn't need to hear the details. Thanks. I'd already spent way too much time imagining what their date would look like. I didn't need to know if he kissed her goodnight or if he'd walked her inside. Nope, I didn't care. It was none of my business. She was none of my business. I'd done the noble thing. I'd done the freaking nice thing, even though it pretty much went against everything in me. But I'd made my decision and I'd stick with it. She deserved better than a short-term guy who'd be on the next bus to New York. She deserved better than a guy who made her uncomfortable and who acted like a dick. Sometimes intentionally and sometimes not, but did that really matter? Probably not. She busted my butt, running me up and down the field in an impromptu one-on-one game that made me wish I hadn't skipped the warm-up today. I knew she was better than me, but now it was like she was setting out to hurt me. When I finally cried mercy and bent over to catch my breath, I saw her feet stop right in front of me. Did you do this? I glanced up at her accusatory expression and then let out a breathless laugh as I turned back down. Did I do what? I knew what she meant, but I wanted to hear her say it. Did you ask to be paired up with me? No, I said, straightening to look her in the eyes. Did you ask to be paired up with me? She frowned. Why would I do that? I leaned forward slightly, loving the way she held her breath and bit her lip. She felt it too. I knew she did. There could be no feigning the kind of chemistry that had been there with that kiss. Maybe because you missed me? I teased. Her cheeks turned hot pink. Interesting. Had she really missed me? Or was I just the prick who was embarrassing her again? I bit back a sigh as her frown deepened. Let's face it, the latter was far more likely. I was the only idiot who'd gone and developed feelings. Ugh, feelings. Dangerous and slippery little suckers. It was impossible to pin them down, and they had this way of shifting things, making inconsequential actions seem meaningful and fantasies seem plausible. She pressed her lips together and her eyes studied me, searching my face like she was studying a textbook. You've been avoiding me. I fought another grin and lost. Kate was shy, but that didn't mean she wasn't direct. She definitely didn't beat about the bush. You caught me. She stared at me again. Why? I shrugged, my eyes darting away. I was normally honest to a fault, but this was not something I wanted to discuss. This weirdly obsessive fascination I had with my stepbrother's babysitter would go to the grave with me. Of course, Maddie suspected, but if she hadn't said anything to Kate about it by now, then she wouldn't. Maddie was cool like that. She knew when to butt out. I'd seen her stand to the side when her best friend Callie and our former coach Noah did their weird mating dance. When I'd asked her about it, it was clear Maddie had known what was going on years before Callie, but she let her figure it out on her own. I shouldn't have been surprised that she'd do the same for Kate. Let her figure it out on her own that I might tease Kate, but I also loved her. Wait, what? What? Love? The word short-circuited my mind. My brain tried to do a mad dash backpedal. Abort, nobody loves anybody around here. That was a mistake. Rewind, do over. Mental overload. Kate's brows pulled together in an adorable mix of confusion and concern. Are you all right? Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? I managed through numb lips. Like I love you? Oh crap, I had problems. She wrinkled her nose up. Like you might toss your cookies. Her turn of phrase startled a laugh out of me, and I ran a hand over my face. Toss my cookies? Who says that? I do, she said defensively, but I saw a flicker of a smile, and I clung to that. I missed seeing her smile. I focused on her lips rather than the cacophony of chaos going on upstairs. Alarm bells were still ringing over that casual mental slip with the L word, but her smile was an anchor. As long as she was smiling, I was here in the moment. So, she said, shifting from foot to foot as a gust of wind hit our sweat-covered skin. Why have you been avoiding me? I went with the truth. Sort of. I was just giving you what you wanted. She blinked and I could practically see her thinking, processing, trying to understand. And what is it that I want? To be left alone, I said. She flinched a bit as I tossed her words back at her, but I didn't say it meanly. I just meant, she started. I nodded. Yeah, I know what you meant. I glanced around uneasily, watching some of my teammates in the distance goofing off with their new partners. I don't know if you know this, but... I turned back to face her, and our gazes collided once again. I cleared my throat. Sometimes I can be a bit of a dick. I caught the flicker of a smile before she feigned shock. What? No way. I shrugged. It's true. It seems my particular brand of charm just isn't for everyone. She rolled her lips between her teeth, and I couldn't quite tell if she was trying not to smile or if she was holding back a protest. Or maybe she was just stopping herself from shouting out an amen. What she eventually said was, well, I guess fate had other plans. She kind of threw a hand out toward the coaches when she said that, so I knew what she meant. I cracked a grin. Of all the partners, I had to get stuck with you. Hey, she said mildly, maybe I'm the one who got stuck with you. I pretended to think it over. Touché. There is an upside to getting partnered up together, she said. Oh yeah? I'm not going to lie, my heart might have sped up a bit with hopeful anticipation. Her smile was sweet and shy as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ears. We already know that we work well as teammates. I nodded, hoping my disappointment wasn't clear. Yep. Teammates. That's what we were. On the charity softball team and now here on the soccer field. We were teammates. Partners. It's all we'd ever been and all we'd ever be. You're right, I said. So, what do you say we show them what you got, hotshot? The next evening, my mother found me hiding out in my bedroom as Kate played soccer outside with Bobby. How she had the energy after wiping the floor with me on the field yesterday and after another practice today, I had no idea. I was more than happy to lay in my room and read instead. My mom eyed me like she didn't recognize me. Levi, why are you hiding in your room? I'm not. I totally was. She arched her brows, her gaze knowing and wise. I literally watched you sneak in through the back door and creep up the stairs. She did not outright ask a question, but she didn't have to. She was my mother. I turned my attention back to the book in my hands. I was lying sprawled out on my bed as if I was ready to go to sleep, even though bedtime was hours away. Hiding out around one's own home was super boring. Lesson learned. My mother let out a long, weary sigh. She sank onto the side of my bed, and the sadness in her eyes made me squirm.
Sweetie, are you really so miserable here?
Yet again, I didn't answer. I didn't have to. She was my mother.
I thought you were starting to make friends.
What's the point? I snapped. She flinched, and I instantly hated myself. I hadn't meant for it to come out so harshly, but this whole selfless thing was wearing on me. Staying away from the girl I liked and being her teammate when I wanted to kiss her senseless, it was taking a toll. But I shouldn't have taken it out on my mom. I knew she felt guilty enough about having to drag me away from my friends and my school. She didn't need to hear any more from me. It wasn't her fault my father, my natural father, hadn't wanted to put me up my final year. Oh, she might have talked a good game about how important it was to her that they have me as part of their new family and how she wanted me and Bobby to have a chance to connect before I went off to school. But I'd seen past all that to the truth that lay beneath. My father hadn't wanted to take care of me. Whatever, I didn't care. I was over it already. My mom started to fidget with the covers, picking up invisible lint that only she could see. She glanced up at me with sad but hopeful eyes.
Kate seems nice, she said.
Kate. Her name felt like a sucker punch. I shrugged. She's fine. My mother looked at me steadily but didn't respond. I probably should have opened up to her. There was no one else for me to talk to. I should have told my mom. It would have made her so happy to hear about girl problems. But that was the thing. I didn't have girl problems. I didn't have a girl. I'd seen to that. My mother's next sigh was less sad and more weary.
Look, Levi, I know you're not happy about being here. I know you don't have long in this town.
She flashed me a knowing and decidedly smug smile. I guess that's where I got it from.
But even so...
She stopped picking at the lint and met my gaze with an unflinching stare.
Even so, I'd hate to see you hide up here for the rest of the year.
I pretended to not know what she was talking about. I told you I'm not hiding. She ignored me, dusting off her pants as she stood up and crossed the room to the door.
Whether you're angry at me for being here or not, I didn't raise you to be a coward.
She turned back to give me another look before heading out the door and closing it behind her, cutting off my protest. I'm not a... coward. But I was. I was a coward. I mean, it was hard to pretend otherwise when one was cowering in one's bed, afraid to face the babysitter. I scrubbed a hand over my face and groaned. I wasn't scared of Kate. I stared unceasingly at the book in my hands. Okay, fine, maybe I was. But I was doing what was best for her, right? Was it really in her best interest for her to date a guy who was so clearly unworthy? There was that selfish voice that felt compelled to argue my decision at every turn. And that voice had a point. Tim was totally unworthy. But then again, so was I. But then again, maybe everyone was. I had no delusions that Kate was some saint. But she was kind, she was thoughtful, she was funny, and she was mine. Mine. The words shot through me, filling me with a kind of possessive need I had never known I could even feel. Jealousy wasn't my thing. But try telling that to the giant green monster who sprung up inside of me every time I thought about that D-bag Tim. A new thought had me sitting up straight, my mind rapidly trying to distinguish between what was a smart idea and what was just me trying to rationalize going after what I wanted. Because let's face it, Kate might not have been a saint, but next to her, I look like the freaking devil. My mom was right. She hadn't raised me to be a coward. And she sure as hell hadn't raised me to sit on the sidelines while the girl I loved made a mistake. Maybe she didn't belong to me, but my gut was telling me that she could do far better than Tim. What was I going to do? I had no idea. All I knew in that moment was that my mom had a point, whether she intended to make it or not. I wasn't a coward, and there was a difference between being nice and being a wuss. I sat up straight as adrenaline shot through me, a heady relief after all the self-pity I'd been wallowing in. I wasn't about to step aside and just let some smiley, smarmy, preppy dude woo Kate out of some misguided sense of kindness. I might not be the guy she wanted, but that didn't mean I had to sit on the sidelines and take myself out of the running, right? Maybe I could be someone better if I were with her. Or maybe not. All I knew was I was done playing Mr. Nice Guy. That was Tim's role, and he could have it. Maybe nice was what Kate deserved, and I could do that. I could be nice when it came to Kate. I found myself grinning as I finally accepted the fact that being a coward just wasn't for me. I could be nice. Hell, I was nice. I just wasn't that nice.
Chapter 10. Kate. Maddie was staring at me with her mouth hanging open as I unloaded some books from my locker. "Look at you," she said. "You're freaking giddy." I blinked and jerked backwards like she'd just slapped me. I am not giddy. No one had ever accused me of such a thing before, and it threw me for a loop. She pointed a finger in my face. "That, my friend, is giddiness if I ever saw it. You were daydreaming about someone." "No, I wasn't." "Maybe I was." Maddie waggled her eyebrows. "A certain soccer player, I'd guess." I stared into my locker rather than face her because, oh crap, I totally had been. Maddie turned to face me with her arms crossed in challenge. "You were daydreaming about your new boyfriend, weren't you?" I blinked. My new boyfriend? Tim. She meant Tim. "Has he asked you out again yet?" she asked. I nodded. "He asked me to go to a party this weekend." She grinned and nudged my elbow. "Ooh, another hot date with a cutie college guy. No wonder you're all hot and bothered." I couldn't respond. I was hot and bothered, but not in the way she meant. Heat flooded my face because it had not been Tim on my mind. Maybe it should have been, but it wasn't. It was another soccer player. One who'd run me ragged at practice the other day, but then went right back to ignoring me when I went to babysit for Bobby the next day. This weekend I hadn't seen him around, not even when he dropped Bobby off at practice. I slammed the locker door shut. Well, he and I were supposed to practice together today for the upcoming scrimmage, so he couldn't avoid me much longer. "Hey, ladies," Levi said from right next to me. I let out a weird little squeak as I whipped around to face him. Yep, it was Levi. For a second there, I'd thought he was a figment of my imagination, like I'd summoned him just by thinking about him so much. That was why my cheeks burst into flames at the sight of him. But it didn't necessarily explain why the rest of me burst into flames as well. I took a half step back and bumped into Ox, who'd come up behind me so silently I hadn't known he was there. I jumped away from him, which put me right next to Levi again. I forced myself to stand still and take a deep breath. That backfired really quickly because he smelled good. He smelled like Levi. I didn't know how else to explain it. He smelled like soap and something manly that I couldn't identify. Was it pheromones? Did pheromones have a scent? Maddie grinned up at Ox, clearly over the moon that her new friend project had actually sought us out rather than the other way around. "Ox," she said brightly, "what's up?" What she meant was, "What are you doing here?" I shot a look in Levi's direction and wished that Maddie would ask Levi that question. He met my sidelong look with a little smirk, as if he knew exactly what I'd been thinking. But really, what was he doing here? He'd been actively avoiding me for more than a week now, only speaking to me when he'd been forced to at practice. And now, what? He was my friend again? I glanced at the others. Okay, our friend? Ox grumbled something low in his throat about needing to talk to me. When I dragged my attention away from Levi, I saw that Ox was glowering down at me. Not in a mean way. Ox just had resting glower face. If one didn't know better, one might think he was a jerk. I knew better. "What's up, Ox?" I asked. He leaned down lower like he was letting me in on a secret.
Do you think I could get your notes for biology?
Oh, yeah, sure. We had the same class and the teacher was brutal. If you want to study together, we could do that. I thought I saw a flicker of relief in those hard eyes of his.
Cool.
Maddie looked beside herself with excitement, and was it any wonder? Her shy sidekick was being befriended by her latest charity project. This was Maddie's dream come true.
What about me?
Levi said. I blinked at him in confusion. You're not in our biology class. He gave me a lopsided smile to end all lopsided smiles. It was heartbreakingly sexy, his eyes crinkling up with flirtatious teasing that was at once familiar and totally new.
No, he said slowly, but I would never say no to one-on-one tutoring from you.
He arched one brow.
What was the topic again? Anatomy?
Ox made a growling noise low in his throat, and I was too stunned to be mortified by the fact that he was teasing me. Maddie gave him a little shove. Biology, you dope. Levi ignored her, his gaze fixed on me. He was teasing. I knew he was teasing. He was mocking me like always, torturing me by putting me on the spot. A cooler girl would probably laugh or have some sort of sexy comeback to put him in his place. I managed to stutter, "We're dissecting frogs." Because, I'm inherently sexy like that. To my surprise, Levi's eyes lit up with laughter that didn't seem to be at my expense. I found my own lips tugging up in response, an odd nervous laughter bubbling up inside me. Until Maddie interrupted. "She's busy this weekend," Maddie said to Ox. "She's got a date." She sort of sang the word date, and I sucked in a deep breath to prepare myself for the teasing that was sure to follow. Not from Ox, obviously. He was frowning down at me, seemingly confused, and rightfully so. A date did not last an entire weekend. At least, mine didn't.
"If you're too busy," he started.
"I'm not." And I wasn't. This past weekend was the last of the day-long soccer camp sessions, and I only babysat part-time as needed on the weekends.
"Another date with Tim?"
Levi asked. The laughter had faded from his gaze, and I didn't miss the way he sneered Tim's name. I nodded, looking down at the ground. "Your little act worked," Maddie said. "Tim took the plunge, and now they are official."
"Oh yeah?"
Levi said, sounding far less enthusiastic and a lot more derisive.
"So you two are a legit couple now, huh?"
I swallowed. I didn't know. I mean, we'd gone on one date during which I'd barely spoken, and the most I learned about Tim was his preference in pizza chains and a lot of other inconsequential tidbits. "He asked her to go to a party with him this weekend," she said, arching her brows up high. "A college party." All three of them were staring at me now, waiting for me to contribute something to this conversation. Maddie looked so excited for me, so thrilled that I was going to a party. "You could go too," I said to her. Her eyes lit up. "Really? I love college parties." I nodded. "Yeah, it's at his frat house, and he said I could bring friends." Levi let out a snort of disgust.
"He's a frat guy? I should have known."
Maddie bit her lip. "I want to go, but I don't want to be a third wheel. Maybe I could ask Kelly or Tracy or—"
"I'll go with you,"
Levi said. We all stared at him. "What?" My voice sounded screechy. Ox's frown deepened, but he kept quiet. I didn't want to be rude, but this was my date. While I actually really liked the idea of Maddie being there for moral support, I so did not need my... What was Levi? My friend? My soccer teammate? My babysitting charge's older brother? While all of those were accurate, none seemed to fit the bill. "No, that's okay," I started, shaking my head. "It couldn't hurt to have some guys with us," Maddie said. "I mean, we don't really know how out of control it'll get, right?" Levi nodded, pointing toward Maddie.
"Didn't Callie get kicked out of a softball game for going to one of these parties?"
Ox crossed his arms over his chest and fixed me with a look that was annoyingly paternal.
Levi might be right, Kate. Maybe you should have a backup.
Ooh, Ox could be our backup, Maddie suggested. That earned her a frown from Ox. I don't need backup, I said. Except for moral support, but that would not be coming from Levi and Ox. I'll be there with Tim.
How much do we really know about that guy, really? Levi asked. I mean, seriously, Kate, be smart.
We know enough, I said, but it seemed no one was listening to me. Levi clapped his hands together and gave the others a bright smile.
So it's settled then. We're all going.
Ox made a growling sound that I assumed was assent. The next thing I knew, the bell was ringing and Maddie was beaming at me like it was all settled. She tugged on my arm to lead me toward our next class. The whole gang will be there, she said. This should be fun. Fun was one word for it. I preferred agonizing. What am I doing here? I asked as I tugged at the hem of the dress Maddie had loaned me. The question was rhetorical, but that didn't stop Levi from answering.
Looking hot, he said in a low, rumbly voice that made goosebumps spread across my bare arms.
He'd insisted on driving, and as Maddie planned to drink and Ox hadn't offered to carpool, Levi was the best option. And, in a weird way, I was kind of glad to have him at my side as we hovered just inside the doorway to the frat house, feeling as out of place as I no doubt looked. Levi still put me on edge. Something told me he always would. But it wasn't in a bad way, necessarily. At least, not all the time. Like right now, for example, when he stayed by my side as Maddie ran off to search for Ox, and her latest crush, no doubt.
Do you see Tim? He asked.
I shook my head. I'm sure he's around here somewhere.
Maybe we should go look for him, Levi said.
When I looked over at him, he was giving me this little smile that was oddly affectionate. He wasn't laughing at me, necessarily, but he was judging me and finding me cute or funny or something. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked.
He lifted one shoulder. Just wondering why you're not more eager to see your date.
I tugged at my hem again. Honestly, I was wondering the same thing. This was what I'd wanted. Tim was who I wanted. Yet right now, it took everything in me not to bolt.
We could get out of here, Levi said mildly.
I shot him a sidelong glare. No, we can't. So don't tempt me. Then I saw him. We both saw him. Levi leaned over toward me again, and a shiver raced through me at his closeness.
Your mannequin is waiting.
I automatically jutted out an elbow to his ribs and let out a short laugh. That was how I came to be smiling, genuinely smiling, when Tim reached my side. Hey, gorgeous, he said, his smile broad and filled with teeth. He took my hands in his and held them out between us the way my grandmother used to do when she was scanning me from top to bottom to make sure I was church ready.
You look beautiful, Katie.
That was his final verdict, and my smile only faltered briefly when he used my old nickname. One of these days, I'd have to tell him to stop calling me that. Tim's gaze flicked over to Levi as if just noticing him. He didn't say anything to him, but instead looked back at me.
I see you brought a friend.
I couldn't read his tone. It wasn't his usual friendly, warm voice I was used to, but then again, it did kind of look like I'd brought another guy to our date. Yeah, I said quickly. Maddie is here too, and an Ox. He nodded. You said I could bring friends? I hated the way it came out as a question, mainly because I could feel Levi looking at me. I hated looking weak in front of him. He pounced on weakness. I waited for him to mock me or maybe give Tim a hard time about not welcoming him to their frat house, but instead he surprised me. He helped me out.
We sort of insisted on tagging along when we heard our Katie here was going to a frat party.
I saw his shrug out of the corner of my eye and could hear the smile in his voice.
What can I say? We're a protective little gang of friends. I hope you don't mind.
Tim's gaze finally moved to Levi, and I held my breath as I waited. There was definitely some testosterone being exuded here between the two of them. Tim's smile wavered between a grin and a sneer before settling into his familiar friendly grin.
No, of course not. The more the merrier.
But then he took me by my elbow and steered me away from Levi and away from the door. I looked longingly back at both because they were my escape. Levi caught my look and gave me an over-the-top wink that made me laugh. Tim's arm came around me as I turned back to face forward.
I'm so glad you could make it, Katie.
Yeah, me too. And then, that was it. That was the end of the conversation portion of the evening, at least on my end. I spent the next 2 hours being steered to different groups of people, being introduced, and then fading into the background as Tim talked to them, and drank. He drank copious amounts of beer as I sipped on the soda he handed me.
Soda, he'd said with a little shake of his head. You're so cute.
The word cute had made me grimace, but he didn't seem to notice. He didn't seem to notice a lot of things, like when I slipped away to use the bathroom, or when Maddie came up beside me to keep me company and chat with me about the guy she'd found to obsess over for the evening. He didn't seem to notice when I went to join Ox and Levi, who were sitting on a couch looking bored. But they were sitting, and my stupid heels were killing me. And not only that, they looked cozily familiar. Even Levi looked like a safe haven in this den of drunken frat bros with their seemingly endless need to hear themselves speak. I sat between them in blissful silence for a solid 10 minutes, and watched Tim not notice that I was gone. Ox was content to sit beside me in silence with just a nod of acknowledgement. Levi took a long look at me and asked, "What do you need?" I turned to him and thought of all the answers I could give. I settled on the most important. Silence. He nodded too, and the three of us just sat, the only sound the indecipherable murmur of the crowd and the music that blared way too loudly. When my eyelids grew heavy, I knew I had to get up and join my date. I couldn't avoid it any longer. I shifted forward and hovered on the edge of the couch, trying to put off the inevitable. Levi put a warm, solid hand on my shoulder and leaned over to be heard over the music.
What do you want to do?
I looked over at him. I was tired and bored and miserable. What did I want? I want to go home. To his credit, he didn't gloat and he didn't mock. He just nodded, all business.
Then let's go.
What about Maddie? We've been watching her flit among the college guys, a social butterfly in all her glory. I hated to make her leave. Levi nodded toward Ox.
He'll look out for her and make sure she gets home safe.
I looked at the red cup in his hand and Levi answered my unspoken question.
It's water. He doesn't drink.
I nodded. Then I looked up at Levi and took a deep breath. What about Tim? He arched his brows and pressed his lips together in lieu of an answer. I had a feeling he had something to say and was forcing himself not to say it. I probably knew what he was going to say. I sighed and stood up. I probably agreed with him. Tim was not the guy I'd thought he was. He was friendly, all right, but that didn't make him nice. Or maybe he was nice, and nice was overrated. I wanted thoughtful. I wanted considerate. More than that, I wanted someone who wanted to get to know me. I had to tug on Tim's arm to get his attention, and it was clear when he turned to face me that he hadn't even known I'd been gone. I've got to go, I said.
You're leaving?
His face fell with disappointment, and he steered me away from his group of friends to a slightly quieter corner.
Aren't you having fun?
No. It's not that, I lied. I have to work in the morning. This was kind of true. I did have to babysit, but not until early afternoon, and only for a few hours.
Oh, okay.
He shoved his hands into his pockets, and he looked so disappointed I found myself reaching out to touch his arm in consolation. Thanks for inviting me. His grin was back in full force.
Yeah, I'm glad you could come. I had a feeling you'd like to party.
You were wrong. I didn't say that, obviously. Too rude. I just kept my smile in place, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He tilted his head to the side, and his smile turned affectionate. Almost condescending.
You don't say much, do you?
You do enough talking for both of us. Or maybe, how very insightful, Einstein. I couldn't bring myself to answer outright because irritation had me itching to say all kinds of rude things. I shook my head instead, because the truth was, I didn't talk a lot. His smile grew and he reached out to brush some of my hair back behind my ear.
That's all right, he said. I like quiet girls.
And then he kissed me. It was hard and fast, and I felt nothing. Nothing except slobbered on. When he pulled back, I had to resist the urge to swipe at my mouth to wipe away the saliva.
You ready?
Levi's voice behind me made me jump. Guilt swept over me at the fact that I'd kissed another guy, which was just plain stupid. We might have lied about being together, but we weren't really together. Yet I happily took his offered hand and let him lead me out of there through the seemingly endless crowd. Tim didn't lead the way, and he seemed to have lost all interest in me before we made it to the door. A quick glance back showed him talking animatedly to a smiling girl. I wondered if she was quiet. I hoped so for her sake. Tim required an audience, that much was clear. Someone who'd be happy to sit back and let him be the center act. Levi was uncharacteristically quiet as we walked to his car. He was even quiet as we started to drive home, and a little part of me worried about that. Levi was not a quiet guy, but I was too busy reveling in the silence to care too much. For the first time in what felt like forever, I was able to relax. My face muscles hurt from fake smiling, my feet hurt from heels I would never normally wear, and my heart hurt from that kiss. No, not my heart. Maybe it was just my pride that was wounded. It sucked having to admit that the guy I'd thought was so great was actually kind of a jerk. Not a bad guy necessarily, but not the guy I'd thought he was either. He was friendly, yes, but also shallow. He seemed to like me, sure, but now I couldn't help but wonder if he really only had taken notice because Levi had seemingly liked me. Levi had called it that day, and I hadn't paid attention. Someone like Tim wanted something when they thought it was cool. Tim was the kind of guy who wanted something, or someone, only if someone else wanted it first. I dropped my head back against the seat. Yep, my pride was officially suffering right now. We were about halfway home when Levi finally broke the silence.
So, he said, that was fun, huh?
I let out a little huff of air that couldn't really qualify as a laugh. It was more bitter amusement, but it earned me a cute little grin when he glanced over at me. If you're about to gloat, I don't want to hear it, I said. I watched his hands clench and unclench on the steering wheel, the only sign that he wasn't quite as at ease as he seemed.
Me? Gloat?
He gave me a look of disbelief.
Never.
I outright laughed at that one, and he threw a hand over his heart.
Katie.
He drawled that nickname before saying what I knew he would say.
You wound me.
I will literally wound you if you call me that again, I said, my tone so serious it made him laugh. Yeah, I noticed you're not exactly in love with that nickname.
Any particular reason?
He glanced over with arched brows, and for no reason I would ever be able to explain, I told him the truth. My dad called me that.
Ah.
He said it simply, and that was all. He was waiting. He was listening. My heart sped up, and I found myself peeking at his profile. Levi, the guy who always had something to say, was waiting for me to talk. I cleared my throat. He left when I was little. He took my older brother with him. Levi made a hissing sound as he winced.
That sucks. I mean, my dad left us, but I didn't have any siblings. That's gotta be rough.
I shrugged because, yeah, it had been rough. Losing a dad was bad enough, but splitting me up from my older brother and only friend? It sucked.
Do you see him?
Sometimes, I said. Not often. Daniel was my half-brother, so my dad took him along when he went back to his first wife. My dad's wife doesn't love my visits. Understandably, I guess. I'm sort of a reminder for all their old problems. I shrugged like it didn't still hurt that in my dad's eyes, I was a reminder of a mistake and a little more. As I'd gotten older, I'd learned more of the sordid details. All about how Daniel's mother had gotten hooked on drugs, how my dad had left her, taking Daniel with him. All about how he'd gone running back to her the moment she'd sobered up. A familiar pain had my ribcage constricting. My silence stretched too long, and I had no desire to delve into the melodrama that was my family, so I focused on my brother instead. It's not Daniel's fault that they live so far away. Levi was quiet for a long moment.
No wonder you hate the nickname.
That was all he said, and for some reason, that made me laugh. That short laugh made me laugh even harder because seriously, what a horrible thing to be laughing about. It was gallows humor meets black humor meets cynicism. But it felt freaking amazing to laugh about it. I'd never done that before. My dad and my brother were a topic I typically avoided. And if forced to think about it, well, I didn't. I never let myself think about it, let alone talk about it. Something inside of me cracked a little, and it was extremely possible this laughter was a form of hysteria. It was also possible that Levi would think I was insane. But when I glanced over in his direction, he wasn't looking at me like I'd lost my mind. He was giving me that lopsided smile I loved so much. The one that made his eyes crinkle up at the corners and his harsh demeanor soften to something warm and approachable. Maybe that was what gave me the courage to speak again. What about you?
What about me?
When I didn't immediately respond, he glanced over with one arched brow. I gnawed on my lip, losing my nerve.
Why don't I like being called Katie? He prompted. No good reason, it just sounds too girly for me.
I let out a laugh and he grinned over at me. No, I said slowly with exaggerated patience. What happened with your dad?
Oh,
he made a funny face.
That.
I waited just like he'd done for me. He finally shrugged.
Not much to tell, really. My parents split when I was too young to really know what was going on, so for as long as I can remember, it was just me and my mom, with the occasional weekend sleepover at my dad's.
I nodded and we sat in silence for a bit, each of us lost in thought. When Levi spoke again, his tone held a forced levity that I saw right through.
So, you and frat boy Barbie, huh?
I rolled my eyes at the nickname. He's not that bad. I felt his eyes on me before he looked back toward the road.
Not that bad, he repeated. That's not the most glowing review I've ever heard about one's boyfriend.
He's not my boyfriend, I said quickly.
Does he know that?
Yes. Or he would if he didn't guess already by the way I bolted, or the way I didn't return his kiss. I felt Levi shift beside me, and it seemed his mind had gone to the same place.
Are you sure? Because that kiss
was a mistake. I stared out the window, gnawing on my lower lip, and hating this tension that was growing between us. Hating it, but also loving it. It made me anxious. Really, what didn't, but it was also exciting. There was a thrill here, a connection, an electricity. We were talking about one thing, but there was so much going on in the undercurrent. The interior of the car felt like one big live wire just waiting for a spark to make it explode. There was something here, deeper and more intense than I'd ever felt with another person before, but I didn't know what it meant or how it would surface. He was quiet for too long. When I looked over in his direction, I saw him staring at the road with a fierce intensity, like he was about to read it its rights or challenge it to a duel or something. He must have caught me staring at him because he broke his silence.
You had a thing for him for a while.
He didn't sound accusatory, just questioning. He unclenched his fingers before wrapping them around the wheel once more.
And he's clearly into you.
I bristled at the memory of how Tim was around me. He's not into me, I said stiffly. He doesn't even know me.
Levi glanced over at me. You're not exactly easy to get to know.
Tim doesn't want to try. I frowned as his words fully registered. Are you defending him?
He arched his brows. Definitely not, I'm just saying.
But he didn't say what he was just saying, and I felt all my earlier irritation coming back. At Tim, at Levi, at everyone. He wants someone quiet so he can talk about himself, I said. He thinks I have nothing to say. He probably thinks I'm an idiot, too dumb to come up with anything to say. My tone held all the bitterness in the world because I was too used to people assuming that my shyness and anxiety were a sign of something else.
You're in AP Biology, Levi said. Of course you're not an idiot.
I would have preferred his snarkiness in that moment. Anything other than that condescending tone that bordered on pity. You're no better, I found myself snapping. You think I'm spineless. He turned to me, jerking slightly as though I'd hit him.
I don't think that.
You do, I insisted. Years' worth of frustration and anger were coming to a head, and I felt out of control. My breathing was uneven and my hands shook. I wanted to stop. I wanted to bottle it up and shove it down, but I couldn't. Something about this guy did this to me. It shook me up and made it impossible to keep it all inside. I wanted to kick something or throw something or kiss somebody. What was going on with me? I dropped my head back against the seat and forced myself to take a deep, calming breath. But when I felt the car pulling over to the side of the road, I sat up straight again. What are you doing? He stopped the car and turned to face me.
I need to see you.
Sure enough, with that he turned on the overhead light and I blinked at the sudden brightness. Then I gasped at the look in his eyes, at the way Levi's dark eyes bore right into mine and didn't let go. He was so intense. God, why did he have to be so intense? That was the final straw. Why are you looking at me like that? I snapped. He leaned forward slightly.
Why did you say I think you're spineless?
Because you do, I shot back. You had Noah look after me on my first date. You insisted on coming along to make sure I'd be okay at a college party. You
wanted to make sure you were safe?
He finished, his brows drawing together in confusion and anger.
Maybe I just don't want to see you get hurt. That doesn't mean I think you're spineless.
I shook my head. Ever since we met, you've been picking on me and putting me on the spot and bullying me. He widened his eyes, and I could see the hurt and shock before he shuddered it all behind another dark glare.
Bullied you? Is that what you thought? I was just...
He cut himself off with a muttered curse as he fell back against his seat. He ran a hand through his dark brown hair, making it even more mussed than usual. He took a deep breath and then turned to face me.
I'm sorry. I never meant to be such a jerk. It's just... He threw his hands up. I guess it's just who I am.
No, it's not. It came out before I could stop myself. I've seen you be nice before. I've seen you be thoughtful and sweet. His eyes met mine and I felt my skin turning hot. With Bobby, I added quickly. And me. But yeah, let's just go with Bobby, shall we? That took some of the awkwardness out of it for me, but Levi wasn't fooled. He shifted until he was once more facing me fully, his lips corking up slightly and his eyes warming with something that was not anger. I didn't have a name for it, but it was hot and tender and fierce, and it took my breath away.
I never meant to bully you, he said quietly. I just wanted you to notice me the way that I noticed you.
I bit my lip, trying to hold on to some of my anger. You have a stupid way of getting attention. He laughed, and it made his eyes crinkle up in that way I loved.
You're right. But in my defense, I never meant to mock, just tease. And I never meant to put you on the spot, just give you some of the attention you deserve.
I don't want attention, I said.
That doesn't mean you don't deserve it.
His gaze grew serious.
I like you, Kate. I always have. I like your honesty and the way you don't call attention to your mad skills or your awesome brain.
I blushed at the praise, but I wasn't quite ready to let go of all the ways he'd made me uncomfortable in the past. Are you teasing me again?
He winced a bit. No, I'm being totally honest with you.
He leaned forward and rested his forehead against mine.
I am in awe of you.
I let out a breathy laugh because breathing was getting too difficult. In awe? He nodded against my forehead.
In awe. You might be shy, but you're kick-ass. And you might not like attention, but you have more confidence than the loudest braggart I've ever met.
It might have been the nicest thing anyone had ever said to me. No, not nice. The truest thing. It was a bizarre feeling to have someone else see something in you that no one else ever did. He reached a hand up and touched my cheek.
I don't think you're spineless, he said.
The words were a balm, even though I wasn't entirely sure if they were the truth. I didn't want to be weak. I didn't want to be powerless. But that didn't mean I was always brave. I swallowed down the fears that threatened to choke me in the face of this much honest emotion. His gaze on me was so intense, so all-seeing, there was a little part of me that wanted to flee. But a much bigger part of me wanted to lean in and kiss him. I wanted it so badly my whole body ached with it. For some reason that made me think of how this whole thing got started tonight with Tim and his kiss. The way he didn't know me at all. But worse than that, the way he didn't want to. I licked my lips and took a deep, shaky breath as my mind raced back to an earlier moment. The moment when this thing between us had truly begun. In the parking lot. With a kiss. You tried to make Tim jealous because you thought he wouldn't make the first move, I said.
Okay, maybe I blurted it out.
He backed away slightly and arched his brows. I instantly missed the feel of him.
Only because he was too idiotic to see how amazing you are, unless someone shoved his nose in it. He needed to be trained, like a puppy.
I laughed a little at the lovely imagery and shook my head. But you also did it because you thought I wouldn't make the first move. That was what he'd said, hadn't he? Levi drew his brows together in question. I leaned in closer and licked my lips once more. You were wrong, I said. I am fully capable of making the first move. I shut my eyes and turned off the fear that would stop me. Then I kissed him. Softly at first, gently and tentatively as I explored his lips with mine, savoring the feel of their warmth and firmness, loving the way they parted at first with surprise and then with a groan. And then he reached for me and all was lost. He pulled me to him, holding the back of my head as he deepened the kiss, teasing and exploring with his tongue. We fit together in a way that felt like magic. Or maybe it was just chemistry. My body reacted to his like we'd been made for this. My brain shut down. I forgot to be scared. I forgot to be anxious. All that mattered was this. And for the first time in my life, okay, second if you counted that first kiss, I just felt. My heart was pounding furiously by the time he pulled back, and I clung to his shirt with a needy desperation that left me shaky. But he didn't go far. He leaned back just far enough to look at me.
Confession time, he said.
I waited without breathing, a little afraid of what he might tell me. He kissed the corner of my mouth and smoothed back my hair.
I lied.
I pulled back with a frown, the words a cold splash of water. What? When? His lopsided grin was sweet and tender and outrageously sexy.
When I kissed you in the parking lot, he said, it had nothing to do with Tim. I didn't even know he was there.
I blinked once. Twice. So you just... He shrugged.
I just wanted to.
I let out a long, shaky breath as that registered. Oh. What else was there to say when your heart was bursting out of your chest? Levi's lips quirked up in a funny little grin as he studied me. Then he nodded. Oh. Chapter 11. Levi. I'd shocked her. That much was obvious. But I didn't want to scare her away. We drove the rest of the way back in silence. I cast a few quick glances in her direction, and I knew without a doubt that she needed space. Silence. I could do that. It nearly killed me, but I did it. When we reached her house, I got out first and opened her car door. Because, yeah, I could be a gentleman like that. Granted, this whole respectful date thing was new territory for me, but this girl deserved nothing less. She sure as hell deserved better than that Tim guy. She deserved flowers and chocolates and candles and all the other cheesy stuff that girls liked. I was officially turning into a sap for this girl. But that look of wonder on her face when I'd admitted the truth, the little smile she'd given me when I'd cracked a joke about Dad's leaving, the way she'd opened up a little piece of herself and shown me that big heart of hers. She slayed me. If I'd been falling before, I was flat out on the concrete now. Head over heels, my ass. I was knifed and splattered, my guts on the floor. Romantic, right? Anyway, I walked her to her door, but I didn't kiss her again. She still looked rattled, and I could practically see the gears shifting in her brain. She needed space. It might kill me, but I'd give it to her. But not for long. Unlike last time, I knew now that it was pointless to try and stay away. Maybe it would have been for the best, but I didn't have it in me. Besides, maybe my mother had a point. I was here now. Who knew what would happen after my graduation, but for the year I was here, I wasn't about to sit on the sidelines. That just wasn't me. I waited until she was halfway into her house before stopping her to say goodnight. She mustered up a smile, but I could tell she was still in her head. She was freaked out about what had just happened, and to be honest, so was I. I mean, it wasn't every day that I fell in love. And making out with a girl I loved after she'd just gone on a date with another guy? That was definitely a first. We both needed time. And we needed a date of our own. What are you doing after you babysit my brother tomorrow? I asked. She shrugged. No plans. Shifting on her feet, she bit her lip. Why? I didn't want to make her nervous. And let's face it, talk of a date would make her nervous and shy. I think we need extra practice. She blinked. Extra practice? Extra practice kissing. I held back the urge to tease her. One day soon she'd be comfortable enough with this new world order to tease and be teased about her excellent kissing skills. Like, for example, when she was my girlfriend. When this thing between us was official and real and not so preciously fragile like it was now. Extra soccer practice, I said. One thing she'd said about Tim had stuck with me. It nagged at me. He doesn't know me. She was right. Tim didn't know her, and neither did I. Oh, I'd like to think I knew her better than that jerk did, but not as well as I would have liked. I shoved my hands into my pockets. I'd take it slow. I wouldn't try to keep my distance, but I'd take it slow. Much as it might kill me, I'd take it slow. Soccer practice? She repeated. I nodded. We need to practice if we're going to kick butt next weekend at the tournament. She stared at me evenly, but she didn't look convinced. Smart girl. Okay, fine, I said with a roll of my eyes. I need the extra practice. Happy now, hotshot? She cracked a grin. Okay, extra practice. She fidgeted a bit with the hem of that dress, which was driving me crazy. It wasn't outrageously revealing or anything, but it was dangerously sexy on this girl. Made even more so by the fact that she didn't seem to realize how drop-dead gorgeous she was in it. Your mom said they'd be home by dinner time. I nodded, and I'd make sure they were all out again by dinner. She started to close the door but hesitated, her eyes meeting mine and making my heart stop in my chest. For a second there, she was open, vulnerable. She was letting me in. Good night, Levi. I smiled even though my heart was aching.
Hell, falling in love was painful. Good night, hotshot. The next day, I had a burning question on my mind. What did one call a guy who watched his brother's babysitter when she didn't know she was being watched? A stalker? A creeper? Or did this just fall into the weird new territory of a guy in love? Call me whatever, but I couldn't look away. The weather was nice, so Bobby and Kate were out back kicking the ball around. Seriously, the girl had endless energy. She also had endless patience. Great work, Bobby. That was perfect. My stepbro's kick was hardly perfect, but he beamed like he'd just won the World Cup, and Kate grinned right back at him. See, the thing I'd figured out was, Kate was relaxed around little kids. She was at ease, probably because they didn't put her on the spot or look at her like she was a hottie. She was also totally in her element on the soccer field. So the summer camp and teaching Bobby soccer in my backyard, these were the best places to watch Kate be Kate. Call me a creeper, but I was hooked. I had the perfect view from the kitchen window. I was so engrossed in watching her be amazing and sweet and goofy that I didn't hear my mom when she walked into the kitchen. "Are you sure you don't want to join us for dinner and a movie?" she asked. I spun around. "Yeah, I feel like cooking." For Kate. The fact that I was having Kate over for dinner was not exactly public knowledge. It wasn't that my mom would care. She didn't get bent out of shape when I had girls over. In fact, I'd have the opposite problem. She'd be too excited at the prospect of me having a life here in Fairfield. She'd see me and Kate and leap to the conclusion that I was happy about being here. Which, of course, I wasn't. My mother tilted her head to the side with a frown as she studied me. "If you just gave Bob and Bobby a chance," she started. I bit back a groan. We'd been over this so many times, I'd nearly lost track. "Mom, relax. I'm not staying home as some sort of parental protest. I just don't feel like going out tonight." She didn't look convinced. I so didn't want to have to explain that I had a date planned. For the babysitter. My mom nodded, but she still didn't look convinced. I was pretty sure the topic was over when she headed toward the door to call Bobby to come and get ready for dinner, but she stopped short in the doorway. "I talked to your father yesterday." I blinked a few times at the change in topic. "You did?" That alone was weird. They'd divorced ages ago, and as soon as I got old enough to handle my own life, they'd cut off all contact from one another and let the lawyers handle what needed to be dealt with. "And?" She drew in a deep breath. "He's okay with you staying there, with him, if you want to finish up your senior year at your old school." I stared at her in shock. Was she serious? All signs pointed to yes, particularly the tears that rimmed her eyes. I knew how much this meant to her, me being here, a part of her new family. But I also knew that this wasn't the place for me. This wasn't my home. Moving to Podunk was never what I'd wanted. I stopped short. I had no idea what to say. The thought of going back home to my friends, my life, it was everything I wanted. I automatically turned to look out the window. It had been everything I wanted. And now? My heart was beating too quickly in my chest, and I was acutely aware of my mother's concerned gaze on me. Can I think about it?" I asked. My mother tried to hide her surprise, but I saw it. Clearly she, like me, had assumed I would have jumped at the chance. I should have. A part of me was kicking myself for wavering. This was my chance. Who knew how long the offer would last? I didn't even know why my father had agreed. There was no way this had been his idea. He'd always made it clear that bonding with his son wasn't exactly a priority. So yeah, if I wanted this, I needed to act now. I met my mom's gaze. "Tell her you need a ticket for the next train out of town." But another part of me just couldn't force the words out. Instead, I found myself saying it again. "I'll think about it." Her smile was tremulous, and it had guilt slithering in the pit of my stomach. "Sure," she said. "No rush."
Think it over, and I'll let your dad know." She turned to leave, and that was when I knew. "I'll let your dad know." She'd asked him. She'd asked him to take me in so that I would be happy. A knife twisted in my gut. "Hey, Mom?" She glanced back. "Thanks." Her lips curved up in a smile I knew well from the mirror. Then her eyes darted toward the window behind me, and the smile grew. "Have fun tonight." It wasn't long before my mom left with the new dad and the new brother. They looked like quite the family as they walked out the door together. It had taken a little while for them to get out the door, but by the time they did, I had my head on straight. Nothing had changed, not yet. And for right now in this moment, I was here. I was with the girl of my dreams, and What? I wanted to see where this could go, maybe. I'd always known I'd be leaving eventually, and I'd already decided that I wasn't going to let that stop me from going after what I wanted in the moment. Nothing had changed, not yet. Not really. My mom had been right about needing to live my life while I was here, and that was what I aimed to do. Kate hovered behind, waiting for them to leave. The moment the door shut behind them, she turned to me and tucked some hair behind her ear in a nervous gesture. "Should we head out back to practice?" I shook my head, moving toward her slowly, giving her every chance to back away, to stop me. She didn't. Her eyes widened as I got close enough that I could hear her breathing. I was pretty sure that if I tried really hard, I could hear her pounding heart. Or maybe that was mine? "I thought maybe we could start with dinner." She blinked. "Dinner?" I nodded. "Before practice?" I fought a smile. "I was thinking instead of practice." She licked her lips. "Oh?" I nodded. "Oh?" To my amazement, she started to smile. It was that slow, sweet grin that I loved so much. "So, no practice then?" "No practice." She bit her lip and then let it go. "Would you say this was a date?" I narrowed my eyes slightly as I pretended to think it over. "That depends." "On?" I met her gaze head on. "Would the word date make you nervous about this evening?" She let out a little huff of air that was somewhere between a laugh and a gasp. "Undoubtedly." "Then it's not a date." She drew her brows together, but she was outright smiling now. "You're kind of weird, you know that, right?" I held my hands out in mock innocence. "Hey, I just want to make sure you're comfortable." "I appreciate that," she said with a laugh. "Come on," I said, taking her by the hand and leading her toward the kitchen. "Oh my God," she groaned. "It smells amazing in here." I turned back and waggled my eyebrows teasingly. "I told you I make a mean lasagna." "No," she said, her tone filled with laughter. "I recall mention of meatballs and chicken pot pie. No one ever mentioned lasagna." She stopped short at the sight of the dining room beyond the kitchen. The table was set, and roses sat in the center, along with some flickering candles. She looked to me with a question in her eyes. "You didn't." "I did." Maybe shyness was contagious because I felt an unexpected warmth creeping up my neck, making me want to loosen the collar of my shirt as I waited for her final verdict. When she came over, went up on tiptoe and pressed a kiss to my cheek, I forgot all about New York and the future. All that mattered was that sweet, chaste kiss, and all the kisses that were yet to come. I was officially obsessed with kissing this girl. But first, dinner. I brought a hand around and placed it on her back and led her toward the dining room. "Come on," I said. "Let's eat." I brought in our meal, dishing it out onto both of our plates and making sure the toasted bread and butter were within reach. God, what had this girl done to me? I'd gone from cool and cocky to a fussy old lady adjusting the tablecloth. But it was worth it when I looked up to find her watching me, her little smile warming her eyes and the glow of the candlelight making her beauty luminous in the otherwise dim lighting. She was still standing behind her chair uncertainly. "What?" I said.
because she was clearly thinking something and I needed to know what. I always wanted to know what was going on in that mind of hers. She tilted her head to the side. If this isn't a date, what is it? It's a chance to get to know one another, I said. Over dinner. She pursed her lips slightly. Sounds like a date. I kept my expression blank, but I was heading back toward her because I couldn't not. Does it? Huh. That's odd. She narrowed her eyes as I stopped right next to her, so close it was impossible not to reach out and touch her. Will there be kissing involved? She asked. Oh, sweet mercy. That low, breathless voice made me want to fall at her feet and pledge my troth. Granted, I had no idea what a troth was, but it sounded poetic and romantic. So yeah, let's pledge some troths around here. I swallowed back any embarrassing pledges and watched as a pink hue colored her cheeks at her own question. Do you want me to kiss you again? I asked. She didn't answer, but she didn't have to. Her blush gave her away. I grinned and reached out to pull her into my arms. Good answer. Chapter 12. Kate. On Monday afternoon, I found myself sitting in the line of fire. Maddie had been staring at me with narrowed eyes for so long I couldn't take it any longer. I was torn between relief and dread when our calculus teacher said it was time to partner up for the last 10 minutes. Maddie had no sooner shifted her desk to be closer to mine than she was hissing in my direction. Okay, who are you and what have you done with my friend? She glowered at me. Seriously, I have never seen you giddy before, ever, and now twice in 1 week? She waved a hand in my direction. Who are you? Her eyes widened. Is this because of Tim? I figured the date was a bust when you left early. Yeah, about that. I trailed off because, well, guilt. I should have explained the next day why I'd left so quickly like that. And I should have told her about Levi last night after I'd gotten home from our date. At the very least, I should have told her about the way he'd pulled me out of homeroom this morning to sneak a kiss in the deserted hallway. Holy swoon, it had been an epic kiss. Made all the more so because he'd officially wiped away my nerves about how things would be between us at school. Maddie shoved a finger in my face. Okay, that's it. I can practically see the stars in your eyes. Spill already. I pressed my lips together as I considered my options. I could hold out on telling her about my non-date date with Levi the night before, or I could save myself from having her torture it out of me and spill. I never had been a big fan of torture, so I spilled. Wait, so you and Levi? She asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement and excitement. I nodded, warily watching for her verdict. She dropped her head back and let out a cackle that so didn't fit with her cute little pixie vibe. Thank God! I stared at her in disbelief. You knew? Maddie arched her brows, clearly smug as could be. That he likes you? Of course. Anyone could see that. I frowned. I hadn't seen it. She patted my arm. Anyone but you, sweetie. I pursed my lips a bit at the condescension, but couldn't bring myself to argue. I mean, I hadn't seen it. I'd been so sure he didn't like me, or that he just got his kicks from teasing me. Which he did. I felt a whole new warmth creeping over me as I remembered the way he'd whispered in my ear before I slipped out of his car the night before. We'd had a good night. No, that was an understatement. We'd had an amazing night. One filled with kisses and conversation in equal measure. And food, so much delicious food. But it was the talking that still had me stunned today. It had been, how can I put it? Easy. Once the conversation started, it had happened naturally. He didn't talk the whole time like Tim, but I didn't need him to. He talked, he listened, and somehow he made it effortless. Which, granted, was not a big deal for most people, but then most people weren't me.
Most people didn't break out in a flop sweat at the idea of a one-on-one conversation with a hot guy, particularly one as aggressive and intense as Levi. But that was the thing. Over dinner, I'd seen this new side of him, and I had a feeling it was just as rare a sight to see as the side of me he'd seen. Namely, the side that talked. No, not just talked. I'd confided. Maybe it was the deadbeat dad bond we shared, or the fact that we'd been teammates and still were, in a weird sort of way. But there was a trust there when I'd talked to him. The only other people I talked to like that were my mom, and that was a rarity, and Maddie. And even then, it was usually in response to her prying. I meant that in the nicest way possible. Maddie was a good friend. But that didn't change the fact that I'd never had that connection with anyone before. It had never been so effortless and unforced. And then there was the kissing. "Wow," Maddie said. Her voice dragged me out of my reverie, and I found Maddie watching me with unconcealed amusement. "Wow," she said again. "I never thought I'd see you swooning over a guy. It's kind of adorable." She was so amused that I found myself blushing and shifting my focus to the pen in my hands. The pen that was supposed to be writing down notes from our textbook, but was instead doodling as I daydreamed about my... Levi. I stopped doodling. What was he exactly? My boyfriend? The word made my stomach launch into gymnastics, the likes of which the Olympics had never seen. There was tumbling, there was backflips. Step aside, Simone Biles. You ain't got nothing on my nervous system. But the thing was, it wasn't so much fear that sent me into a crazy spiral of nerves. It was excitement. I liked the idea of Levi as my boyfriend. I liked the idea of being part of a couple with Levi. Let's face it, I really just liked the thought of Levi. Period. I liked him a lot. Maybe more than the word like was capable of covering. It suddenly felt like a massive understatement. I definitely liked him enough to picture him as my boyfriend, which was thrilling and nerve-wracking and exciting as all hell. I placed a hand on my belly and took a deep, steadying breath. So this was what they meant by butterflies. Huh. I saw Maddie's sparkly fingernails come into my line of vision as she reached out and put her hand on my desk. "I'm happy for you, Kate. You and Levi. You guys are good together. I always knew you would be." I looked up in surprise. "We are? Wait, you did?" The fact that Maddie seemed so certain was simultaneously reassuring and disturbing. "You knew that?" She arched a brow and gave me an impossibly smug smile. "Of course! You guys have been all opposites attracting each other since the first time you met." I thought back to this past summer and our time on the softball team together. I tilted my head a bit as if that would help me reframe our mutual past. Surprisingly enough, it sort of worked. "I guess maybe I was sort of attracted to him," I muttered. Maddie snorted. Duh." I glanced over at her and she gave me an apologetic wince. "Sorry, I just meant that you had a strong reaction to him. You were freaked out by him more than usual, and you were sensitive to his teasing and... But he was barely even nice to me," I said. "He wasn't mean," I added, because fair was fair, and he'd never been truly mean, just aggravating. But he was always trying to annoy me or frustrate me or... I threw my hands up. I don't know. He was always trying to challenge me. So maybe not mean, but he wasn't exactly nice to me either. "Maybe not nice like Tim was nice," Maddie conceded, using air quotes around the word nice, and somehow making it sound like a bad word. "But he saw you," she grinned, "and he couldn't take his eyes off you." For some reason, I didn't want to believe that Maddie had seen the truth this whole time and that I had been oblivious. Although, maybe there was something to that. Maybe it was so much easier to see these things in other people. I mean, I'd seen Callie and Noah coming a mile away, hadn't I? "He saw you." The words warmed me, and it was a struggle to keep the swooning expression from my face. I wasn't about to give Maddie any more fodder to make fun of me and my new state of infatuation. "So, when are the two of you going on another date?" she asked. I grinned despite myself. "We haven't gone on one date yet," I said. Maddie snorted. "Oh, please. The guy made you dinner. If that's not a date, I don't know what is." I didn't argue. It had been a date. It had been the best date I could ever have possibly imagined. But the fact that he didn't call it a date just to put me at ease made it that much better. "When will you see him again?" Maddie persisted. "We have practice today after school." And I could honestly say I'd never been so excited for soccer practice in my whole life. "What about you?" I asked, dragging my thoughts away from my own excitement. "What about me?" she asked. "How was the rest of the party?" I was prepared to be regaled with stories about cute boys and whoever it was she'd decided to crush on next. "Fine," she said. "It was fine." Something about her tone had me looking over at her, but she wasn't looking at me. She was watching Ox. Ox, who for the first time since school started was voluntarily coming over to talk to us. Maddie should have been psyched. But she wasn't. Just as he was about to reach our desks, I glanced over and saw something weird cross her features. Panic, maybe? No. That was ridiculous. Maddie didn't do fear, and she sure as heck didn't fear Ox. In fact, she was one of very few people in this school who didn't. But to my surprise, she ducked her head when he stopped in front of us and stared at her. Or rather, at the top of her head. She was scribbling in her notebook and pretending to be fascinated by it. He didn't say anything, and neither did she. Hey, Ox." To be honest, I was a little stunned that it had fallen to me, of all people, to break the awkward tension. He gave a little nod of acknowledgement, but didn't say anything. He also never looked in my direction. It was like he was just standing there, waiting for Maddie to notice him. I'd known Maddie for years, ever since 7th grade when our grade schools funneled us into the same junior high. In all those years, I had never once seen her ignore anyone, least of all someone she decided to befriend. This was weird, disconcerting even. After what felt like an eternity of tense silence, Ox walked away and I turned to Maddie. "What was that about?" She shrugged. "It's nothing, just..." Her lips clamped shut and she seemed to analyze her own handwriting. I didn't push. I knew better than anyone what it was like to need to think it through before speaking. Still, curiosity ate at me. Was this how Maddie felt all the time around me? Around Ox? Was this how Levi felt when I clammed up? I sat patiently as I could, and when Maddie finally lifted her head, she sighed wearily. "Okay, fine. So the party didn't go so well." I stared at her, waiting for more, but she met my gaze evenly. She would not be making this easy. Fair enough. I'd played that card often enough, it seemed only fair that I be the one forced to pry for once. I tapped my pen against my desk. "Did you and Ox get into a fight or something?" She gave a little snort, and I was glad to see a little smile of amusement, even if it was rueful and a little sad. "Fight?" she repeated. "With Ox?" I smiled too, because the idea was actually kind of funny. I couldn't imagine Ox saying more than a few words at a time, let alone shouting at the top of his lungs. "I guess he's not really the emotive type," I agreed. That made Maddie laugh for real, and I laughed along with her. I got the sense that Maddie's laughter was a release. She seemed to visibly relax, and when our laughter died off, she gave her head a little shake. "It was nothing serious, just some guy at the party who was kind of rude." My mind went to the worst possible scenario. Guilt rose up alongside worry and fear. I reached out to her, placing my hand on her arm. "Oh my God, Maddie, are you okay? What did he do? I should never have left you there. Are you..." "Relax, Kate," Maddie said, her tone dry and laced with laughter. "Nothing tragic happened, I promise. I didn't get roofied and no one got too handsy." She arched a brow. I would have liked to see someone try. Ox was the dream chaperone." She shook her head, and her expression was torn between resignation and amusement. "Seriously, he should be a bodyguard or something. The minute a guy got too close, he'd come up behind him and do that growling thing he does." She tipped her chin in and glared at me as she mimicked his low, rumbly voice. We were both laughing again, but I wasn't going to be distracted. "So then, what happened?" She shrugged. "I told you, a guy was rude. He said some unpleasant things." She shook her head as if shaking it off. "Seriously, not even worth talking about." I watched her for a moment. I didn't truly believe that it meant so little to her, but I didn't push. "So then, what was that?" I nodded toward the desk in the back where Ox had returned, slinking down in his seat and studiously reading the assigned chapter. "What was what?" Maddie asked. I arched my brows. Really? She was playing dumb now? I leaned forward slightly and lowered my voice. "What was that weirdness between you two?" She hitched her lips to the side. "Oh, that." She didn't immediately offer up an explanation, but I waited it out. Finally, she sighed. "Nothing, just, oh God, it's so embarrassing." I arched my brows, but I kept my mouth shut. I knew better than to point out the fact that she was blushing. Maddie. She never blushed, ever. A new thought took hold and made me gasp. Did something happen between you two?" She groaned and rolled her eyes. "Of course not. It's just..." She dropped her face into her hands so her voice was muffled. "He saw me cry." I waited for her to continue, but she didn't. "Over the rude things that jerk said?" I prompted. She nodded. "And that's why you're embarrassed?" I asked as gently as I could. "Because a friend saw you cry?" She lifted her shoulders in a shrug. Finally, she peeked up at me. "You think I'm overreacting?" "Yes." I tried to be tactful because if anyone understood embarrassment and not wanting to show vulnerability, it was me. "I think," I said slowly, "that if he's really a friend, he's not going to be freaked out by some tears." She looked at me and then she nodded. "You're probably right." Licking her lips, she cast a quick glance back. "He's already acting weird around me, though. I mean, he just came over here. On his own." She widened her eyes. Like, he actually wanted to talk. I met her stare for a moment before we both burst out laughing. It had been weird, and 100% out of character. "He's a friend," I finally said. "He's probably just worried about you. Once you're acting normal around him, he'll go back to normal too." "You think so?" she asked. "I do," I said. "No one changes overnight, right?" Chapter 13. Kate. In hindsight, I really should have listened to myself. I'd been right. No one changed overnight. Not me, and certainly not Levi. But I didn't figure that out until later. That whole week, I was too far gone in my little bubble of happy to see that there was another shoe, and that it had to drop. I mean, that was life, right? But that day we had practice like usual, except nothing about it was typical. The two coaches had us do some drills and some warm-ups before having us break into our teams. I knew from past years that this was how it would go all week. It was sort of a week out of time for both soccer teams. No one in our district held games over the long Columbus Day weekend, so that was when our school held its annual intramural scrimmage. All week we'd been prepping for it, which meant I had all week to spend time with Levi on the field. You could tell a lot about a person on the field. I'd always known this to be true. People's actions spoke loudly. Someone could say they were sweet and innocent and act that part in school, but get that same chick on the field and watch her throw a sharp jab when the ref wasn't looking, watch her get a bloody nose and never leave the field. That was who she really was. The same, I guess, could be said for me. I didn't speak, but on the field? Well, on the field, I said it all. I showed the world who I was. Someone strong, someone brave, and someone who could stand on her own.
Hey, hotshot, are you ever going to pass me the ball?
Levi teased. We joined forces with another twosome to practice working together, and Levi may or may not have been right to call me out on the fact that I was hogging the ball. Maybe. I kicked it over to him, but when we took a breather, I went over to him. Do you really have to be so aggressive all the time? This was the way we were on the field, even now that he was sneaking kisses behind the bleachers and asking me about my plans that weekend. After the tournament, of course. He pulled me to him, ignoring the fact that I'd told him we shouldn't let anyone know we were dating.
But we're not dating, he'd teased as he'd nuzzled my neck, making me squirm.
That was before practice had begun, before we'd hit the field together.
You call it aggressive, I call it getting what I want, he said with an over-the-top wink.
I tried not to smile. It was hard when he was being all cocky and cute. It was a lethal combination for my heart. I planted my hands on my hips and arched a brow. There are other ways of getting what you want. He stepped closer, not seeming to care that the other team of two was nearby getting water.
Oh yeah? He teased. Do tell.
I squirmed away as his hands came to my waist. I wanted to lean into him. I wanted to kiss him again. But this was soccer. I played to win. All I'm saying is you don't always have to go straight for the goal to get what you want. I stepped out of his grasp once more, but this time with a teasing grin. Sometimes you can let the other side have the ball for a bit so you can catch them off guard, or... I paused and gave him a meaningful look. You can let your teammate call the shot and lead the play.
You're saying I don't always have to be in control, he said, cutting to the chase.
I nodded. He seemed to think it over, and his eyes narrowed dangerously.
Fair enough, hotshot. I'll work on giving up control if... He matched my meaningful look. If you agree to let me actually be your partner out there on the field.
We stared into one another's eyes for what could have been an eternity. It was probably just a few seconds, but time had a way of shifting and losing meaning when he was looking at me all intense like that. Is that what you want? I asked. To be my partner? And suddenly, we weren't just talking about soccer. I didn't even know when the conversation had shifted. Something flickered in his eyes, and I didn't know what to make of it.
Yeah, he finally said. I want you to let me onto your team.
I swallowed because I no longer knew where soccer ended and we began. All I knew was we were talking about something more here, and that scared the crap out of me. But I also knew that I wasn't a scaredy cat. Not really. So I nodded, my heart threatening to break out of my chest as I did. But it felt right. It all felt right. On the field and off. Yeah, okay. His lips quirked up and he stepped closer. This time, I let him wrap an arm around my waist. I wished he'd kissed me, but the other two were starting to pay attention. He glanced in their direction and back down at me. His gaze grew unnervingly serious.
And I'll work on letting go of control, okay?
I nodded. I knew what he meant. His never-ending aggressiveness was a way of controlling the world around him, keeping a safe distance and never letting people in, just like my shyness was a way to keep people out. I didn't need Psych 101 to figure that out. But we could try and change, for each other, to be together. I watched his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed, and his gaze flickered over my face as if looking for something there. When his eyes met mine again, they were shadowy and dark, filled with something intense and confusing.
We should talk, he said.
I nodded. Yet again, I knew what he meant. He wanted to talk about us, something we couldn't do while our opposing team was waiting on us. Nerves sprang up because really, did the "we need to talk" phrase ever lead to anything good? But then he grinned.
Later, he said.
He reached for my hand and squeezed it.
For now, we've got some butts to kick.
He nodded toward the field.
After you, hotshot.
Chapter 14. Levi.
Later never came. Well, it did, but there just never seemed to be a good moment, you know? Later that day, for example, we were watching Bobby, and of course I wasn't going to try and have a meaningful conversation with him around. Could you imagine? So, I know we've got this great thing going on, but you see, I might be leaving for New York next week. Hang on, what's that, Bobby? Iron Man stuck in the chain link fence again? No, of course that wouldn't work. It was physically impossible to stay on any one topic for more than a nanosecond with that kid around. The whole week passed by like this. We were either in school, surrounded by Maddie and Ox, or the other students of Fairfield High, or we were at soccer practice and surrounded by other players, or we were watching Bobby, or we were reveling in our few precious moments alone together when I was dropping her off from babysitting. Sure, maybe I could have brought it up that day when my mom took Bobby to the store for new pants, and Kate and I had the house to ourselves for a couple hours. But there were so many other things to do. Things like kissing and talking and laughing and then more kissing again. Okay, now it's starting to sound like perhaps I was procrastinating. And maybe I was. But in my defense, I was procrastinating all around. I was an equal opportunity procrastinator. I'd been busy, obviously, and just a little preoccupied with my new girlfriend. If she was my girlfriend. We hadn't defined the relationship, and I wasn't about to until I knew how long I'd be staying. I was torn right down the middle. I mean, I'd been wanting to move back to New York from the moment I'd left my former home. But now, well, I'd found a reason to stay. This wasn't my home, not really. I didn't fit in any more now than I had on the first day of school. The only time I felt like I belonged here was when I had my arms around Kate, and that was a lot of pressure to put on a fledgling relationship. Hell, I didn't even know if I could call it a relationship. Granted, we were still in the first week of dating, but I was even afraid to use the D word. Kate could bolt on me, and then where would I be? Stuck, in Podunk, alone. So that's how we came to Friday without ever having talked. I honestly don't know how much longer we would have gone without talking if my mom hadn't forced the issue. Now, my mom was not an idiot. She saw that Kate and I were getting close, but she seemed to think we were just friends. Why? Well, it's possible that I'd told her time and time again. I'd told her how we'd been paired up for soccer, and that's the only reason we were spending time together. It wasn't that I didn't trust my mom, but I wasn't sure what this was between us, so I definitely wasn't ready for her to tell me. And she would. She had no fear of interfering, my Italian mother from the Bronx. "Hey, Kate," she called when the two of us walked in. She spun around looking panicked. "Did I forget to tell you that Bobby is staying over at a friend's tonight?" Kate shook her head. "Oh, no, you told me. I'm just here for soccer practice," I finished quickly. This was not the truth. She was here because I'd asked her to come over and watch a movie with me. We'd been practicing all week, and we both needed to rest before tomorrow's first matchups for the informal tournament. She shot me a look but didn't say anything. My mom didn't seem to care. She was in that frazzled, getting ready to go out mode that always preceded date nights. "Okay, well, we won't be too late. Feel free to order pizza." She rattled off some other logistics of who to call and when in case of an emergency, most of which I tuned out as paranoid mom talk. It was times like this that she seemed to forget that I was a senior in high school and not the same little kid who'd eaten an entire tube of toothpaste. If there was a need to call the poison control center this evening, the likeliest scenario would be that Kate had tried to kill me because I'd just told her about my possible impending departure. The thought had me shoving my hands in my pockets and shifting away from Kate slightly, as if my guilt might have an odor. My mom stopped racing around the kitchen, jotting down inconsequential phone numbers long enough to draw in a deep breath and meet my eyes with a warning look. "I'm going to need an answer soon, Levi." "Oh no, not now." "I know," I said, dipping my head and running a hand through my hair to keep Kate from seeing my guilty profile. Meanwhile, I willed my mom to leave the room already. "I don't think you do know, sweetie." My mom's voice had taken on that tone, The one that meant a lecture was forming, but now was so not the time. I get it. She paused. Have you made your decision? I opened my mouth and shut it again. No, I hadn't. I'd barely even thought about it, to be honest. I'd been kind of hoping a decision would just be made. It would be taken out of my hands and I'd somehow get everything I wanted without sacrificing the one person I wanted. It sounded stupid to me, too. I'd never been an optimist before, let alone someone who believed in fairy tales and happy endings. I wasn't sure why I thought one might fall into my life now when it never had before. The silence in the room was killing me. I could feel Kate's eyes on me as I met my mother's gaze. But for once in her life, my mother didn't seem to know what was going on without me saying a word. Or maybe she did, and she was evil. No, probably just ignorant. Or maybe she just believed what I'd told her. Either way. Honey, she sighed. If you're moving back to live with your father, there are logistics we need to sort out. I was pretty sure I heard Kate stop breathing. I definitely saw her moving away from me out of the corner of my eye. Stop talking, I willed my mother. Stop talking. But she kept going on and on about how they'd have to let both schools know and transfer my grades and blah blah. Oh my God, Kate was going to kill me. Or break up with me. Or leave me. My heart sank into my stomach when I turned to see that she'd turned her back to me. She was looking down at the kitchen counter, gripping its edge. I'd lost her. I knew it in my bones and my chest threatened to cave in response. I'd already lost her. If I'd even had her to begin with. Your father will need to make arrangements and I'll give you an answer by Monday. I finally spit out. I just needed to say something to get my mom to stop talking. Kate hadn't moved. She was so still, it scared the crap out of me. I didn't know what she was thinking, but I could guess. And I had a hunch I knew exactly what she was feeling. Hurt, betrayed, pissed. I knew because that's how I'd feel if I found out she was toying with me this whole week, stringing me along while she knew very well it might not last longer than a matter of weeks. My mom finally left the room in a flurry of commands and non sequiturs. When she left, the silence was excruciating. It lasted forever as I scrambled to think of what I could say that would make this right. Kate, I can explain, I started. She didn't answer. She didn't even fully turn around to face me. She kept her back partially to me and dipped her head to hide behind her hair as she slipped out of the kitchen toward the front door. Kate, I called after her. She acted like she couldn't hear me. Kate, just talk to me for 1 minute. I can explain. Don't bother. The door slammed shut behind her. I thought about chasing after her. I even went so far as to throw the door open and watch her run. She literally ran away from me. I thought about begging her to hear me out. But what would I tell her? Besides, hasn't her reaction just now confirmed every one of my suspicions about how long this relationship could possibly last? The first sign of trouble and she'd be gone. She'd run away because that was what she did. It was what she'd always done. Anger mixed with guilt and hurt and a searing pain in my gut. And the toxic mixture made me want to crawl out of my own skin. Instead, I shut it down. All of it. I shoved it all back down and shut the door. Literally and figuratively. Fine, run away, I shouted, even though she was well out of hearing. Good riddance. The next day was brutal in every sense of the word. The only upside was that Kate and I somehow managed to make it to the next round of the tournament. We'd won 3 of the 4 scrimmages. Not because we were so effortless in our team partnership. Hell no. We'd managed to get through the entire day without saying a single word to one another, except for the odd shouted command from Kate or some mocking taunts from me. Was it mature? No. But we won. Kate! Levi! Kate's coach shouted our names as we headed off the field and in separate directions. I didn't know who was driving Kate home today, and I didn't care." We both stopped and turned to look at the coach, who was not pleased. In fact, she kind of looked like she might be having a stroke. I glanced over at Kate, but her expression was unreadable. The Kate I'd started to know was gone. The one who laughed and teased me back, and who called me out for not making an effort with Bobby. She might as well have been a figment of my imagination. We were in trouble. That much was clear. When my coach joined Kate's coach, and the two of them huddled together with imposing frowns, I cast another glance in Kate's direction. She was gnawing on her lower lip, but she still refused to look in my direction. So, that was the way she was going to play it? Fine. I didn't need her to understand, and the fact that she could walk away from me so easily just made my decision that much easier to make. It was my coach who growled the next order. "In my office, now." Kate and I walked in silence, following behind our two coaches with the sort of slow drag walk one would expect from death row inmates. When we reached the office, my coach gestured toward two chairs, and the two of them planted themselves in front of us, arms crossed and frowns in place. They looked like night and day. Kate's coach was short and squat, while my coach was a tall, stick-thin guy with no hair. I had a ludicrous image of the two of them as a couple, and the sort of child they'd have, and the thought had me battling a smile. My coach scowled at me. "You think this is funny, Havish?" The urge to smile fled. "No, sir." "Good," he barked, "because the way you two played out there—" He shook his head and Kate's coach jumped in. "It was a disgrace." "We won." Kate's voice was soft but fierce. Holy crap. I looked over at her with wide eyes. Was she trying to get kicked off the team? Anyone with half a brain could see that this was so not the time to talk back. Her coach looked just as stunned, and my poor coach looked befuddled. Clearly, no one had expected Kate to argue. Her coach recovered first. "Yeah, you won. Congratulations." Her voice dripped with sarcasm. "But you two looked like a couple of bullies out there." I glanced over at Kate. She'd called me a bully once, and yeah, I might have had it coming. But Kate? She'd been brutal out there, sure, but she didn't play dirty. Neither had I, for that matter. She played clean. I surprised myself by coming to her defense like that, and Kate shot me a look that I couldn't make out. Warning me off? Or maybe she was just as shocked as I was that I was sticking up for her. She pressed her lips together and gave her head a little shake. She didn't want my help. Fair enough. I met her glare with a glare of my own. The coaches either didn't notice that we had a silent battle of wills going on, or they didn't care. "You might not have played dirty," my coach said, "but the two of you didn't learn a dang thing from this exercise." We both looked to him at that. I couldn't see Kate's expression, but I'd guessed she was just as confused as I was. Kate's coach let out a sigh of disappointment and shook her head. "We paired you two up for a reason, you know." Kate and I remained silent. My coach stepped in, and it was clear he'd been assigned good cop because he gave us a tolerant smile. "We thought you two would be good for each other. You could teach each other a thing or two. That's the whole point of matching players up like this." Kate and I looked at each other at that, and we wore matching frowns. I knew she was thinking the same thing. She said it first with a grudging half shrug. "We did work with each other on footwork, and—" Kate's coach interrupted her with another weary sigh. "We're not talking about your footwork, Kate." Her head snapped up at that, and I had to admit, my curiosity was piqued as well. My coach jumped in with a softer tone. "You're both excellent soccer players," he said. "As far as skills go, you're the best on your respective teams." I glanced over at Kate. Why did I feel like that was not intended as a compliment? "But," Kate said, her voice laced with an aggressive edge I'd never heard before. I stared at her, torn between shock and awe. Who was this chick, and what had she done with my quiet Kate? But then again, there was a part of me that recognized this Kate. This was the girl I'd gotten glimpses of, the one I'd been so desperate to know. This was the strong, confident, fierce Kate who battled inner demons every day and won. Her coach arched her brows in warning. "Don't push me," it said. But Kate didn't listen. There was something else about her right now, something different. She had a tenseness about her like she was primed to blow. I found myself holding my breath as I waited for the explosion. "You said yourself that we're the best on our teams," Kate said, in a quiet voice that was made of steel. "So what did you want us to learn? How not to kill each other? Levi's still standing, so I guess we can call that a win." Sarcasm from Kate? Mind blown. I couldn't have stopped the snort of shocked amusement if I'd tried. No one seemed to notice. Kate and her coach were staring one another down, and my coach was looking between the two of them. We were all waiting, it seemed, to see what Kate would do next. But it was my coach who finally broke the silence. "We wanted you two to learn how to play as a team." Kate's nose crinkled up. "What?" Her coach nodded. "You two are so similar. We thought you might learn a thing or two, being paired together." Kate shook her head. "We're nothing alike." Both coaches ignored this, but I felt compelled to chime in. "Kate and I are total opposites." That made both coaches laugh, just a little. I glanced over at an equally stunned Kate. I definitely hadn't meant to crack a joke just now. My coach took on the good cop role again, his voice all fatherly and gentle as he addressed Kate. "We were hoping teaming you up would help you to see the necessity of trusting your teammates, Kate." He looked between the two of us. "You're both star players, but this isn't a solo sport. You don't need improvements in skill, but you do need to learn how to trust your teammates." The room filled with tense silence after he finished speaking, and Kate broke it with a loud scoffing sound that no one would mistake for actual laughter. "Well, then your plan backfired," she said, backing away from the coaches and away from me. "I did trust my teammate, and he let me down." She spared one glance in my direction, and the hurt in her eyes was a knife in my gut. I wanted to reach out to her. I wanted to make things right. Instead, I stood there and stared at her like the dumbstruck moron I was. Neither coach seemed to know what to say to that. She was going to run again. I knew it in my bones. She was going to bolt, and I couldn't let her. "Can we have a minute?" I said. I think I shocked all three of them, but the coaches exchanged a look, and it was clear that they'd picked up on the emotions running high in this room. They nodded and headed out the door. Kate's coach paused long enough in the doorway to give Kate a little smile. "You've gone this long without killing him? Don't let me down now." Kate let out a huff of air. "I'll try." Then we were alone, and I had no idea what to say. She stared straight ahead. I can't imagine what they were thinking. She gave her head a shake and then turned her head to glare at me. "We are nothing at all alike." I gave her a little smirk because I had the distinct impression she meant that as an insult. "Of course we're not." I arched one brow. "Though I have to say, Kate, you surprised the hell out of me by talking back to your coach like that." She narrowed her eyes at me as if trying to figure out some hidden meaning. There wasn't one. I honestly was sort of impressed. Also, I worried about her sanity because her coach scared the crap out of me. But that only made the fact that she'd stood up to her that much more impressive. "Why?" she said warily. "You think I'm such a doormat that I can't stand up for myself?" I blinked in surprise. "No, I never thought you were a doormat, just..." I shrugged as I looked for the right word. "Meek." Now it was her turn to blink, and then she blinked again. "Meek?" she repeated, spitting the word out like it was a curse word. "You think I'm meek?" I shrugged again, trying to ignore the urge to back away from her and this anger I'd never seen before. "You know, shy." I tried again. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at me. "Shy isn't the same thing as meek," she spit out. "Just because I'm not comfortable in social situations doesn't mean I'm some sort of pushover. You can just... I watched her swallow, and my chest squeezed painfully. She was trying not to cry. I wanted to do something to make this right. "I didn't," I said, which was a stupid thing to say since she hadn't even accused me of anything yet. She took a deep breath. "You didn't what?" Her brows drew together in confusion and hurt and anger and, oh God, I needed to make this right. "You didn't what, Levi?" she said again, this time louder with a step in my direction. "You didn't string me along? You didn't kiss me and make me think that we might have something between us?" Her voice cracked and my mouth went dry. For the first time in my life, I couldn't think of any comebacks. I couldn't summon up a smirk, or a laugh, or a sarcastic comment. I said again. Of all the times to freeze up, this was quite possibly the worst. It was the tears that made me lose my mind entirely. They suddenly sprung up in her eyes, hovering at her eyelashes, and I couldn't think of a single thing to say to make it stop. "How long did you know that you were going to be leaving?" she demanded. Hell. I haven't decided anything, I finally said. I didn't know what I was going to do. I've wanted to go back ever since I got here, but then... I stopped. No idea how to continue in the face of her stare. Those beautiful green eyes were filled with tears that she refused to let fall. She was suddenly so open, so vulnerable, so like I'd never seen her before. Yet again, I had no idea who this girl was in front of me. Whoever she was, she deserved the truth. "I should have told you." She opened her mouth and then clamped her lips shut again. I watched her thick swallow and it spurred me into action. I moved toward her, reaching out for her because I couldn't not touch her. She backed away. "Are you leaving then?" I drew in a deep breath. "No, yes, maybe. I don't know." That was the truth. She licked her lips. "What's stopping you?" I let out a short laugh. "Do you even need to ask?" She was still so serious. "Yeah, I do." I cleared my throat. "Fair enough." "You," I said. "I want to stay to be with you." The tears she'd been holding back fell over, and this time when I moved toward her, she didn't pull away. I tugged her into my arms and wrapped her in a hug that had her face buried against my chest and her arms trapped between us. She didn't try to hug me back, but a tight, painful knot inside of me eased at the feel of her in my arms. It didn't last long. A second later, she was pushing against my chest to be free, and I let her go reluctantly. Letting her out of my arms meant talking, or not talking. I eyed this new girl in front of me. Hell, maybe it would mean shouting. I had no idea. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked, crossing her arms over her chest. "Like what?" "Like I'm some stranger," she said. "Because right now you kind of are." I didn't mean it to come out so harsh, but it was the truth. She flinched a bit, but she didn't argue the point. "You've never seen me angry," she said. "Not really." I nodded because that was also true. "I've only seen you run." She frowned. "I trusted you." There it was again. Guilt threatened to make me ill, but it was tempered with an anger of my own. I latched onto that because anger I could deal with. Knowing I'd hurt her, not so much. "You trusted me? Is that why you gave me a chance to explain?" I gave a humorless laugh. "Oh right, you didn't. You ran away like you always do." "Because you didn't tell me the truth," she said through gritted teeth. "Maybe you didn't outright lie to me, but it was a lie of omission and you know it." Crap. I did know it. Still, she was making it sound like I'd had any other choice. "What if I had told you?" Her brows drew together. "What?" I ran a hand through my hair. "What if I had told you? Would anything be different right now? Or would you just have run away sooner?" She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. I could see emotions warring in her eyes, and they matched my own perfectly. Guilt, anger, hurt. "You say you trusted me, but maybe I didn't trust you," I said. "I didn't trust you not to run." Some of her anger melted, and she looked unspeakably sad. I wished I could take the words back and take away her sadness along with them, but I couldn't, because even as I spoke, I realized the truth of it. "I'm so afraid of scaring you off, I can't even use the word date. If I'd called you my girlfriend this week, you'd probably have run screaming." "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" My voice was growing louder, and I had to take a deep breath to calm down. "You're pissed that I called you meek, but I've been terrified of scaring you away. I know you can be strong, that you can be tough. I know you have that in you, but I rarely get to see it." I met her gaze head on. "The whole time I've known you, you've run from me." She took a step forward and shoved my shoulder. "Well, the whole time I've known you, you've pushed me away." Ouch. Yeah, that hurt. But I also knew that the only reason it hurt was because it was the truth, or at least some version of the truth. It didn't take a therapist to tell me that teasing wasn't the best way of flirting with someone like Kate. I hadn't been able to stay away from her, but I hadn't been able to be honest with her either. I'd done everything in my power to get a rise out of her, but I hadn't told her how I felt. Not until I'd nearly lost her to another guy. Man, maybe I was more messed up than I'd thought. Maybe you're right. We stared at each other for a few tense moments, and then she sighed, her shoulders hunching slightly as if she was deflating right in front of my eyes. "You're right, too. I do run." She looked down at the ground, and I found myself itching to touch her again. I settled for brushing some of her hair back so I could see her face. Her lips quirked up ever so slightly. "I run away from the people I want to run to. And the only time I can talk honestly is when I'm so angry I could spit." She shook her head. "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing." It came out all rough and gravelly because emotions were making it hard to talk. "Nothing's wrong with you." She looked up then and tilted her head to the side, her arched brows saying she didn't believe me, but she appreciated the attempt. I couldn't convince her she was perfect just the way she was, but I could at least give her the same honesty she'd given me. "Well, it could be worse," I said, trying for teasing and coming up short. "You could push away the girl you love and only manage to tell her how you feel when it's already too late." Her head shot up and her wide eyes met mine. Her lips parted, but I was fairly sure she'd stopped breathing. I was breathing enough for both of us. By the way my heart was beating and my lungs were working, you'd think I'd just run a race. It wasn't every day I told a girl I loved her. "You..." She started and stopped, and that might have been the cruelest thing she could ever have done. Her voice got all breathy and sweet as her eyes grew unbelievably wide. "You love me?" Chapter 15. Kate. The silence almost swallowed me alive. For one paranoid, delusional moment, I was worried that he hadn't said the L word at all, that I'd made it up because it was what I'd wanted to hear. Maybe he was staring at me like that because I had finally, officially lost my marbles. I half expected him to start laughing. "What? No, I didn't say I loved you. I said I loathed you." But as the silence grew longer, I realized that his lack of words was my answer. His eyes said it all. For quite possibly the first time since we'd met, he was open. He was being genuine and sincere, and in his eyes I saw just how insecure he was right now. Just how vulnerable. That's when it hit me. He was still waiting for a response. Not some idiot question, but an actual response. He'd laid his heart open, and now it was time for me to gather up some courage and do the same. "I love you too." It came out on one long breath, and I almost threw up in the process because my heart felt like it was trying to come up through my esophagus. But I didn't puke, and once the words were out, it was good.
I felt amazing. It was like that truth had been trapped inside me and now it was free, and I felt lighter. My smile grew, and his answering grin made my legs turn to jelly.
"So," he said slowly, moving toward me until he was so close I could touch him.
He touched me first. His hands reached out to cup my face, not allowing me to look away from those intense eyes and that wicked mouth.
"So," he said again, drawing it out this time and making me laugh.
He leaned down until his nose brushed mine.
"So you love me, huh?"
"So you love me, huh?" I repeated. My heart threatened to burst with a joy I hadn't known I could feel. It was the kind of joy, I realized distantly, that came from having taken a leap of trust. It was the kind of joy that lay on the other side of fear and risk and danger.
"Damn straight,"
he murmured, before branding me with a searing hot kiss that showed me just how much he loved me. I kissed him back with everything I had, and our lips molded together as we strived to get closer, to taste and explore and discover. His arms moved to wrap around me so he could pull me close against him, and I slid my hands up to his shoulders. I wasn't exactly sure how long we stayed like that, kissing passionately in the coach's office. All I knew was the intense mortification when we were caught. Levi's coach did a terrible fake cough, and I sprang out of Levi's arms like I'd just been electrocuted. When I spun around, I saw my coach standing beside Levi's coach in the doorway to the office. They wore surprisingly similar looks that warred between shock and amusement, and I had no doubt that my face was the shade of red typically associated with a stop sign. My coach arched a brow. "I take it you two have worked out your differences? Oh Lord, please let the ground open and swallow me whole."
"Yes, ma'am,"
Levi said, sounding impossibly smug as he threw an arm over my shoulders and steered me toward the door. To their credit, both coaches waited until we were halfway down the hallway to burst out laughing. "Where are you taking me?" I said once we were outside. Levi had my hand in his and was leading me toward the parking lot.
"My car. I'm driving you home."
"Why? Do you have somewhere to be?" I asked. He shot me a sidelong look.
"Don't be stupid. I'm coming with you."
"Oh." What I meant was good, but I was feeling stupidly shy again, probably because the enormity of what I'd admitted was just starting to hit me. Not to mention what he'd admitted. I felt like I needed several days in a quiet and dark room just to process what had happened. He slowed to a stop beside his car and studied me.
"If you need some time alone..."
I nodded. "I do. I definitely do." He nodded as well, and I could see the disappointment he was trying to hide.
"Yeah, I get it."
He did get it, and that was one of the things I loved about him. I squeezed his hand. "But alone time can wait." His gaze met mine.
"Yeah?"
I nodded. "Yeah." I gave a prosaic shrug. "My mom will probably kick you out after dinner anyway, unless you want to join her and her boyfriend for a rousing night of HGTV. He pretended to think it over.
"I'll pass."
His brows drew down.
"Why is she going to kick me out? Did you tell her something about me I should know about? I mean, if I need to grovel, I will. I want your mom on my side."
I grinned. "No need to grovel. My mom just isn't as cool as yours. She won't let you hang out in my bedroom alone."
"Ah," he said. "Fair enough."
"But," I added, "she and Rick took a day trip to go antiquing, so they won't be back until dinner." His smile grew, and he leaned down to kiss me again.
"Then let's get you home."
I'd never had a guy in my room before, and the novelty of it was anxiety-inducing. The nice thing about Levi, though, was that he knew this about me without me even having to say it. He paused just inside the doorway as he watched me fidget and pace. His lopsided smile made me stop.
"If you'd be more comfortable downstairs," he started, Or maybe outside. I let out a long breath at his teasing tone. He was kidding, but he'd do it. He'd take this at my pace, and the fact that he offered made me realize that I didn't want to run from this. I don't want to run away from you anymore. He came toward me and pulled me into his arms. And I don't want to push you away anymore. We stood like that with our foreheads touching, our breaths mingling. Finally, I stepped back and took a deep breath. So, how do we do this? His answer was to fall back onto my bed. He stared up at my ceiling with a thoughtful expression. I actually half expected him to say something deep and insightful when he turned to look at me. So, this is where you lay around and daydream about me, huh? I smacked his shoulder before falling back down beside him, so we were both lying there, staring up. In your dreams, I muttered, but with no heat. Because yeah, that was exactly where I daydreamed about him. No. I swore I could hear his wicked grin. In your dreams. I reached over to smack him and he caught my hand, clasping it in his as he held it to his chest. We lay like that for ages, listening to the sound of our breathing, absorbing this new reality we lived in. One in which we loved and were loved. One in which the future was entirely uncertain. I've never been in a relationship before, I said. Me neither. I rolled so I was on my side, my hand still locked in his, but my gaze searching his face. Really? He nodded. Man, I said, maybe our coaches were right after all. He arched his brows and then he rolled over so we were both lying on our sides facing one another. How so? I shrugged the shoulder I wasn't lying on. We go about it in wildly different ways, but we're both awfully good at keeping people out. He made a noise that I took to be a grunt of agreement. He studied my face. You're so beautiful. I could feel myself blushing, but I didn't try to hide. Thank you. I mean it. He suddenly looked so serious, that intensity back in his eyes. I always knew you were gorgeous, but the more I get to know you, the more I realize how truly stunning you are. I blinked and swallowed down the lump in my throat. No one had ever said anything like that to me before. The best part is, the more I get to know you, the more I realize what a badass you are. I let out a sharp, surprised laugh at that. What? He nodded, his eyes dancing with laughter. I'm totally serious. You know, Maddie once told me that you're tough, but I don't know that I really understood what she meant at the time. I arched a brow. Maddie said that? And here I'd thought she saw me as her poor mousy friend. He nodded. Yeah, she made a great point. Underneath the blushing and the quiet voice, you're as tough as they come. I didn't know what to do with that compliment since it might very well have been the nicest thing anyone had ever said to me. It was like someone finally saw something in me that I'd hoped was there, but I wasn't sure. It wasn't always obvious and I had to search for it on a regular basis, but it was there. And Levi saw that. I found myself grinning at him even as I pointed out the obvious. How badass can I be if I run away all the time? He made a scoffing noise. You have to have some flaws, hotshot. Otherwise you'd be inhuman. You'd be a goddess or something. I pretended to be offended. Are you saying I'm not a goddess? I'm saying, he said with a laugh, that you are my girlfriend and you are perfect for me and I wouldn't have you any other way. I held my breath as my heart skipped a beat at the G word. When I was able to let out an exhale without squealing or hyperventilating, I gave him a smug smile. See? I didn't even run away just now. He nodded. I noticed. I'm very proud of you. I shrugged in feigned nonchalance. No biggie. But you! I punched his shoulder. Look at you being serious for once and actually calling me your girlfriend. He grinned, and for a second we just smiled at each other like the love-struck fools that we were. At some point, though, I knew we needed to face reality. Now I guess the question is,
I met his gaze as I bit my lip. Will I just be your girlfriend? Or will I be your long-distance girlfriend? He widened his eyes a bit in a rare display of vulnerability that made my heart leap in his direction. "You'd do that?" he said. I nodded. I didn't even need to think it through. This guy, he was who I wanted to be with. He challenged me and he understood me, and he made me want to be a better, stronger, braver me. Plus, I loved him. Now that I could admit it, to myself and to him, it all seemed so surprisingly simple. And terrifying. Terrifyingly simple. "I love you," I said, making him smile that lopsided grin I adored. "I love you and I want to be with you, and I'm not going to run away just because it's not easy." He reached out and stroked my cheek, brushing my hair back so there was nothing covering my face and hiding it from view. "I love you too." I watched him hesitate and took pity on him. "You don't have to decide today, you know." "Oh, I know," he said. "I have all the time in the world." He arched a brow. "Or, until Monday. I'm not sure if you heard, but I need to let them know." "Your dad?" I asked. He nodded. I didn't know if I should pry. Was that my right now, or would that be overstepping? He met my gaze and smirked. "Just say whatever it is you want to say." I drew in a deep breath. "Okay, then. Is that why you want to go back so badly? Because of your dad?" He started to think it over, but quickly shook his head. "Nah. I have a feeling my mom got him to agree to have me, probably in exchange for something." He rubbed the back of his neck, and I felt his pain like it was my own. I'm over trying to make that relationship into something it's not. I kept quiet because really, there was nothing to be said. "Maybe someday I'll try again," he added after a beat. "Me too," I said, because my mind had wandered to the mental and emotional minefield that was my father. "One day." He reached out and pulled me closer so our bodies touched from head to toe, making my skin tingle with heat and that ever-present electricity between us grow. "In the meantime," I started, my voice breathless with excitement. "In the meantime," he repeated, "I just want to enjoy every second I have with my hotshot of a girlfriend." My laugh was cut off by his kiss, and oh, what a kiss! After everything we'd been through and everything we'd said, the kiss said it all, and more. It spoke of feelings and emotions that neither of us could put into words. No more running, no more pushing. With that kiss, we made a commitment, a vow, and we both took a major leap of faith. Epilogue. Levi. I stared at my girlfriend over our steaming cups of coffee. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" She smirked. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Touché. I took a swig of my coffee and reached for the second half of her bagel, which she seemed to be done with. "We both know I'm going to kick your butt," she continued. I tipped my head from side to side. "Fair enough." She met my gaze and we both grinned. This morning routine had become something of a ritual ever since we'd arrived in New York City for college last fall. We'd joined an intramural soccer team that played obscenely early on the weekends, and on the off days and during the off season, we met up regularly to run. I leaned over and gave her a quick kiss, ignoring the other customers around us who looked just as tired as I felt. "You do know we're on the same team, right?" Her smile grew as she shrugged. "You can just admit that I'm the better player, Levi. I won't think any less of you." I was officially grinning like a moron. I couldn't help it. That's what being in love did to me, apparently. It turned me into a grinning, happy-go-lucky chump. There were few things that made me happier than Kate did. Just being with her made being up at the crack of dawn bearable. And watching her brag and strut her stuff, even when I knew she was only kidding, it made my heart hurt. That's how happy it made me. Kate had come into her own over the past 2 years we'd been together. Not that I could take much credit, or any credit at all, really. It was all her. She'd figured out that the only way to overcome her fears was to tackle them head on.
She confronted her every anxiety like the mighty goddess warrior that she is. Of course, whenever I tell her things like that, she rolls her eyes and blushes. But I'm pretty sure she digs the compliments, especially the goddess warrior ones. She snatched the rest of the mostly eaten bagel out of my hand. "Come on, Slowpoke, today's the last game before we head home for break. I don't want to see any slacking." My groan was only slightly feigned. Have I mentioned that it was the crack of dawn? Only sadists and guys in love get up this early on the weekend. Her smile grew. "Then I guess I'm lucky you love me." She leaned over the table to kiss me before standing up, grabbing my coffee along with hers so I'd be forced to follow. My girl knew how to keep me in line. I followed her out into the cold, huddling in on myself as I followed her toward the school where the team met up. She flashed me a smile over her shoulder, and I found myself chasing after her like a puppy dog. I caught up to her and wrapped an arm around her waist, loving the way she burrowed into me so easily, cuddling up against my side like it was the most natural thing in the world. Which I guess maybe it was after 2 years together, pretty much always joined at the hip. I ended up staying in Fairfield for my senior year of high school. Kate and I spent an entire weekend talking it through, weighing the pros and cons. Kate ended up playing devil's advocate, trying to convince me of all the reasons I should go to New York. Not because she wanted to be rid of me, of course, but I think she was worried I was sticking around just for her. She was afraid I'd regret it or resent her. I don't know, she was crazy like that. But what I finally managed to convince her was that I wasn't staying just for her. I mean, she was a big draw, don't get me wrong. But when I sat back and looked at my life in Fairfield, I knew it was where I needed to be. For Kate, for my mom, for Bobby, hell, even for Bob Sr. My mom was my family, and it meant the world to her that I be part of this new world she was creating with the two Bobs. But more than all of that, Fairfield was where I needed to be for me. Being in a new place surrounded by new people, it gave me a chance to start fresh. If I hadn't met Kate, I don't know if I ever would have faced the issues I had with letting people in. If I hadn't met Kate, well, I don't know if I ever would have experienced true love. Of course, I hadn't known then that Kate and I would be together for the long run, but I think I'd known even then that being with her made me a better man. I like to think that being with me helped her become the brave woman she was today. I mean, would she have braved moving to New York City if it wasn't for me? Probably not. She told me time and again that she wasn't going to school here just for me, but let's be honest. She's just as smitten with me as I am with her. And yeah, I'm totally cocky about that. I managed to win over the kindest, sweetest, toughest, bravest woman I've ever met. Just look at her now, navigating the busy streets of the big city like a native. She caught me mooning over her and elbowed me in the ribs. "Think you can keep up today, Slowpoke?" I leaned down to kiss the top of her head. "I'll do my best, hotshot." She grinned up at me and I couldn't resist one more kiss. "Did you tell your mom which train we were taking home tomorrow?" she asked. I shook my head. Nah, I wanted it to be a surprise. She squeezed my waist. "I can't wait to see Bobby's face when you show up." I smiled at the thought. My little stepbrother grew on me at some point, kind of like a fungus. Yeah, he thinks we're not coming back until Christmas, so he'll be ecstatic. "I'm surprising my mom too," Kate said. "Maddie and Ox offered to pick us up from the train station." I nodded, a little afraid to say anything else. I had a lot of surprises planned for Thanksgiving break, and showing up on my mom's doorstep a couple days early was just one of them. The biggest surprise was currently burning a hole in the inside pocket of my winter jacket. It wasn't like I didn't trust my roommate or anything, but I couldn't just bring myself to let the engagement ring out of my sight. I liked the feel of it in my pocket over my heart, a constant reminder of the next giant leap of faith I was about to take. When the school came into view, we both picked up our pace. "Come on, hotshot," I said as I tightened my grip on her waist. "Let's go show them all what you've got."
This has been The Perfect Match. Kissing the Enemy, Book 2. Written by Maggie Dolan, narrated by Liz Crane. Copyright 2018 by Maggie Dolan. Production copyright by Maggie Dolan.